We are Legion!
But everything else is going to go up in smoke so very quickly, it feels like. The Acantors can't shoot through all the Zoryus, not in time, not with the Khazis influencing those Lyra. They are busy trying to shoot up, but now they're going to focus down the rest of the ground army, and one Solarian is just not enough. Targeting down the Acantor, GG is called, and Hamster has done it again. Enough, he's holding on bitterly, a Matrix warping in. I don't think that's going to help when the Zoryus rock up, and what's the expression on your face now? Neblime, I think he's settled with it for some time, but at this point, what do you even do? GG. And it just doesn't seem doable. Vulture's trying their best to get into a defensive posture preemptively, but can he possibly deal with all of the units that have been fielded here? I think HitEmUp is going to go for that elimination. I think HitEmUp has survived. Our South Koreans are in scare, and that's a wrap. No GG as Hanmano is eliminated. He cycles out the wounded Draconans. Cancellation. Get a little bit of more money, but Dog is starting to hemorrhage. He really needs those proselytes, man. Is this the mental block HitEmUp spoke of? The grandstand's a good idea, but he only made one. GG is called. It's a wrap. AU-64 had it under control the whole damn time. Gets right in their face. Ecclesias gets focused down. This is a committal from the Protoss. The Zealots are tearing it up. We're even going to see that concession early on. AU has made the rush happen because at this point it's a question of whether or not he waited too long. The insurance, they're diving forward, but the Doran, we're out of position. The initial salvo of those Acantors is gone. They're getting so much damage dealt with the Charlatans, cloning the attacks from the Acantors. It is beautiful to see, but the lake is pushed forward. The Ultracorps continuing to find value, and down go the artillery. There is no more crowd control. Muta's flying over to catch the Acantors. Could be a deciding moment. GG, Neblime concedes. We will be going back to back for Sziky. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Throneroom Stage. It is their 5th week of play, and we have the upper final as well as our penultimate elimination round today. Next week will be our final week of competition, which means things are really heating up in our playoff bracket. Our upper final will kick things off today, followed by each elimination match in order. We're going to be looking at Neblime Hamster up next in about 3 hours' time. And 3 hours after that, it'll be Shopkeeper Doug and HitEmUp duking it out. Our top 4 will be locked in by the end of today, which means we'll be doling out those invites into Acropolis number 5 later this year. First of all, HitEmUp and Sziky both have already secured a top 3 minimum placement. Of course, they solidify their invites with their semifinal wins. And the loser of this upper final will be cast down to the lower final, which is only 1 match away from reaching the grand final, where the winner of this series will be waiting. We don't have a ton of time here due to temporary scheduling constraints, so we will be skipping some of our pleasantries, such as, of course, the inimitable interviews that we like to do, but I can briefly introduce our players so you see the story so far. In this playoffs bracket, including our group stage, the battlement stage that played out many weeks ago now, HitEmUp seemed rather peerless. It was only Shopkeeper Dog who has taken games off of him yet. But Sziky as Zerg should be a different beast. We're talking about PVZ. Sziky is, of course, a Starcraft 1 Terran Pro from Hungary, and HitEmUp champion of Acropolis 2, finalist in Acropolis number 3. He's got a nice pedigree in Cosmonarchy, but can he handle what Sziky is bringing to the table, who himself had a bit of a difficult run to get this far? He was never flawless, but always victorious enough to make it past the initial phase. He comes in at the not necessarily favored seed number 8 across the Throneroom Stage bracket, which means that if he wins here, he'll go into the grand final with the veto advantage, and that will be the first time since all the way in the round of 12 where he was able to have a veto advantage over Art of Turtle. You can see him there as the second seed, the seed underneath the first player in each one of those Throneroom Stage matches, aside from the AOT one, which actually was the closest one by score, but maybe you would argue that the others had more play. Of course, it's not easy to be a Zerg player in the modern era, and by that I mean the public relations front. Zerg are seen as the favored race. It's really hard to say, hey, we're going to win based on merit. Everybody just assumes it's because you're Zerg. But, you know, that's all right. We'll see what our players have in store for us, because I think HitEmUp, he can do a couple of different things. He can do things Neblime can't do, and he will do things that I think Neblime won't have done, and so that is pretty nifty, pretty neat. It does look like we actually have HitEmUp's camera activatable this time, so I'm going to go ahead and get that set up. While I do, I'll go ahead and remind you guys that the Throneroom Stage, the prized positions here are our top 4 results. So the winners of all of these matches here are going to be eligible for prize payouts for our prize pool. If you want to bump that up, streamlabs.com/pronogo donates towards that prize pool that we are very, very close to our $1,000 mark at $940 currently. So if you want to bring it up a little bit, feel free to do so. Just getting Ayud's camera set up, and then we will be beginning proceedings. As mentioned, the interviews are a little bit harder to come by here due to the fact that we have some time here. We gotta handle some stuff as far as the timing goes. So that's something that we'll continue to work on over time, but definitely still expecting a fun series between these players. And I would be pretty shocked if it's anything other than greatness here in our next match. So, just keeping that in mind. Alrighty, it looks like we are geared up. I'll go ahead and ask our players to confirm that they are ready, and then we'll go ahead and be initiating proceedings here. Again, Ayud64, a Protoss player. He was a Terran player, and that's how he managed to win Acropolis 2, make it to Acropolis 3's final, and 1 game away from defeating HitEmUp. It was all 7 games required in that best of 7, but he was not able to get it over the line at the end of the day. Now, Ayud64 in a position to make it to the grand final through the upper bracket instead of having to make a legendary lower bracket run the way that he had to in Game 2, or in Acropolis 2 and Acropolis 3. So we look at Acropolis 4, is this going to be his own proving ground? Will he improve over his score against Sziky? Will he prove the PVZ doubters wrong? He's definitely had some good practice partners. HitEmUp Zerg has been sort of throwing him through the gauntlet, and I know he's been trying strats against other Zerg players as well, so let's see what he has to say there. Just waiting on Sziky to confirm. Sziky himself having to go through this same matchup just earlier in the semifinals. He went up against Neblime, and he said that his practice against Ayud was about 50-50. So he looks forward to this match, thinks it's going to be a good one. I think it's going to be a good one, too. Oh, okay. I was just about to ping Sziky, but he's already ready. So let's go ahead and get it rocking and a-rolling. You know what time it is. The upper final in the upper bracket. It's the upper final. We got to tell you it's upper 3 times because that's how legit these players are. A Throneroom Stage match is coming to you. Ayud64 versus Sziky. Sziky in the 12 o'clock position on Frozen Sylphid to kick things off. He is the Redwood. No, it was Auburn Zerg. Ayud64, the Blood Protoss. He's trying his best to summon that 5th race, which, hey, I was working on stream yesterday. If you're not following the stream, probably a good idea to do so because you will get to see some pretty exciting stuff like the forthcoming 5th race in development as I come up with their concepts and start to flesh out their tech tree page. And you can't see it anywhere else. It's not possible. So keep that in mind. I'm looking forward to seeing how Ayud wants to navigate the matchup. Already going for Lattice instead of Gateway tells me he wants something a little bit more on the active side. He might have reached the same conclusion that I know a lot of other Protosses have, that Lattice play seems to best Gateway play, but usually it's 2 Lattice into a Gateway. It's usually, you get those Zealots out with the idols and see what else you can come up with. But Sziky, he's going for his 8 pool into Larvosk. This is his build order every game, every matchup, it seems. He doesn't seem to mind too much anything else. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be going for some kind of response to the Vassal play. I'm sure he's got something in mind for it. Already we have a Scribe confirming the position at 12. That's going to delay the Vassal's arrival a little bit because it was flying over to the other spot. Now, only 1 pair of Zeths is a little bit of a different story than we typically see from Sziky. I feel like he does normally go after the idea of a 4 Zeth start, but he doesn't know where his opponent is, so that must have a component to it. Fast second Larvosk here, and then stops mining with the Ridge so that he gets that efficiency. He has no quads coming, so this is already going to be a little bit of a nuisance. He's just going to have to remember to burrow his workers, as you do have burrow for free in Cosmonarchy. Researches are all available just off the rip, shall we say. So no more Vespene being harvested right now. If that was going to be a part of it, it was going to be a Vornath timing. Ayud has already slowed this down to some degree, and he pulls back in time, knowing that he caught the Zerg a bit greedy, and the quads are going to be hatching soon. So a little bit of value already gained. Rogue Gallery here in the Protoss base, and thinking about an expansion sometime soon. It's a possibility, but he loses the Vassal into the quads. That's maybe a problem. Sims are not splitting. This is actually 3 purely made Sims. The idols are now coming out. I wonder if the Rogue Gallery is for charlatans early. That's been a tech that I've seen Protoss starting to pivot into. And there is that Vornath, so we have a pretty big confirmation there that Sziky was maybe a little bit lacking in the Vespene department, so he's a little bit behind on his order of stuff. Sims are going to arrive, but the Droleth has the ability to make that hatch. Yeah, you don't want to commit to the position with those Sims, and in fact, one of them is going to get burned through immediately. Another one splits to replace it, but yeah, this is not looking too good for that Protoss robotics army. He's not in like a huge danger or anything, and of course, Sims are fairly cheap, but he can't really turn around and fight right this second. Still, the idols are going to scare off the Zeths. Okay, so we don't have Vorvs yet. Obviously, the Vornath Pond only now just finished. It feels like the idol comp is going to be fairly easy to handle. And if you think about the concept of a charlatan first, which is what this was out of the rogue gallery, charlatans debuff enemies that they hit, and they do deal splash damage, so they can hit multiple units. Every time you attack a unit that's been hit by a charlatan, your projectile is going to be cloned, dealing half damage. And that does include splash damage, you know, like if it's an idle projectile and it hits like 3 targets, that's the idle firing extra projectiles from that point too. So keep that in mind as we do get deeper into this match. We already have a Vorv timing here. Sziky has a lot of units. He has a lot of units. He's really optimized for this. This could very well be a big deal here. Let's see, the Manifold comes out just in the nick of time to help armor pen it up. There is a Kabbalist with the fight, and it looks like Ayud wants to go away from the engagement. He's actually still waypointing it out. How does he have the balls to do this right now? This is a very committed play. There's so few workers for the Zerg, despite that extra base. And yeah, this feels like he's going to have to double back. The Manifold goes down. No more armor pen against the Vorvs. The workers need to pull. The Kabbalist is the gambit. He wants to hold and see if he can deal with this despite the aggression. Where's that Kabbalist timing? We don't have anything to defend back at home. Just some Zeths. That's it. He's going to try to cancel out the Nexus, but when does this Kabbalist strike? We're going to go ahead and keep it selected. Sziky panning away, realizes his mistake. Is it going to be brutal enough, though? The Vorv actually is still debuffing the armor just for a moment before it gets burst down. Vagrant out, Charlatan as well. The idols are going to be able to deal with these quads to some degree, and the Kabbalist was cleaned up elsewhere. Didn't actually get as many kills as we would like, right? Popped 1 Zeth, looks like 3 Droleth. A lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. And I thought Ayud was going to crack, but he does stand intact right now. He will continue to rock and roll. And we have the Ovaleth out for that detection. The Shroud starting to morph already. That's not the opener that Ayud wanted. He didn't want to almost lose his Nexus. He didn't want to almost get slapped down at the early stages of the game. And he definitely wanted more counter pressure with the Kabbalist than what he got. But unlike Dark Templar one-shotting drones in StarCraft 1, you get a notification in Cosmonarchy when a unit is one-shot. So there was no question that a player of Sziky's caliber is going to be able to multitask in the middle of that and notice that his workers were under attack. Now he's got multiple Ovaleths. He likes to drop anyway, so going for those makes a lot of sense. So the play is multiple Stargates here from Ayud, awarded inside the mineral line to help clean up any drop shenanigans. Probably need a Matrix follow-up there, but he's going for that Sedant. He's already got it in the main base, but he's not... Oh, he is mining gas. Okay. Never mind. They're just in the same spot, so it looks like they're only mining one thing. So 6 Zeth, 6 Quas. That's actually a brutal drop. Feels like unless Ayud has any advance warning of it, he could be in a dire situation. And the Rogue Gallery and the Lattice can both make air units. You can make Vassals out of the Lattice, Barghests out of the Rogue Gallery. So you could create a pretty noticeable air fleet there and try to go for some kind of scouting play. Even if it was just one Vassal patrolling here would give you a little bit of advance warning. And of course, Sziky, he's not going to attack the front without the drop. He's not going to drop without some pressure at the front either, and setting up for a third base behind it all. Ulgorg already starting up. He's got Zoryus and Lakis available here. Not so many of the Lakis, so the lack of detection might not matter too much, right? It's only 3. And this is a really easy stanced-up fight for the Protoss to take, but they're not only defending that. The one Warden is not going to be enough. He's going to need to dedicate units out of his production. Sim starting to split up. Is the reaction time here? The Warden is going to be the focus. He tries to drill on top of the Zeths, but it's not quite enough. It wasn't fast enough to make sure that he got everything there, and he is only pincing off a few of his units, but he does lose a number of workers. That's at least 7 workers lost, maybe more. He's going to need to reset onto his production, and of course the jig is now up. Taking that front base and also considering a fourth is Sziky. This is a low mineral base, admittedly, so not the biggest yield. But we are looking like, okay, a remade Warden. We've got 6 on gas instead of just the usual 4, which is, you know, you do get a benefit from putting 2 extra workers or 1 extra worker per node. It's just reduced. Embassy was made at the natural. The Witness is going to be available for the breakout. And the air units should make it so that this is very unlikely to do a lot of damage. If from this position Aoud can somehow make magic happen, you know, if he can push forward from this spot, I would be very, very impressed. It doesn't necessarily mean he's completely out of the game, but you are talking 2-base Protoss versus what will be a 4-base Zerg soon. But for the time being, it's not. That's not the situation. He scouts and recons with the Sims. Lake is providing some splits. Witness will be available, and the Gladius will come out. I mean, there's hardly any anti-air here, so Sziky is just going to have to falter from this position. And it was only 3 Lakes. It wasn't a huge committal. Really what he's been doing behind this, as 1 Lakes does indeed fall, is he's been making a lot of quas, and he's been making the Ultra Cores. There's not really a good answer to this right now. We don't have a large number of manifolds. It looks like only 2 with the army. So actually, it won't be terrible. You want 3, of course, to ignore all of the armor of a Zorius or an Ultra Core. Let's see if this engagement works out for Protoss. He's not actually pre-positioned in a good way, and his Witness is being attacked thanks to the Ovulettes being in position. The Idols, the Charlatans are cloning so much damage. The Gladiuses are being attacked by Quas, and one of them will go down. There's still 4 alive, but the ground army's getting mulched right now, and I don't think there's really any proper answer to the Ultra Cores. There was nothing to slow their assault. It doesn't help that there are Nathracores in this position, but it looks like they've all been taken care of. The air units can try for a counterattack. The 3rd base, optimistic here for Aoud, will have to be canceled. And, well, again, the air units are still alive. The Gladius are kind of thrown about. And there's not a huge response there from Sziky, but you can see how hard it is for this Lattice army to break Ultra Cores without gateway support. You don't have the Hierophant to slow down their attack speed, and you don't have anything to stop them from life-stealing and crushing through. Nothing that will break their armor, their hide, enduring forevermore. Gladiuses don't cut it. The Nexus is broken open, and I think pretty soon we're going to be looking at a GG. It's not what we expected as far as the navigation of that early game, but it was a pretty cool back and forth. It just felt like Sziky was never properly punished for his opening. And obviously part of that is down to the fact that he got so much power, so much effort from that early pressure. He got a lot of worker kills, and it was more than enough. Sziky taking game 1. Up next, we go to Patadia, which is Sziky's map pick. We're going to have to see if Aoud has any more in him. I can see him nodding to himself as he considers his next few options, thinking about what he's doing. Thinking about what is next for him. I don't blame him. It's a tough matchup right now. A lot of Zergs feel like they've figured out a lot of things. A lot of Protoss feel like they're up against a lot of difficult choices to make. So, not necessarily favored, and we'll have to see if the early game is going to work out in the same way. But Sziky didn't play the style that even he normally plays. He doesn't normally go for that early movement. That was a very different look from him, and it was refreshing to see as a result of that. But we have another match to play. We have at least 3 maps to play, and we're only 1 deep. Can Sziky show us the way again? The Blood Protoss of Aoud 64 in the top left. It's Sziky in the bottom right as Midnight Green Zerg. And we will be looking ahead towards another one of those 8 pools for Sziky. Still, even though he goes 8 pool into Larvosk, I think that fast second Larvosk, and of course the fact that he went for such a heavy committal on units, wasn't interested in workering up, you know, expanding, drolling. He was not going for that. That's an interesting change to his style. He's already maybe thought a few things through about this, so... Well, you're going to have to watch out if you're on the side of the Protoss. Let's see what he wants to do. Ayud 64, opening lattice yet again. A second one will go down with the 25 gas he's got. And he'll work your scout off of that second production structure. On Patadia, of course, you know where your opponent is. It's a 2 spawn. Something to think about here as well is, yeah, whether or not it was going to be a vassal first. I feel like opening vassal definitely tells Sziky that he needs to do a slightly different approach here with his early larva. But he's still going for the Zeth. The vassal would already be out and starting to fly across the map now, applying a little bit of that pressure to the Zerg. But yeah, you can see here, he drolled a little bit in that early game on Frozen Sylphid, instead going for that Quaz as the immediate follow-up. So already forcing an adjustment and then not doing the vassal play here has some legs to it, right? Double idle after the first sim. The Zeths come out and ignore the Scribe Scout. Actually, it's 2 sims that were made during that time. He's going to think about maybe pivoting away. I mean, when you see not so many eggs, when you see the fact that there's 1 pair of Zets, 1 pair of Quaz, do you consider an early timing with your units? Sim falling back, this first one as well, not really too interested in getting deep into the area. Yeah, the idols revealing themselves maybe is a little bit of an issue. And Sziky will end up, narrowly keeping that Zeth alive. The orb walking not quite perfect there from Ayud. A Manifold and a Sim as the follow-up. We have a Grand Library coming. Okay. Okay, both sets are going to be cleaned up by the robotics units, leaving Sziky in the dark, going for that Vornath. Has plenty of larvae to work with here. If he's going to go for another bust, the Protoss is going to have to hold. And if the Protoss is out of position, it could go up in smoke very quickly. But it's going to be a while before we get to the Zeth count that we really need for those Vorvs. You can see 3 pairs just got queued up. There's another one that's 4 pairs actually just get queued up now. So feels like that's going to be where you're going to get a lot of your money, right? You want those tanky frontline units that come from the Zeth evolution, our Zergling equivalent here. And immediately going for them. Trying his best to spend down his mineral bank on that. And, you know, when the Vorv dies, it turns back into the Zeth that made it, which obviously means that then he's got a bit more DPS, a bit more power. So we'll have to see how that one takes shape. The Grand Library is going to finish up here. And so far, just holding the ramp, being very conservative, Ayud going for the Cantavis. We love to see it. He had a ridiculous Psystorm against Arbuz. I don't think Sziky is going to give him the same opportunity, but that was a highlight of the quarterfinals. Feels like so long ago now. Vorv will come in for a scout. Actually, we're killing a Vorv and almost full killing it to that degree it's not bad. You know, it does take a little bit of the teeth, or I suppose the wings, out of this push. Expansion coming. Confirms no likewise move for the Protoss, so Sziky happy to go for a little bit more of an economic approach to this game, as his early move out hasn't given him the results that he wanted. His units are kind of warping around in the middle of the map right now, not necessarily a focused approach. And there's a lot of Protoss chaff here as the Nexus does get put down. So we got to see what Ayud's scaling approach is going to be. How is he going to get into the mid game with an army that can approach what Sziky has? If he can go for that double Stargate again, and he can actually play through the early and mid game, to his credit, he hasn't taken any losses from that early approach. You can see him canvassing around the map with this sim, looking for the Zerg army, and Sziky might be a little bit surprised to see the Protoss on the move. This is not typical of this matchup. Sim flying over off to the side, just watching for any potential flanks. A couple units catching some Quaz on the retreat. That's not intentional from Sziky that they split that way. And Ayud even keeps his sim alive. So some very high-level army moves right now. The Quaz count's pretty ludicrous. Sims aren't going to be able to step to them very well. And we're going to need to see whether the storm is going to have a huge impact. Oh, the hallucinate affects so many of Ayud's own army units, and he doesn't stutter step away from it. That might have been a pretty big whiff there as a result. Throwing down that hallucination, and it gets caught by the melee units, the Cantavis, stabbed in the back by acid, and what is even left for Ayud at home? He hardly has anything. At the very least, there's only Quas, right? It's only Quas that are on the approach. You can handle that with some well-placed storms or, just having a lot of armor on your units. There's not really much of a huge follow-up. It's not a Zeth round. It was a bunch of Drolls instead. Sziky trying his best to get up to a good worker count off the back of this, but still, it's scary when you see a whole horde of Quas barreling towards you. We got 24 Quas, man. It's a lot. He's going to go after the Herald. Amaranth obviously going to take a while to go down. And the idols will help splash this out. Yeah, so even though that looked really scary, these guys are shooting peas based on the armor that the Amaranth has, the armor of the Herald as well. You can see it hardly took damage there. So he lost 2 workers, or a worker maybe. And at the end of the day, he survives. He can breathe a sigh of relief for now. But he lost all potential pressure as well. Not only, did Hallucinate hurt his own units, it did actually kill a lot of the Vors. It confirmed the kill on a lot of the melee units. But was it surplus to requirements there? That's the question. Worker count is actually relatively even. 2 gateways being added for supplementary forces. I wonder what that's actually going to look like. Is that going to be Ecclesiast at this stage of the game? It's weird to see gateways at 7 minutes almost. Being added as a choice that wasn't available before. But he might be concerned about the presence of the Ultra Core, the looming presence of it. Of course, the Shroud not evolving just yet. And he does need a witness for his army. He already has one. Envoy coming, so drop harassment is going to be on the menu here. As you can see, a lot of great map vision for Sziky, but it's maybe a little bit fleeting. And he hardly has anything when it comes to defenses Ayud, so he's going to be a little bit under-equipped here to handle stuff like even just a quick little cheeky move, but Sziky does end up losing the Zeth. He's got his 3rd base finishing up. The Witness flying around the edge, sees the lake is count. It's a respectable 5. You can't really engage with this. And again, no storm either to try to really punish the position. But think about the damage, the lack of damage with the Zerg comp. He actually only has the lake is for damage dealing. Zorius will eventually stack up if you stand there and let him, but you can sort of kite around that. Double Matrix in front of the Nexus. I suspect this Envoy is going to be for idols. There's not really anything else that you can throw in there unless you remake a Cantavis for a Storm Drop. The Ardent Authority warping in. Maybe he's going to sit on the Envoy for a little bit and get an Acantor out, or Positrons. But that is giving time for Sziky to go for the Nathracor pair there, and those do very good damage versus air units. Not like we got a bunch of Corsair equivalents or anything to deal with them either, so. It is going to be an Acantor. Zealot Amaranth out of the frontline production. The Grand Library and the Gateways. Lattices are just making more idols for that splash, and that makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't hate a Rogue Gallery for Charlatans, but where do you afford it? Where do you put it in your build? 3 Ultra Cores being made. Sziky going for a very similar composition to what he had in the last game as he sets up his 3rd base, anti-run-by defenses with the 2 circuits. Maybe spaced a little bit far apart, but I like the idea. A couple Amaranths would just sustain through it, but at the very least they would delay until army arrived to clear them out. The 4th Ultra Core also queued up here, by the way. He's got anti-drop defense inside the main and natural, although I feel like there's a lot of room for navigating around that. Particularly in the main base, you can still just unload inside the mineral line here. Only 17 workers in that base. All right, he's got the Envoy Acantor. Seems to be trying to keep it with him right now. Which is kind of an interesting choice to sort of be escorting his army with the Acantor. Zeth is going to get cleaned out at the forward 3rd. He's already watching the 12 o'clock at the same time. The double back to get the Zeth on the way back is a nice little flourish there, but probably just instinctual. Going for that Nexus. A prostration stage has already been started inside Ayud 64's base. That's going to be a pretty big option there. Nexus gets put down. The Scribe will be killed by the Paranaths, but I mean, that's okay. They can't really do anything else. You could leave him on the Nexus. It would just heal through it the whole time. Now, the Protoss army is out of position to defend this 3rd base. But honestly, I don't hate it. If he gets the cancel off, he doesn't. That's 400 minerals down the drain. If he got the cancel off and then, used it as army positioning fodder, he could either go for a wraparound. This Zerg army doesn't really seem as scary versus the composition that Ayud has been fielding. Remember, he's got an Acantor, and he's got some sustain with him as well. Oh, he's got multiple Acantors. Yeah, bombing through those Ultra Cores, you're not going to see the same level of impact from them as versus the robotics-heavy army. And so really all Sziky ends up doing is splitting a few sims and getting one of his Ultra Cores very bruised. But he's got that economic advantage, and he's going to be pressing the odds. Ski-backed already on the way. The upgraded Den will give way to other artillery options for the Zerg. Ones you don't need to burrow in order to get good range. Oh, we got some Zealots that are stuck. Protoss and SimCity, man. Name a more iconic duo. Pariah coming. At the very least, I think future units can't be stuck there, so those two Zealots will be the stoppers. No anti-air, really, with this composition, so the Acantor Envoy allowed to navigate around. It's not like, you know, there's any Zerg equivalent of the Goliath or something that can just go ahead and pop it. Good micro there to double back, but he needs to cycle the whole army back. It feels like the lake is burrowing in range. The Ultra Core's coming in with a frenzy. He's already lost one. We're going to maybe make that more, but the Acantors need to be powering through, and while the Protoss are not stutter-stepping fast enough, not respecting the lake as the Ultra Core swarm continues, we still have 4 of them active, and the whole army is wiped. AUD-64 facing another army reset. Shake of the head. A Pariah comes out now, but I think it's much too late to deal with this, and he only had one Acantor left the whole time. He does not have another in production. Lake is gifted over, maybe a lifeline that AUD needed in order to stay in this game. But I just don't see how you get through the Ultra Cores without that critical mass. And nothing to slow them down, nothing to reduce their power. The Pariah continues to try to carve things up. The Cantor's already been shellacked. The Envoy can't help out. The Matrix is trying to shield sustain, but there's so many more Lakers where that came from, and no more splash damage available for the Protoss. I think Sziky is looking ahead towards series point, grand final point. GG, we've reached the terminus. Our third map could be our last. Battle Spectre coming up, a forced cross-spawn map. So you're always going to be across the map from your opponent, despite the fact that there are 4 spawn configurations. To his credit, AUD-64 has been in dire positions before. He's faced Elimination and brought it all the way back before. Can he still give us a good show? Battle Spectre is a map that he selected. Obviously, Sylphid didn't go his way. Patadia, I think if he had kept a better eye on where his Hallucinate, where his Storm was going to be, maybe that Cantavis could have shifted the odds back in the day. Maybe he could have gone for a different go of it anyway when it came to the, a redo on the Cantavis, try to make another one. But either way, we are looking for some more action here between our players, and we'll have it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's map 3, Battle Spectre. Sziky could go forward into the upper final based on the outcome of this map. AUD-64, our blood Zerg. Oh no, he's Protoss. Maybe he's Zerg next time. Sziky, though, is the dark green Zerg in the top right. I gotta say, picking Battle Spectre versus Zerg is actually kind of funny, because through the tech that forces the cross-spawn and randomizes it, as you can see, the Kgra, the creep, it doesn't fully spread out. And so I think that's actually not a terrible idea if you're going up against Zerg to pick this map just because of that little engine quirk. That maybe will be resolved at one point, but, you know, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. Gateway coming. We already have the difference maker here, AUD-64 going for a gateway. Is he going to be filtering down to the same strat? I wonder. Is he going to be doing the same thing? Gateways. Neblime did a 4-gate Legionnaire all-in game 4 after taking a game off of Sziky. AUD-64, widely regarded as a superior player in the macro department, in the unit control department. I think we saw some excellence from him on Patadia when it came to the army movement, but maybe not in terms of the usage of the composition when it came to the fights themselves. The lack of stutter stepping, where Neblime would never do such a thing. It comes to mind. It's interesting to watch him struggle stylistically in a different way. Sziky going for that double Larvosk again, and it is a Legionnaire. It all comes down to the Legionnaire. We'll see if Aoud can surprise his opponent. Because Sziky is going a bit greedy here, right? He's going for the Zeth into one pair of Quas, into make a couple workers, you know, see if you can't handle it that way. Is he going to immediately pivot away when the Legionnaire is shown, though? Are you showing your hand? Well, it's actually Ecclesiasts. Hold on. There's layers to this. There's layers to this. The Ecclesiasts kind of tell me maybe we're going to go Zealot after? Is this Zealot Ecclesiast with a single Legionnaire Scout? I mean, there's some potential for this to work. There is some potential for this to work, but it has to go a different way than what happened for Neblime, right? Neblime didn't get off the ground with this build. And it wasn't the same kind of build. It was a 4-gate instead of 3. This is going back to the basic that Oya showed us a while ago. Zealot Ecclesiast off of 3 gateways to pressure the Zerg. Can the Protoss actually do this? Because the Vornath timing with a big army here, Sziky has been optimizing for an early game engagement. And if it doesn't happen, then he expands and he has a nice army. This might be an anticlimactic end for our Protoss, as opposed to a hype continuation of the series, because it feels like maybe while the Legionnaire's trying to keep a good scout on what's happening, he needs to get a good read on the army size of the Zerg. And that's what the Legionnaire's job seems to be, as Aoud's trying to expand behind the Zealot Ecclesiast. Pretty expensive to be running 3 production structures, though. You see, that's why he's actually not running all 3. Oh, never mind. He decided he would. Go ahead and drop that Nexus, buddy boy. Wouldn't hate a pylon as well, just to get some static defense if you're worried about being overwhelmed. Bunch of Zets coming. Pairs of Naths. Vorvs at the front. Legionnaire scouts a whole buttload of Quas and doesn't quite get away from the Swarm's grasp. So, Vorvs off to the side at 6 o'clock. Pretty crafty here. Yeah, there's the pylon. I think he realizes I'm going to be under attack here pretty soon, and I just need to hold. Interesting. Well, Quas scouting ahead. Uh-oh. If the scribe gets popped, it's going to take some time. A Grand Library is part of the wall. Hey, Krankendow! Krankendow told us all about this. He said walls for Protoss are really good. Funneling forward. Here comes some Naths. Now the Ecclesiasts can help deal with those. The Zealots are obviously going to be pinched off there. And yeah, the Ecclesiasts are not going to have too much of a struggle with the Nathricors, but the Vorvs are still at large for now. Some of those Zealots starting to falter. I think as soon as this front line goes for Sziky, he needs to get out of here. What are you going to do versus Zealot Ecclesiast with a bunch of Quas that can't kill armor? The answer is not a whole lot. Holy moly, that worked out fantabulously. Aoud, you've got some things to do here in the series still. His Nexus finishes ahead of the hatch as well, although, of course, Sziky does have some workers already on it. I think we're going to be seeing some nice moves here. Seedon already coming up. I wouldn't hate the idea of him sending some of his gas workers up here to mine minerals or even mine this ridge at the same time, but we're talking really specific optimizations here, and he's just trying to stay alive against a pro player in another game. Well, the Grand Library will provide him with, of course, the much-needed Cantavis if he wants it, Herald maybe. Wouldn't be surprised... Oh, he's already got an embassy. Oh, straight into the prostration stage. Okay, so I was going to say, wouldn't be surprised to see him throw down an embassy for detection, but he's already got a step ahead of me. Herald coming out. This looks like he wants to go for a pretty fast pariah timing, skipping up on the Ardent so that he doesn't spend too much of his resources on that. He can set up some more harvesting here pretty soon. Vorvs coming. A lot of Nathricors. I think maybe Sziky is over-indexing into that in some way, but we still don't have any static defense. We got the one Zealot walking around here and sees the army. So a Warden, or a Matrix rather, will go down. That makes a bit more sense even than a Warden. Prostration stage still halfway done. The Grand Library has only made 1 Herald so far. The Naths sharking around looking for something. Maybe assuming there's going to be a Cantavis to deal with. Oh, there's a Warden here, but it's not that efficient. It's not that useful. Pinches off a couple of Ecclesiasts to try to deal with this. And that's going to be a pretty good way to keep the Scribes alive against the Natharas. Ecclesiasts heal shields around whatever they're shooting. So one of them will go down. This is 8 Nathricors, remember, so it's a little bit harder, and one of the Ecclesiasts isn't even fighting. But the Ground Army isn't getting involved in this fight, so really this is just a question of whether or not Aoud minds losing some of these gateway units. As the Warden finishes up, that should be a wrap on the attack there. 3 Nats staying alive. You got a couple of worker kills. And of course a couple of Ecclesias kills. Some damage dealt to the Hierophant, which is going to matter later on, because I think the Hierophant is going to provide a lot of value against things like Ultra Cores, but you do need to target fire and have more than just one. Pariah coming out. We're still wondering what the scaling factor is going to be here for Aoud as he makes more Ecclesias out of his gateways and more frontline out of the Grand Library. Already mining gas here in the natural, or third base rather, as Aoud does another round of workers. Haven't been able to break out of the position, but it's just because he hasn't walked past the Zerg force that can't really do anything to him right now. We got a lot of Zoryus, some Lakis. There's a timing here, a window, where the Ulgorg is going to finish. The Zoryus are going to need to turn into something more useful. And of course, the Lakis count is going to be a little bit low. Max we're going to have is 5. Nath patrolling to see if there's a third base behind this. I don't think there will be. I think Aoud recognizes his position. Pariah number 2 on the way. No ridge cap there inside the natural, only inside the main base right now. Well, he's going to go for some kind of tech. I think it's going straight to Ancestral. No, it's Unitary. A couple of those plus a Crucible wouldn't suck right now. Maybe nestle that Crucible right underneath the Unitary. Yeah, okay. All right, Aoud, I see you. And he doesn't want that second Unitary just yet. So we've, instead of going for that very, very narrow timing window that I spoke of there, Aoud is deciding to index into more tech, but not actually expand. And, you know, the surface area of your base is a weakness that Sziky can exploit. So is it any wonder that he won't expand right now? Sycophant, going to help clone shields to nearby targets. Plenty of Zealots to speak of here. Some Ecclesiasts. Not a lot of crowd control unless those Lakis get some nice spines off. Witness continuing to fly over. The Scribe will be going for a third base now. That Unitary Union is nearly complete as it is. Artisan's coming up as well to harvest more distant bases. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and clear the Nath. Oh, the Nath record killed an Artisan. That's sad. Sad for Aoud. Artisans are remote workers, so they they go on site, right? But then they port their resources back. Vibrance! Okay! I thought it was a Cillian to try to use Armor Pen or whatever. Maybe Unar, something like that to deal with the Acantor threat. No. No, it is not. Vibrance to keep your army alive so the rest of the army can do the heavy lifting. Zerg billowing out all across the map right now. Pretty beefy looking army. Almost 100 combat units. Our production meter here in the top right tells you worker count over military count. So when you see 90, that is not 90 supply, that's 90 units. And Aoud releases some tension, scratching the head as he pushes forward up the natural. These structures that he's put down here are going to slow things for now. One of the Ultra Cores has been debuffed by a Hierophant. That won't be attacking very quickly at all, and serving as a bit of a bottleneck for the rest of the Zerg. Pariahs haven't really been able to get to the front line. 2 of them not fighting right now. The Nexus will finish warping in. The Warden, repowered by that Nexus, will start to put some damage down. We've got another flank at the same time, but the Vibrance is never going to die. Not against Quaz, as more and more of these Pariahs are starting to take damage. Remember, the Lakis are a big portion of the damage here. Hierophant trying to debuff the Ultra Core, but it goes down. It goes down. There's not really a whole lot here to support the army on the high ground anymore. Multiple Vibrances, but they haven't really been able to make magic happen. Ultra Cores have gone down on the low ground. We've got only 2 left. Up top, we have 3 still fighting, and the third base does get cracked open. The army being reduced. Is this Sicky's moment already? Vibrance very good at dealing with the Rilla Rokor spam as well. It's worth pointing out. The Pariahs are going to help out with that as well. Back to the SimCity that helped him so much in the early game. The Vibrances are not going to be easy prey to be brought down. Still, is it ever going to be enough to break these Ultra Cores? The Vibrances restoring shields to themselves and their allies. The Zealots almost unkillable for the rest of the front line coming in. We have more Ultra Cores where that came from. Really, only we have one. More static defense coming online. Another Pariah, but can he possibly make it out of the chokehold that has been formed around this natural? One of the Pariahs goes down. The Ultra Cores just refusing to relent. The Zealots coming on in, and Aoud taps out. GG. Good luck in the finals. It's Sziky the whole way through. Kind of feels like maybe there we could have actually seen a clutch hold, but what was the follow-up? You know, a fourth base easy to take in that position for the Zerg. Had 3 mining going for some time. Obviously great tech development as well. And the tech that Aoud was using, it was all there just to desperately try to hold on and see what he could do. So it comes to this. Aoud does not post a result. It is a lower final berth for him as Sziky moves on to the grand final. Kasuga saying, what a sad game. I agree, Kasuga. Something about that really got me. That was really good. We'll see if either of our players wish to join us for an interview following the games. And if so, we'll see what they have to say. But that is the end of our upper final. Sziky moving on 3-0. We'll see if Aoud wants to interview as Sziky has declined. You know, he's in the upper final. He'll talk to me then, he says. Or he's in the grand final, I should say. He'll talk to me then. We'll see what Aoud says. All right. I'll go ahead and bring him up. Aoud, it is a somber note to talk with you here this early morning after your defeat at the hands of Sziky, at the claws and Zerg of Sziky. How are you feeling despite the losses? Because you are top 3 in the tournament. You still have a shot at making it all the way back into that grand final. Maybe even favored to do so looking at the rest of the field. But still, it must suck. Tell me what you're thinking.
I thought I had some play, you know, against the Zerg, the Sziky Zerg. Nothing worked out really. I was just trying to, you know, to make something happen. But every time my efforts were deflected, I didn't really know what to do after game 2 because I noticed that I couldn't find the proper window of opportunity. It almost looked like Sziky always had an answer already waiting for me, and when I thought that safe play will be a better option, he ended up macroing way better and had multiple bases, and it seems that like he always had more production than me, so it was very frustrating that I couldn't find anything, even though I practiced a lot with HitEmUp, although the results were the same. But yeah, I guess I'm just very, very disappointed at my play.
Well, you say disappointed. There were some pretty hype moments at the very least, and I could see the gears turning when you go for the Cantavis in game 2, and you go for the sort of Legionnaire into Zealot Ecclesias. That was a throwback into the Oya style, and even go for that wall, which I know Krankendow has been a big advocate of, is getting the Protoss walls down versus Zerg, and it worked out in the hold in game 3, but. Obviously not quite enough to make it overall because of the way that the army worked out. I was surprised at how Sziky did adapt because in my head, the guy's a busy man. He's a pro in Starcraft 1. He's, obviously got whatever he does for his full-time work and such, but he's out here, going for 8 pool every game. That's sort of he's the 8 pool guy. But he did come with some changes, and I think you saw that right from the rip in game 1, where he wasn't even making quas. He only made them because you hit him with a vassal. Otherwise, it was 1 pair of Zeth. He was being as greedy as possible in the early game, and then had a humongous army. I think at least 50% bigger than most Zerg armies are at that stage of the game, it felt like. So talk to me about that. Is my read on it correct, that he was very much a changed Zerg than maybe what you were expecting?
I believe there is some room of exploring for walling at the natural, because Zerg will always have more units than the Protoss, and the Zerg will always look to surround. So the wall helps a lot. I think that's the only way the Protoss can really hope to get away with an early expansion. And well, it's funny that that you mentioned and other players mentioned that Zerg is doing greedy plays early game. But the thing is that the reason I say this is because I believe Protoss doesn't really have like a tool to really pressure the Zerg, so he can be that greedy, because the Zeth are just so good. If you can morph them into Borbs, they are even better. The Zerg can just try to scout when the Protoss is moving out, and they still have plenty time to make units on response of that aggression, even though if they were just making Drolith during the early stages of the game. So they can really get away with that, even though if the Protoss manages to reach the base, the Zerg can just fall back a little bit, use the buildings as mid-shield, and they have so much larva, and the units are just so cheap that they can just overproduce on that instant and deal with aggression. Once the Protoss armies is finished, then the Zerg is really free to do whatever they want, because Protoss doesn't really have that much production early in the game, and the units produce very slow in comparison to the Zerg, of course. I just believe the Zeth just trade too well against Protoss units, at least for gateways and robotics. So it's really difficult for the Protoss to take early advantage when the opponent is high skill, the same skill than you. The Protoss has to rely on tech, and if you do tech, then you kind of fall behind on eco, because the Zerg will take the whole map, and once Ultra Cores are out, if you don't really have a lot of Acantors, it becomes really difficult to deal with them, because they heal so much. So yeah, I don't really want to sound like I'm just complaining and that's all, but I guess that's just the frustration speaking for me. But I believe this tournament, the Zerg is poised to win them all. Yeah.
It's definitely poised for Zerg Acropolis. I was wondering if it would be a Scozy Acropolis, and then Protoss were winning for a while. But I suppose if you look at the way that the bracket shaked out, Protoss didn't really have to fight against a lot of Zerg. You had to fight against Arbus, who rolled Zerg once in the series. And then, you think about the other matchups. As soon as Zerg showed up against Protoss, Protoss was a little bit worse for wear. Both of the semifinals, or rather the semifinal and now this matchup with Sziky defeating them. Of course, the question is always going to be, is that Sziky or is that Zerg? And obviously, HitEmUp has his own opinions on that. But I know that it's an interesting conversation for a lot of the community to have.
Don't get me wrong. Sziky is an amazing player. I'm pretty sure his mechanics and map awareness and everything are way better than mine. The only thing that comes to my advantage is the Cosmonarchy knowledge. But yesterday I believe I played against Grass, probably around 7 games, and he beat me probably in 3 or 4 of those games. And he was playing Zerg. I believe that's his main. And every time he went pool, it went really well for him. The only games I took from him were the games he let me tech and of course his macro wasn't as good as HitEmUp's or Sziky, so he was probably floating a lot of minerals and stuff. So yeah, like I said, if the Zerg is equally skilled than the Protoss or higher, of course, it's probably that the Zerg is gonna win.
In a fashion that doesn't look like there was much a chance in many respects. I do, of course, have like there's little moments here in each part of the game that I think of where you go for the hallucinate move, but then because it's technically a projectile that works like the idol or the Atreus where it explodes on contact.
Yeah.
The Zeth ended up like catching it, and then all of your units got the damage debuff too. So that ended up working. Not quite in your favor in the same way. But still, you were able to hold on because Quas can't do damage to armored targets. Were there moments where you were surprised to see that you were still enduring? Because I feel like every game of those three had moments at the early stages within the first 5 minutes or so where you were like kind of under the pump and you just were still standing afterwards. Sometimes with damage taken, sometimes not really. How was that feeling like in the moment?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there were some times that I believed that it was done for, that I couldn't hold, but surprisingly I did. But even though if I ever took minimal damages, that's just enough, to let you a little bit down, because you know that you can't take any damage if you're facing a Zerg. I mean, it's really difficult as it is when you are just macroing perfectly and doing everything your way. Now imagine if you just suddenly lost your initial army, or you lost a few probes. That means you're in trouble, and that means you have to do something. And when playing Protoss against the Zerg, it always feels like you are behind. Even if you stay at your base taking up, it feels you are behind. And I thought I could do the build I had prepared that I did to Arbus, where you rush tier 4, but when playing HitEmUp, I realized that build wouldn't work because you will just get overwhelmed at your natural. So it felt like all my answers, or the answers I thought I had, weren't going to work out. So I don't know. I after game 2, I was a bit lost. I was just trying to to stick with the builds I was most familiar of, the gateways, even though gateways probably are inviable right now. But I thought it went kind of good early in the game, but like I said, Zerg can just macro better, and if you let them breed, you're gonna be in trouble. And if you try to move out too early, you're gonna be in trouble. I mean, there are so many stuff that can happen to Protoss for a bad decision that will lead to a game lost. So it's difficult.
A challenge indeed, yeah. Where we're looking at the future of the bracket, of course, this is a question I always ask people as they, whether they proceed in the upper or fall down to the lower. We're getting down to the last tax here. The next time we meet, Ayud, it'll be for that lower final into the grand final. Our schedule a little bit different than last Acropolis. So a week from today, next Saturday, will be the final elimination match, and then the winner of that will face you in the lower final. Your available opponents, obviously by the end of today we'll know more, but Neblime or Hamster, that's another PVZ we got coming soon. Shopkeeper Dog or HitEmUp. Do you have a prediction as to who you will face in that lower final?
I think I probably face HitEmUp. I've said it before, he had all the tools that he needs to take the whole thing. I mean, his biggest enemy is it's not Sziky, it's not me, it's himself, really.
Okay.
He needs to overcome, that mental wall that sometimes he has. But I mean, I think if we could watch HitEmUp on his best day, he probably will be unstoppable in Cosmonarchy. It will depend on the races he lands on, because he picked random. I don't know, handicapped himself a little bit. But yeah, I think I'm gonna face him, and I might have a chance if he doesn't roll Zerg. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, if he rolls a Scozy, you can just rock up and defeat him in 4 minutes, right? Just like Shopkeeper Dogs. So.
Yeah, of course, I will just mass Dragons and win them all. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, I will say, looking at the bracket, it's a fair shout to mention HitEmUp. Of course, we don't know who's going to win those just yet, but we'll know in a few hours. Then, of course, we'll know what the follow-up match is. I feel like if it was somehow like Neblime HitEmUp and we had like the lower bracket was all of the old champs, all of the the champions of Acropolis 1, 2, and 3 in that area, and then Sziky up here like, hey, I'm the new guy trying to Royal Road as a pro player. That would be an interesting setup, but of course we'd have to lose Hamster and Dog for that, and I just don't know how likely that is. So we'll have to see, but. Obviously, Sziky up there in the grand final, now locked into best of 7 territory. And we got a show match cooking up that'll be playing before it. That'll be Sunday, the 26th, is a show match into the grand final. But, Ayud, you've made it pretty deep here. You obviously already are locked in for the next Acropolis, whereas the winner of our next 2 series, those winners will also get their invite into Acropolis number 5. Do you have any thoughts still? Any reconsiderations about your pledge there, your Neblime style pledge to stick with Protoss until a championship? Is that still your plan?
A part of me really want to stick with the Neblime path. Because it feels like this is a challenge that you impose yourself, and if you quit, then you're just you gave up and you're a quitter. You couldn't do it, but I mean, then again, I'm not really having that much of a fun playing as Protoss. I mean, playing Protoss in Cosmonarchy is a bit different than in Starcraft Remastered, because I feel like the Protoss in Remaster has the tools to be the aggressor in almost every matchup. But I believe in some matchups, the Protoss has just really have to sit and try to take up. And I don't really enjoy like playing too passive. When I was playing Terran, I felt like I could play some strategies that allow me to dictate the pace of the game,
right?
And I like to try to get an early advantage. So I'm thinking if I'm gonna switch back to Terran, but I think it's gonna depend on how many Terrans we will get for the next tournament. If there aren't that many Terrans, then I probably switch. But if we get some Terrans or some new Terrans, I'll probably stick to Protoss and try it one more time. To do the impossible challenge.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe if there's a low Zerg population, you're like, oh yeah, Protoss, I'll be Protoss. So let's see how that works. One thing that you keep bringing up is, different ways in which you feel the Protoss has to navigate the matchup against Zerg, and it makes me think a little bit. It sort of, I'm unearthing ancient tomes in my mind and taking the dust off and looking at like Starcraft 1 before Bisu. Like how did the Protoss even handle a lot of stuff? And it was kind of. I feel like this is maybe a little overblown, hyperbolic, maybe ahistoric. But to some degree, I was told that Protoss thought it as a dead matchup versus Zerg in StarCraft 1 before some innovations came. And so it is, even though it feels, dangerous, scary, maybe like disaster looms every time you play the matchup, hopelessness might be setting in for some Protoss. I do wonder if we're just, an innovation away without too many balance adjustments, which will still continue to come through to some degree. It'll be interesting to see whether or not there is some way to navigate it. If Oya was still here, would he be showing us the way? These are questions that I wonder, because it does feel kind of like, the top level players have a different meta, obviously including all of you guys, than everybody already. Like the players who are in class 2 level or class 3 level, there's things that you guys do that they try to emulate, but they can't quite do it if they don't have the same level of execution. And maybe there's just another layer above that. Could be cope, could be, hopium or whatever, but these are thoughts that I wonder about, because I've already seen patterns like this unfold where for a while it was Zerg who said it was impossible versus Protoss, and then they found the V key on the Vorvs, so they knew how to win that.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree at some degree, because Yeah, I believe like since we are like the first generations of, well, maybe not the first in my case, but I mean one of the first generations of Cosmonarchy players, and we have a
Yeah.
certain way of playing. You know, we have been trying to figure out the matchups throughout the whole time. Maybe we just need like a new mindset, you know, a new blood that can come up with new ideas and try to revolutionize. Because I mean, if we take the Brood War history, for example, there were many players, many old players. You know, the game was shaped a certain way, and Protoss was really struggling against the Zerg. Then, you know, there was Narra, who he was famous to trying, you know, to make these wacky and crazy plays, and he was having kind of success at some point. But then the Zerg figured out, you know, some good strategies. Then it was impossible for Protoss until Bisu revolutionized the whole thing. So I believe that, well, maybe I'm not quite sure, but maybe there has, you know, there is some room for still for exploring the matchup, and maybe we can get at certain point where Protoss doesn't struggle so much. But I don't know. Right now, at least not that won't come up from me. Maybe HitEmUp can think of something, because it seems he had some success trying to figure out stuff. Even though he always said that he just does dumb builds, and but they all end out working out. So
Yeah.
maybe they're not that dumb after all.
Maybe they're not
But
that
maybe,
dumb,
yeah, maybe we just need like a player like Oya, and try, you know, to figure the matchup up. I hope it happens soon. Without we are having to rely too much on balance.
Yes.
But right now, I just don't see a way that Protoss can just really hold the Zerg aggression effectively.
Well, you know what I say, Ayud, and what I've settled into over the last couple of years of looking at the evolution of Cosmonarchy is I care a little bit less about whether or not something, you know, a change that comes down the pike is particularly going to change up some balance. You know, I consider it for sure, and I don't do willy-nilly stuff, but my first and foremost concern is thematics, and that's why I'm going to buff the Atreus. But with all that said, there's going to be more thematic changes, and we'll see if that feels more Protossy, and then we can worry about the numbers and if they work, and if it makes it too powerful or too weak or something like that. So I do think there will be some cool strats coming, and I do think that there will be some fun times ahead. But we still are in this tournament. We still have a few matches to play. And I thank you very much for your time, your thoughts after the match as well are much appreciated, because I have the perspective of the dev and a little bit less of the perspective of the player. So it is helpful.
Yeah, I'm happy to help. Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, do you have any final words, closing thoughts before we send you off and navigate towards our break before our next match?
Well, no, not really. I think I'm gonna be rooting for the last Protoss in the tournament. I believe it's Neblime, because he's facing Hamster, right? So
That's right.
I'm just gonna I'm gonna be looking forward for those games, because sometimes, you know, I haven't had the time to practice against Neblime, or watch too many of his games. Maybe it's because of the time zone. But if there is someone that can come out with something on this tournament, you know, to shed some light to much needed Protoss, it's gonna be him, I believe. So yeah, hope he does well.
Alrighty, looking forward to it myself, and of course we'll find out what's going on in there in about 1.5 hours. So we'll have some time to fill in between. Ayud, thank you, sir, for your thoughts, and GG's. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, GG's.
I also have to extend my appreciation to Ayud for waking up so early. Of course, I did too, but I appreciate myself all the time. Ayud woke up very early to make this match work within the schedule, since he also has shift work today. He's not quite a professional Cosmonarchy player yet. Doesn't make enough money streaming or anything. So we'll have to see if that changes shape later on. But we can dream. We can dream. Acropolis number 4 continues. We have some more action here in favor of course, that Protoss versus Zerg racial matchup, but it looks a little bit different. Up next, Elimination 3A, Neblime versus Hamster. We can do a little bit of a match preview closer to the time. And I have a couple of ideas. I have a couple of thoughts and possibilities, and I want to know what you guys think about them here, because as of right now, we are on a bit of a long break between this and our next match. So maybe what I will do for you all is I will release earlier than initially expected my cast for today, the cast over that's meant to go live today. So we'll say, who even was this? Some players that I don't ever see in the versus AI department, and this is kind of a podcast. It's kind of more of a podcast than anything else. So you can definitely check it out there, and that'll be fodder for my break. So that's the Content Monarch ping for today, which for whatever reason didn't get synced to Fluxer, so I gotta manually post it. Oh, I think it's because Fluxer's having an outage. That kind of makes sense. Oh, Fluxer. Alright, well, I'll just have to post it later manually. So, we do have that match available, that particular epic cool thing available. And I am happy to send that your guys' way. Feel free to navigate over to there and check that video out. But while we wait, I think I'll be back in around the running time of that video. So I'll set the timer for 37 minutes from now. And when we return, maybe we'll hang out and talk a little bit. We'll have another kind of podcast, or maybe I'll even work on some Blood Summon stuff. I don't know. We'll see what's up. We'll see what people are doing, what people are thinking. But GLHF will be back for more Cosmonarchy soon. Oh yeah, boys, we got the setup here, rocking out with our stream setup for dev stream stuff. I don't know where Restream chat went. I don't know why it's not working. Oh, probably needs to be up here. There you go. Hi guys. Hi chat. You're on the screen during a Throneroom Stage stream. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to do was put a timer here, so we know when the next match starts. So we'll say... Actually, I don't remember what kind of source the... Is it text? Yeah, it is. Okay. There you guys go. There's a countdown above my head. What does it mean? It's alright, we'll find out. Find out together. Go ahead and close that for now. And I guess you guys probably also would like some background music, right? I know I would. Is that too loud? You guys will have to tell me. If it goes to 0, I will explode. Yeah, exactly. So the thing is that we have this epic setup here, as you can tell, and also I have a browser, and also I have Photoshop. You guys are seeing behind the scenes. This is what I got cooking for the tournament stuff, right? So that's all well and good, you know. That's all well and good. That's no biggie. We have a bit of a different setup here. I had to actually remake the whatchamacallit. I had to remake the overlay in this scene collection, because this is typically only for tournaments. And once you start a broadcast, you can't actually seem to change scene collections, so... But anyway, we'll go ahead and get some footage, some epic. Where am I? Okay, that one we don't need. Okay, this is the one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So there will be a random session of development here in the middle of our Throneroom Stage match. Also, I see my camera is actually cranked. Hold on. Fix that. Whoa. All right, cool. So I just had all these files lying around because I'm built like that. So now we get to pop into our VS Code, our terminal here. Trying to remind myself this is how I do this. It's not code that I'm used to running or stuff I'm used to running. Still, it's pretty cool. So, where are we at with the Blood Summon? Yes, we're going to be looking at the Blood Summon. The Blood Summon have been seeing occasional development during times of downtime, when I'm not busy working on the next leg of the tournament, like the hype video that I sometimes am editing. I edit one of those each day. I'm going to be real with you guys, I don't really know what I'm going to do for the grand final. So today we had a hype video that showed 3 series, and I don't know if I have a background song that's going to be good for 2 series. I I certainly don't know if we're going to have like a separate video for a show match intro versus a grand final intro. I don't know. I have to think about that. But I'm pretty sure I can use the same song. It's just a question of timing. Anyway, we have... don't mind the icons. They're all kinds of placeholder, shall we say. And we have here the capillary, as you guys can see here. The artery is another one. But yeah, we started on some of this stuff. We know some of their other structures as well. If we go look at the dredge, you see that it can make the atrium, the capillary, the antibody, the fibrous font, the skin shed, and the artery. Oh yeah, I saw your question about the landlock. Was that yesterday? Maybe that was today for you. I don't know what the time zones are like. But I think I saw you ask if the landlock was alive. There's definitely some installing of like biological entities into mechanical housings, and that happens for their units as well as their structures. But the overall, it's not like the overall landlock is one Escosi. That's definitely not quite accurate. Probably true for the grandstand. But there's still, like, mechanical components, right? It's not just, like, all made out of the biological flesh or whatever. So, yeah, the answer is partially. To a lesser extent than... Like, Escosi are about utilitarian practicality in many respects, and so when they need to use biological material as a battery or as a fuel source or as a computer chip equivalent, you know, some kind of processing power... they will use it, but if it's more convenient to have it be mechanical, then they'll do that. Like the Antichathon, many apostles into one. Not really in the same way. It's like, because the Antichathon is like a bunch of chemist brains in one vat that has a chassis around it that's like a vehicle, almost like a Dracodon is a shell for a fallen Protoss. Whereas the Escosi structure example that I was giving about, like, for example, the landlock, it's more like a structure that has places where, like a mechanical structure that has places where biological agents are deployed and installed into it as if they were a piece of hardware. And so that's the difference, I would say. Like, there's a distinction between hardware, like biology as hardware, wetware, I think they call it, installed into a context of that versus anything else. Yeah, so yeah. If the term hemorrhage does not appear in any blood summon, yeah. Well, we're writing down a bunch of stuff for sure. Pretty sure that's the right way to spell it. I'm sometimes used to the British spelling where they have the random A in there. So I'm not sure about, like, I really don't know that much about 40K, but I'm pretty sure servitor computers are like a 40K thing. That sounds about right. So if that is the case, there you go. We have a ton of potential names. I saw Jack Yelinsky posted a huge comment with a bunch of potentials. So lots to work with, lots to work with. Also, let me know if the music in the background is an uncomfortable volume. It seems like it's fine right now. So yeah, I keep trying to Alt-Tab. Maybe I should take this page... Can I take this page out of here? Is that a thing? Oh, I can pop it out. So that's good. We're learning, guys. I can't F11. So I can't, like, full screen it or whatever, but that's fine. Well, that's good, because I keep trying to pop it out and then Alt-Tab into this and then tab back in. It's a lot more convenient to Alt-Tab. Hold on here. Oh, cool. We have a couple of FFA maps that I just got sent. Adversary was the. I thought that if you were gonna make a single player fantasy RPG, like in the vein of like a Dungeon Siege. Or even an ARPG like Diablo or something. Adversary was a name I kicked around for a game like that. I feel like that's a good one. Like, Nemesis is kind of too generic. Even though Adversary is technically... It's like Nemesis is mythological as well, but Adversary feels more thematically poignant somehow, which is funny, right? Because Nemesis is like a more complicated word. So, I don't know. I like it, though. I guess I should probably start jotting down some of those notes anyway, since we're in the mood to take notes. I did like Grimoire as a structure. I think that's really good. That's something that Jack Alinsky suggested. I think that kind of thing is nice. Conjure it. Conjure it almost sounds like a catch-all term, because it's a little generic, right? But that doesn't mean it's not something I can still use or incorporate. I'm considering whether to use mythological terms from Terrans. I think if I do that, I'm also going to be fleshing out some mythological terms from Protoss and Ascozi and Kogri, so that we have them using mythological like terms from all kinds of races that they may have assimilated in some capacity. Assimilated is the wrong word. Been summoned by. So. I do like antigen. That's good. Karyocyte as a unit that makes thrombocytes. That's pretty good. Servitors are people that are vegetables turned into some cybernetic machine for use in manual labor. Oh, okay. We're using Hall of Heretics to be a blood summon building would be funny. Hall of Heretics was so cool, though. I think it needs to be reserved for Protoss, honestly. I was actually... So while I was falling asleep yesterday, I think, maybe a little bit before, I don't know, maybe it was when I was brushing my teeth. Maybe it was some other time. No, I guess that wouldn't have been yesterday. There's a time recently where I was thinking about the Blood Summon, and I was thinking about their unit count. And I actually think that... So if we look at the Ascozi by comparison, right? The Ascozi, technically, so if you count the units that they have, which is harder to do in the new site because it clones the unit entries or whatever, but you have 4 units out of the landlock. You've got 4 out of each production structure, so you're talking. There's 12 in tier 1, by the way, and then you've got 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36. So they only have 36 units, actually, by this count. Which is actually less than I thought they would have. They are planned to get some more infrastructure-based units, and that will include like advanced transports and stuff eventually, which might come out of the other structures. But whether they end up getting like a tier 4 or not, I don't really think so. I think they'll probably be stopped at around 40 units, if I had to guess. Like if they get 2 units at tier 2, and 2 units at tier 3 in the infrastructure camp. That'll bring them up to 40. I'm not counting the wards that they have, although if you counted those, it would go up to, I guess, 39 right now. I think that's actually totally fine. I really don't think that... I don't think that the Blood Summon need to have a humongous unit roster in the sense of like 50 units or whatever. Like, I know that we've all looked at all of this stuff, right, before, but, you know, Terran's having, what is it, 7... It's like 14 units, or no, it's 3, 5, 7. So 14, make it 18, 19, 20, 21 in tier 1 alone. Obviously buffs them up quite a bit. And then you come down here to this territory and you're looking at, 28, 32, and 39. And then you get into tier 3 and it's 43, 50, 54. 54 units. No, wait, 55 units for the Terran. So, like, I actually think it kind of makes sense for the Terrans in some way, though I wouldn't be opposed to a crunch that takes some of those units and divvies them up among factions or whatever. I guess it would be like the abolition of some add-ons or something would how we would have to do that. I don't know. It feels fine. It doesn't feel like we need to change it. It doesn't feel like we need to do anything about it for the races that exist already. But I don't really think the Ascozi need 55 units. And I kind of feel the same about the Blood Summon. Like, this is a kind of a complicated conversation to have, because the expectation is that each race in Cosmonarchy is made up of a relatively similar number of units. And for the Ascozi to be at maybe 40 units after their infrastructure updates come through, and the Terrans to be at 55 would seem like a pretty steep difference, a pretty steep imbalance even. But I think it would not... It doesn't really feel like it's that good for the game, that much of a value add, to have those more bolstered tech trees. So... yeah, I agree, Alexander. So when I look at this, I think to myself, like, I'm thinking the Blood Summon will probably have, I think I was doing the math. This is what I was going back to when I said, like, yeah, well, I was falling asleep, I was doing this. The math would be like, you know, they have 4 times 3 in tier 1, plus, well, right now they have 2 in the infrastructure, but maybe that'll go up. And then they have another set of, like, their tier 2 gives them 3 units per structure, or something like that. Actually, I think the other... yeah, so what I thought of, actually, was like, there's 5 units per... in tier 1, there's 5 units, because there's going to be 2 production structures in each branch. And so one will give you 3 units, and another will give you 2. I think that's one of the things I was thinking of. It could be instead that we end up going for, like, a tech unlock. Sort of like how the... it'll be more straightforward and segregated, I think, like a torrential production and a torrential tech. It's not like the torrential tech unlocks stuff in the somatic branch. It's not like the Ascozi. I'm debating on how we want to upgrade their tier ups. I kind of like the idea that they need more atriums for it or something. Like, each atrium unlocks another thing, gives them another step. So, like, when you start off with 1 atrium, you can make the skin shed and whatever the somatic thing is, and then you build the second atrium and you can make the tech for the torrential and somatic branches, and then the first pustulant thing. And then when you hit a 3rd atrium, you can build tier 2 and the pustulant tech. Stuff like that's kind of neat. So that might be how I approach it. But either way, like, in a way that there's also, like, the overdetermination of that angle. Like, then you're making it so that they want to expand a lot just so they can tech up. And it also kind of invisibly neuters their tech. If they lose, like, an outer lying base, they also lose some tech. If there's so many steps to that, then that could be kind of frustrating. So there's some cool thematics to it, but I feel like in gameplay, like Supply's got cool thematics to it, but in gameplay it's kind of annoying, right? So. Annoying and constraining and all of those things. Tiers get upgrades based on how many die. We need to take take into account how many units you've made out of skin sheds, and when you've made 50 units, you get the tech. No, I don't know. That would be a really funky race if you think about it, because if you end up with like a big expansion, the way that you tech up is actually by spamming down a lot of tier 1 production. I don't know, there's something kind of neat about that. Another thing, and this is actually something I was saving for the Psychora in Xibalba, was the Psychora upgrade their structures, and you can build their structures directly. So they would have, like, imagine Zerg regressionless Zerg tech nodes being the production for the Psychora. Basically, it was like your skin shed upgrades to this second level, and then your advanced worker can just build the second level. And then your ultimate tier 3 worker can build the third level directly. But there is no regression, so it's not like Zerg, where they evolve and then they devolve. It's just you're turning it into an advanced version of itself, basically. The only problem with that I can immediately foresee is upgrading the structures is a constant tax you have to pay. It sort of reminds me of the add-on issue that Terran had, but it doesn't require different build space, and so maybe that's like a balancing act there that feels good. So, also, you know, anytime you're not having to use a dredge for construction is actually going to be a little bit of a relief for the Blood Summon player. If we build in a mechanic that you're upgrading something by way of the structure and not needing a dredge for it, then if you can't locate your dredge or you lost it or whatever, it's not as bad of an issue for you, right? Still things you can do if you don't have active builders around. So, yeah. Anyway, all of that said, we go to the atrium now. And we will say... Oh, I keep doing this. Not really what I need to do. Here we go. Antibody. Oh yeah, I was just looking at the capillary. Suborder is 4. I think if we go like... Oh yeah, it's just a copy-paste right now, but atrium, and then... Would you put antibody before capillary? I guess we'll go to Zerg for that. Where's the ESC again in the buildings? Oh, it's just by itself. Well, that's not very readable at all. Yeah, I don't know. Vic will have to do some work on that, I think. But it looks like we do pylon, sedent, and then defensive structures. And if you look at the Terrans, they do sieve and then defensive structures. So I don't know why the Escozi... Yeah, they have arch... Grandstand Chantry. I don't know why it's suborder 4 then. That doesn't really make any sense to me. So we'll say the capillary is suborder 1. And then if we look at the antibody, it'll be suborder 2. And we'll say... defensive icon. And of course, you know, you got to think about like... You do have to think about the, like, not just the transport weight of it, but also, like, what does it involve any particular, does it involve anything in particular when it comes to the, oh yeah, the spiritual, detection, like, where is the detection for the blood summon in terms of static detection? The grandstand services that for the Escozi, but you have to like turn off the weapon in order to do that. Yeah, that's basically what I arrived at too, Alexander. Oh yeah, that's right. I wasn't sure about this, so I was thinking about the thrombocytes some more too, and I feel like if the blood summon, so the blood summon are going to have this like trait where you can attack an allied unit and heal them. Their damage becomes healing for allies. And I don't know if I want the thrombocyte to be a unit where you have to manually target stuff. Also, the weapon range is wrong for that. So. Let's do, it's supposed to be 3. Pretty middle of the road right now. I'll come up with a more sharp antibody projectile or passive later on. I'm conscious of time here. We're going to be starting our next series soon. Check in with our players. Oh shit, we got the eyelet wireframe. Very nice. I never sent my message that links the pick band, so I had to just go and do that. That's fine. Now I just need to go and do. I think this guy will probably just attack multiple targets at once. For sure, the thrombocyte's gonna have this, right? But also, I think the Acqui will. Macro atriums. Oh, of course, the skin shed needs category 1. All right, cool. Looks like Neblime is running a little late, potentially. Trying to think about what units Skin Shed will make besides the Thrombocyte, which is definitely a good one to have. It's starting to look like something, right, guys? We got ourselves the initial set of production. Bengalasabub. Hey, what's up, Fenris? Hope you're doing well. We're just waiting. We're in the Neblime Hamster waiting room. They are doing pick band now, so we'll be seeing them shortly here. In fact, how much time do we even have still? Oh, 5 minutes. 5 minutes to start. Okay. We better hurry up our work. It's called add-on here, so that's funny. Something that Vik is putting here is decided it's an add-on. I didn't declare it as such, so interesting. I mean, it's an evolution in a way. Blood Summon Baron Birth. Oh, that's pretty epic. That's pretty edgy. This is actually made by the Skin Shed. Obviously, all of the don't expect things to be correct in terms of costs or anything. We'll figure those out later. Everything is super placeholder, right? Hangman is pretty good. I mean, the Blood Summon, there's a deliberate choice to make it so that they kind of start out with, they kind of start out with, the, like, this more visceral aspect to their tech, right? Like, they're all bloody and organ-y and, or, you know, like, biological. Actually, this reminds me, I don't think that the somatic branch is really the same thing anymore. I've been thinking about it a lot. And I think that probably needs to be occult instead of somatic. Pollutant! Yeah, that's like that. Probably under weapons or abilities. Can you believe, Neblime, we had to wait so long between games? So here we are, doing dev. I see you guys have picked your maps, though. Oh, good. We actually go to Saberhand. That reminds me, I need to fix something on it. There's Spawn Inba. One of the mineral-only bases has 7 minerals instead of 6, so I guess I'll finally fix this issue. Dude, these minerals suck. Dude. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time. It's soon. That's what it is. It's fucking soon, boys. You know what that means. We got to go to a 1 minute break so I can get water, and then, yeah, I'll see you guys then. Ladies and gentlemen, enough sooning around. The lower bracket play begins today. Here and now, we've got Neblime taking on Hamster. PvZ continues. Our next match is going to be a Sziky versus Random, so it literally can't be PvZ, but that is not this match. This is a different look. We've got Neblime serving the Protoss race here once again. His fourth Acropolis consecutively playing Protoss. No, never mind. This is his third one. I just remembered he played Acropolis 1 and was victorious as Zerg. But, you know, Protoss is just harder, dude. Protoss is just harder. With that said, here we are. He's duking it out against Hamster, and Hamster has always been third place, but here he is in the lower bracket earlier than he ever thought. Will Neblime be able to overcome Hamster in a way that he could not overcome Sziky? That is the question we find ourselves asking, and everybody wants to know the answer. But on the other side of things, it's Hamster, who is, of course, our Zerg menace, going 3 for 2 against Arbuz Budesh earlier in the tournament after 3-1ing AOT. The only reason he's down here is because of shopkeeper dog. That damn dog, Sziky, obviously has gotten the best of Hamster's Zerg. But how many times is he going to go up against an opponent who ought to be able to win, but simply cannot? That is a question that we ask ourselves, because Neblime could very well be that player to either beat him in a way that Arbuz was able to best him in 2 Protoss versus Zerg matches, or it could be somebody further down the line. Our players have already completed their veto, and afterwards Neblime said, "I'm sorry, brother," and then Hamster said, "Do what you must. No regrets." And that's pretty banger, dude. I like that quite a bit. So we're going to bring in Neblime, assuming he is, of course, ready for interview. and we'll see what he has to say for himself, because he is going to have to do some matches, some games here. So he says, you know it, and you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. We'll bring in the man himself. Neblime, you're going to have to turn your camera back on, because that's just the way that Discord is when I move you in a channel. Can you believe it? But we are here.
The tech works.
The tech is going to work, I promise you. I promise everybody. It is going to work just fine. Let's get you popped out here so that we can see you in the appropriate resolution. And, of course, we can talk to you a little bit about the matches that you're about to play. How early is it for you today, Neblime? Is this a bad time?
What a fucking troll this guy is. He knows I'm normally playing at like 4 a.m., but today it's 11 p.m. So I'm actually playing at night, which is unusual for me. I'm used to the early morning matches, so I'm out of my element, honestly. Remind me, the Acropolis 1 finals, no, sorry, Ascension 7 finals, where Hamster had played like an insane amount of games and was like super exhausted. I was sleeping and I got up. Was that like around this time, or was it like later?
Oh, I can't actually remember the match time for Ascension 7. I feel like it was... I'm pretty sure it was much later than this. I think it was afternoon or maybe early evening my time.
Because I said to myself, like, okay, I've got to go to bed and then wake up.
Right.
And like I knew it would probably be Hamster I'm facing, when I got up.
Really interesting.
I'm just calling back to, Hamster and I's clash there. Of course, we have met since then. In Acropolis 1, I know I kicked him down. Acropolis 2, I don't think I made it that far, though. Sorry, I mean, I don't think I... Oh, yeah, no, that's right. I'm thinking of Acropolis 3, so I didn't make that far. Acropolis 2, I very barely beat him to come back.
Yeah, in the upper finals. So.
And now, here we are. I don't have any, fun things to say. This is a sad day. What are you making at Stu Pronogo? Brother against brother,
I know, yeah, and that's just the way that it goes, obviously, for a long time. This is
like, if you made BDB and I fight. If that happened... Imagine what kind of thing might happen in that match if that had ever happened, which it totally did.
Yeah, imagine what one Solarian can do to a man, especially when he's playing
exactly.
Well, fair enough. I mean, one of the things that I'm always interested in when I see you two fight against each other is how many games are going to be won or lost based on these attempts to do hype things. I mean, you've been accused before, Neblime, of trying to be too cute with your compositions. Players like HitEmUp are over here you're trying to build every unit. That doesn't work. That's not real.
It's good. It's not cute. It's the best strategy, I swear.
I
swear.
And so
when I make 4 gateways, rightly so probably, is you're not going to win like that. So
right.
Which is it?
That's right, HitEmUp. You got to pick a lane. But meanwhile, I mean, Hamster is the guy who famously in Ascension 7, to get to the upper final to begin with, was up against Hapsea, beat him with a Nath Rush, because at the time it was a whole different game, and Naths could be made just off the pool. And Hapsea could have countered it, but didn't know the counter. And he was so distraught by that loss and said so to Hamster that Hamster said, I agree, this is OP. And then didn't do it for the subsequent games. Still 3-0'd Hapsea, but he didn't actually do the Nath Rush at that point anymore. So he's a guy who has a weird sort of cinematic honor where he just wants to have really cool shots in the trailers later on. He doesn't necessarily care too much about winning. At least that's been the narrative. That's been the story. That's how I've known Hamster. But maybe he's a little bit of a different beast now. What do you make of him and his performance so far in the tourney?
Well, that is what I've always said in the past, but I don't know. I feel like he's overcome those sort of demons, if that's the right word, that way of thinking. I think if he wants to put me down tonight, he will. But we'll see.
If he wants to, he will. Interesting. Well,
but I don't know if he does want to, because I don't really want to put him down. But I don't have 2 modes like Hamster. I can only play to win. So we'll see how I do.
Well, that's how you were in the tribunal stage to get this far to begin with, and then you were like, "Damn it, I qualified as Protoss again." But all you can do is
very regrettable.
Yeah.
What have I done? Well, I think I can say based on my performance so far, it would have been hard for me not to get for Gauntlet. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I think you compared yourself to the people who squeaked in at the end. I mean, Biddy B did actually make it in. He was the last player to make it in. So
hype as fuck that Biddy B came in.
Yeah. He said he's going to try out for Acropolis 5, so maybe you'll have a chance to
Hell yes.
Throw him in your group, see what happens. But
whoa, you're getting ahead of yourself there, Pronogo, because I'm going to win this championship. I would have to play in
Yeah.
That was-
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you'd have to get right invite. And, you know, I do still want to do a thing where if it's at all possible to release the information of like who can play what, because this last Battlements I had to account for everybody's scheduling, of course. But I do want to get to the point where the winner of the whole thing can like decide which players they fight against in Battlements or something. You know,
that would be perfect.
I
That'd be
think
perfect.
I think that would be really good. There's something about that that's very enticing to me, shall we say. Well, overall, we're thinking about the participation that we have here in the tournament. We're thinking about the players that are still at large. Of course, earlier we saw AUD64 fall to Sziky. Probably the expected outcome for many, but when you're thinking about this, Neblime, do you have any thoughts, any concerns about the matchup specifically that you find yourself echoing sentiments from other players? Or is it your refrain still, as it was last time when we talked to you after your loss against Sziky, that I just don't know the meta very well. I'm not that up on games. How's your head in the meta conversation of it all?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned EU because in Acropolis 2, after fighting him in battlements, you were saying specifically in the cast, like, you need to come up with something totally different. And so I looked at that and was like, yep, my previous plans were just doomed. So I did just like radically change what I was doing. I made it further that way. So it's the same thing here. I've looked at it, and HitEmUp has been very helpful as well, giving like a full breakdown of what he thought and about my openings as well. So I do have to just not do anything I did in the Sziky matches, basically.
Okay. Even in the win.
Yeah, because honestly, that was a bit wild. Although I was motivated to pick Gilded Wall because I won against Sziky on it. So there we go.
All right. Well, I like that. You did overcome a pro player. You did better in the match score than Aoud ended up doing. But also, Sziky did seem to improve himself anyway. He looks a little scarier than he did before, which, honestly, like, obviously the best feeling as a dev or even as a casual viewer, I'm sure, is seeing things that you didn't think were possible in the game. And Sziky had more units than I thought possible at like 5 minutes into the game, just because he went for this very, I would say greedy opener. Aoud countered by saying, well, there's nothing you can do to counter it, so it's not greedy, but it's more economically minded for sure in the early stages, more production minded anyway, more larva minded. All right, well, I'm excited about the strats. Of course, Neblime, I do have to do a token question about, like, hey, why did you pick Saberhand? So any thoughts on the Saberhand?
My answer is the same as always. I will say I was not going to ban Monazite this time, but Hamster banned it right off.
Okay, yeah. Probably some
Could have been
memories.
a brother bloodbath on an island map, but alas.
Were you actually hoping that would happen or looking forward to it? Would you have picked it?
I might have. If it was
Okay.
the last pick, I probably would have.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything else about the picks, except I guess I've given away why I picked Builder.
Right, fair enough. Yeah, but that's more of a motivation. I'm sure there's other plans too. A lot of people have some thoughts about Gilded Wall, and I feel like it's a cool map, but the problem is that nobody uses the back alley, so maybe that'll change up over time. The last question I have for you is something that I'll repeat to you and see if you have any different thoughts at the end of the series, win or lose. But there's been obviously a lot of conversation about PvZ, and there's been a lot of conversation about how maybe you can't just buff Protoss because it'll be OP in the other matchups, but they clearly need some help versus Zerg specifically, and what do you do about Zerg losing to Terran and all this other stuff. Forgetting about the balance changes, does this at all remind you of StarCraft 1's history, where obviously for a while it felt like a dead matchup until Bisu came in? Maybe that's a little overblown in some ways, but Protoss felt very funneled into one particular way, and then Bisu, revolutionizes the matchup when he starts using the Corsair in different ways. Is this something that you feel like we're waiting for Cosmonarchy, for a Protoss to show us the light in the matchup, or do you feel like actually it's not even that grim, it's not even that dark? What are Neblime's thoughts on that?
Well, in those days, I didn't play melee games, so I can't really imagine what it was like. But I look at some of the maps they had to play on, and like some of those matches, and it's like, oh yeah, no, against Terran, Protoss just has to pull off like the sickest micro possible, and like kill everything, and they win. And then it's like, okay, what are you doing against Zerg? Cannon rush? It was pretty fucked. So I would definitely say we're not in that dark situation, that's for sure. But I ain't coming in here no Bisu with some like practice new tech that no one's prepared for. That is not what you're about to see.
Okay.
As you probably know, as I think most people are aware, I haven't really been playing the game other than my matches. So all the preparation I can do is mental.
All right. Mental prep. We'll see how much that is for you. Thank you, Neblime. Feel free to be deafened, as of course you will be by myself in a moment here, as you're going to be on camera for our lovely match. Do you have any final words before we get started?
Yeah, I hope this doesn't go too long because it's late.
A change of plans for Neblime as he plays in the late game. Thank you for your interview, sir. We'll talk to you after. And with that out of our way, we are going to be going into our live match, ladies and gentlemen. I just have to actually start the game because I closed it in the middle of my dev session. Had to do some blood summon concepts. You know how it goes, guys. We are going to be beginning our affair on Saberhand, as mentioned. This is going to be a just freshly fixed version of it that doesn't have the spawn imba of the minerals in the top left. I'd have to go back on every Saberhand game in Acropolis to confirm, but I actually don't think that ever played a part in anybody's participation in it. So that's pretty funny. And, hey, get the Slav guy out of here. He's not playing in Acropolis yet. He's not allowed. We're gonna have to start using the. We're gonna have to start using the move, the possibility, the password protected lobby option soon because we have so many active users that we're starting to get people randomly bomb into the tournament games. Crazy. I do like that when Slav joined the lobby and then I removed him, Neblime said that could have been Hamster. Yeah, technically. You right. All right. We do have our first game of the day rocking and rolling and ready to go. So let's go ahead and jump in here to our next phase of the operation. As a reminder, the winner of this match moves on and will be invited back in the next Acropolis. The loser is eliminated at the final hurdle of such a feat. Will it be Neblime getting his invite? Will we have to see Hamster in the qualification matches? That just sounds so very wrong, but it could happen. It could all happen right here. A lot of people are cheering for Neblime, the hopes of the Protoss race against the Zerg menace for the time being, even though, of course, Aoud is still rocking and rolling in the match. And yeah, I'm just excited to see how this particular set is going to go. I will ask our players for their ready, and then we will begin our affair in a full-throated nature as we are going to be going into a very exciting setup indeed. We have ourselves a Protoss versus Zerg for the ages. Last time, we thought maybe that would be it, but Aoud was unable to post, and now it is time for a different look. We've got Neblime on camera, Hamster, a menace with no face for now. And it's going to be Saberhand to kick things off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Elimination 3A. One of these players is going home soon. Hamster in the bottom left. The eggshell blue? No, it's turquoise. Turquoise Zerg and Neblime in the top left as the blood Protoss. Is this blood summon influence? Is Neblime being guided by dark occult forces? He's going for a gateway first, which is already sacred tech that I don't think anybody expected. I did just realize, of course, in a classic me move, that I think I left random music on in the background, so I'm going to go ahead and turn that off. Sorry about that, boys. Not that you could hear it anyway, but I did have to make Neblime into a black monolith for a moment. Black monolith, a new blood summon structure coming soon. It's a gateway lattice opener here for Neblime. And, of course, a straight Larvosk first from Hamster. I say, of course, because that's what is happening on your screen, but it's not, of course, in the sense that that's what you would have expected. If this was lattice first, Hamster could have potentially been punished by that, but he's going to go for a full Larvosk into pool. The most larva-focused opener you can have here for the Zerg, as far as the first couple of production structure acquisitions, anyway. And the gateway into lattice with the slower scout from Neblime, he might not really be punished here. The scribe is going to move to the top right. That means that the first melee unit here, the first combatant out of Neblime's base, will be scouting to the bottom left, the other close spawn, which might be a pickle for Hamster to resolve. Oh! Oh no! Neblime is stanced up. He's prepared for the 6 pool. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. He's worried about an early rush. Hamster's reputation preceding him. Second Larvaska on the way. And we do have Idols and Dracodons on the way for our Protoss. His Scribe Scout's the top right. And I believe this is a box scout path. Yeah, so he's not going to be going for a proper scout on the Zerg. And so this build should be mostly taken care of. I don't think there's going to be any worries at all. I love the Quaz egg, like, decolliding into the pool, and it makes it look like the pool actually spawned the Quaz, like some kind of spawning pool. That's weird. That's weird. Everybody knows it's a Quazeth pool. Zeth coming up here to see what's going on. We'll scout that the Protoss army is a mixed Gateway Lattice comp, and that's something that Hamster can take to the bank. His other Zeth going to the bottom right might end up interceding on the Scribe Scout, but it doesn't look like it matters too much. Rogue Gallery is the follow-up. All on one base here for a Protoss. Meanwhile, the Zerg playing a much more straight-up game. Vornath coming. So far, a different opener, but getting to the same point as Sziky with that earlier Vornath. Zerg are just going to be boxed in here by the Protoss army, though. This is a very different look than what we saw before. You can see the Idols being focused down by those Quas. The Zealots unable to play linebacker against them. Still, though, the most of the Zealots are still alive, right? Most of the Zealot HP is still intact. Dracodon busy attacking the hatch, though. That's a problem. That's a flummox on the micro there. As another Idol arrives, we only have Dracodons. Are we getting a lot of Zeths? No, it's a lot of Quas. This could actually be a problem for Hamster because Dracodons take so long to actually kill. Sure, you can use the Quas to get right up on top of them and try to go for a surround, but the armor makes it so hard. Do we have any more reinforcements coming? An Idol and a Zealot on patrol. Zet's forcing a lot more micro out of that Dracodon, and the stutter stepping is starting to be hampered a little bit. Hamster doubles back, going straight for the Kalkir Lake on the one base as his natural... Well, he's starting to mine a little bit. But look at the Zealot, how much that changes the math. You can definitely see the stutter stepping laying into Neblime's cause. He's going to need to go for an expansion here pretty soon. He never rallied the Vagrant down, so no fire support from that Rogue Gallery just yet. As more units are coming on. The final Vorvs are arriving here. At long last, there will be an answer to this wanton aggression from the Protoss, and Neblime, seeing those eggs away from the larva, knows his time's up. Needs to head back home, and hopefully he doesn't end up getting boxed in. Maybe we'll see him try to complete a wall out of these disruptors. But instead, the Nexus is warping in now. So the early approach, the early aggression, it didn't result in anything too tremendous. Unfortunately for this Idol, which has just rallied to its death, he won't be getting much done with that, but I suppose he gets a little bit of information about the complexion of the army. And it's a really fast pivot into 8 Lyralisks. So pylons are being put down here. I love the idea of the SimCity. It's pretty cheap to make pylons as well, so certainly worth its weight in that respect. And this is a perfect one. Not even Zeths can break through that. But when the Lyras arrive, I think this is going to change the math a lot. He doesn't really have a lot of longer range engage units. And Lyralisks have the armor pen to deal with things like Dracodons if given the opportunity. Really, they have the raw damage is the main thing. Charlatan has arrived. The first attack coming in from Hamster. I like the early move from the Protoss, but is it going to be enough? The pylon's really constraining how the approach can be made here. The Vagrant does end up getting shaded, and one Dracodon will fall. The Zealots are all dead now. The Charlatan being dove on, it will be absolutely exsanguinated by the Zeths. The Lyras are, honestly, they are a little bit brittle here. A lot of them very heavily bruised. Another Charlatan arrives that will be focused down in short order. No static defense here for the Charlatan to fall back to. The Dracodons ranging those Lyras down. We don't really have a big follow-up here from Hamster. He's got some units outside the side disruptors we'll check out later. But right now, he's wreaking havoc on the worker count, and they are not transferring over to the natural. It's just a bunch of Zeths waiting to activate. But Hamster has spent all of his time microing these units. 1,000 minerals and 300 gas in the bank. He's not actually spending his money trying to duel instead. He's definitely beaten Neblime back worker count-wise, but the Zeths could have been chewing on the Nexus this whole time. Pretty big misplay there from the Zerg. We'll see if Hamster's too far ahead for it to matter. Does end up catching one of the Lyras, not the other. Makes a bunch of Vorvs now, spending down the money. A lot of Lyras in the main base. No third on the way just yet for the Zerg player, but the worker lead of 10. A Golem starting, but no other units really going to be coming up anytime soon. And only the one Warden to help out. Feels like it'll be a little anemic. I think we're just waiting on Hamster's opener to crack on through. He's got 3 Ovolets making, so he will be going for a drop if this attack doesn't work out. And it doesn't really feel like Neblime's composition is prepared to handle this. Not reacting immediately to the army move out. The Nexus was targeted first, and then he dives onto the rest of the forces. GG is called nice and early, as Hamster will take our opening match. Alright, we're going to be going into Game 2. It's Patadia, again picked by a Zerg player. Interesting choice there. Probably more comfort than anything. Well, Neblime said if Hamster wants to finish me here, he will. Seems like Hamster wanted to. So we get ready to jump back into it. Patadia is coming up. Game 2 of our series. Neblime's Maroon Protoss in the bottom right is soon to be marooned by Hamster's 6 pool, the Deep Periwinkle Zerg. This is an opportunity for Hamster to actually give us more room in the series, though. Neblime is very adept at handling 6 pools. Already going for gas tells us he will be opening Lattice first. His opener was designed to put on pressure, but he didn't get worker kills, he didn't kill any Larvosk, so he didn't delay the Zerg from scaling its production or scaling its economy to afford what it needed to afford. Hamster also happened to go for a Calcure Lake rush, which I think might be the most aggressive way to play the early game besides a 6 pool. Certainly the one that gives you the most room in the later stages. With the Zets coming, we know it's going to be that kind of early aggression here, very committed economically. For only 1 Lattice, that means Neblime is thinking about a Tier 2 switch pretty quickly. What does he want to pair with this structure, I wonder? Instant Idol into Rogue Gallery. So the Idol will be finished by the time the Zets arrive, and the Scribe Scout is timed out so that it will catch these 6 pool Zets. It is the Larva trick, so we will be having 4 pairs instead of 3. Neblime not really at all concerned with this position. Oh, his idol's kind of far out, though. Did he not see the Zeths? Well, he's going to have to run back now. I don't know if he's going to make it to the Scribes. They can't quite be pulled. Okay, now he goes into the structure wall, but the Lattice is going to be torn asunder immediately by those Zeths. He gets 1 combat unit out, dude. And immediately restarts it. Back to mining. Oh, his idol. You gotta watch out for that. Kabbalist already coming out. The Scribe starting to heckle workers on the other side. Not able to really make things happen. Zets start to abandon the position. And the Quaz hatch to clean up the worker. But the Ovoleth only starts now. Okay, by the time the Kabbalist gets there, the Ovoleth will be there. The question is, can Neblime react in time? He's going for defenses behind this, so tells me he might be considering the optimal possibility here for him may actually be the ability to leap straight into an attack. Like, if he doesn't get damage with the Kabbalist, which he shouldn't, based on what we see in Hamster's base. What is his follow-up? The Warden tells me he's very committed to the one base strat here, so... Expansion comes out. Kabbalist can't really heckle on the extremities there. Oh dear. Neblime, no! Don't lose your man! Going for that expansion himself. Sees the timing on the hatch at the very least with the Kabbalist. Part of me does wonder about the idea of going like triple rogue gallery into spamming Kabbalists. I know that was a Shambler favored strat for a while. Hey, he somehow managed to make it in. He'll start to get a couple worker kills here. Meanwhile, his units clean up the Zets in the front. No workers for him to pick on the way out. With the Ovaleth now patrolling the choke point a little bit more vociferously, complete with a lot more pool units as well, I think Neblime has been successful in sort of like staying the push. It was also a 6 pool, so he's slower to scale up the Zerg. But we shouldn't see an immediate fixation on that Kalkir Lake. Not this time around. 2 Ovalets coming. Hamster wants to go for drops. He's already got the necessary ingredients for 1. He's transferring some workers down to the natural. Not mining at all from his ridge right now. Optimizing for minerals. His gas bank. I guess it could still be for the lake, but I'd more so believe he's going for a Shroud timing or extra Larvosks in the near future. And the Kabbalist picks a Zeth, just to be a little annoying. Now, if he comes in at the right time, though, now I'm staying active with that Kabbalist, we could see the scout of these drops. In fact, he's going to see multiple Ovaleths there. That's really big, as Neblime is now going to be prepared, knowing that there's bound to be some drops. Does he want to try to punish this? No, he's going to preempt it instead. So, allowing the units to come in. There's a charlatan looking over the lake. Very scenic. Wondering what might be. Well, the Ovalets actually return home and unload their cargo. So, Hamster knows he's been had. And he is going for that lake. Color me a little surprised. Larvosk inside the natural. This is more so what I thought the gas would be used for. But he wants to go for the Lyralisk some more. And the response to Lyra is very different than the response to Ultracore, right? So when you think about how Sziky navigated the matchup, we do have the Shroud coming anyway. Shroud is obviously useful for units other than the Ultracore. The Zorius, very good. Lake is for crowd control versus these lattice-heavy compositions is also pretty positive.
Zerg here?
Yeah. Prostration Stage coming alive here. Kabbalist looking around to see what it can do. Can't stop any third base expansion. Not here. Not at this attempt. As he abandoned the post for the static defense, it looks like he's just going to put a matrix down by the Sedent. Which is fine. Pushes out again to clear a Zeth from his front door. Kabbalist clears a few Zeths off to the side just to confirm no vision in that section for Hamster, though he is still watching that 4 o'clock and as well as the 6 and the 7. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. The Kabbalist is probably going to get kind of bodied here. I don't know what the Scribe was doing. It's an omen. And there goes the Kabbalist. He served us well. Though the hatch could end up getting canceled. Another Scribe randomly at the front. Hatch is a little bit too high HP to help too much here, but the idle count is enormous, and there's no real answer to it right now. If Pariahs come out to meet the Shroud units, we could still see the composition work in favor of Neblime. Also, he keeps sending scribes around, and I do wonder what he's doing with this. Like, is he intending to rally up there, or is that a mistake? If I wouldn't hate like an autocourt into Bulwark, but you know that requires embassy, and nobody's going to build the autocourt, dude. Nobody even knows about that unit. But it creates its own power field as it walks around, so you basically can think of it as a mobile power field. Third base coming faster for our Protoss player than our Zerg. We rarely see that. Patadia feels so open to attacks, though. If we don't get those walls out Age of Empires style, you're going to be pretty constrained. Your Pariah's out, though. That's something. Embassy coming. 15 pairs of Zeths. Do we have Shroud units? Yes, we do. We have 6 Zorya, 7 of them, in fact. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. And we have some Lakes. I know we saw 2 in production earlier. There they are. Silly guys. Paranath for scouting. Maybe some anti-drop. This honestly looks much better for Neblime than it did in Game 1. Much better from Protoss than any game so far in today's matches.
Zerg here.
I already said yes. Don't you remember? It was 2 moments ago. Well, the army can't be pulled all the way out of position by one Zeth, surely. Indeed, Neblime picking a few elsewhere. I feel like with the third base on both sides in the same positions, I mean, it favors the more mobile army, but Hamster doesn't have a lot of damage to his comp. Now, there was an embassy made, but I don't see a witness with the army, so this could be a problem, except for the fact that both Lakers were frontlining, so it won't be a problem. As this engagement comes through, starting to splatter a lot of those Lyras and more. Golem count enormously high right now, so that's going to be a hard sell. Hamster has a lot of Ovulettes. He's trying to go for a drop. There's a scribe that will watch for this. We'll see what the reaction actually is, though. It is a Doom drop. Maybe paired together with the Nats for that Nexus snipe. Wants to go for what worked against Arbuz, but his ground army's getting absolutely shellacked. And the Ovulettes are not moving into the main base. Hamster has faltered on the multitasking in a pretty big way. He's going to put the Nexus down and then see what he wants to do against that impending drop, migrating his army back in, warping in more static defense. He won't have any heavy hitters come out of these production structures anytime soon. Where the workers are preemptively pulled. You ain't going to pull that trick on Neblime. Best you can do is start working on his worker count. But he's up ahead of you anyway, and the static defense will endure. Back to mining as the army trickles in through the ramp. An unsuccessful Nexus snipe if ever I saw one. But a pretty cool move nonetheless. Just a little too telegraphed. Only one Nathracor remains from that hit squad, along with the drops that sent them in there. Got a bunch of Lakes being made. An idol stands vigil, but I'm sure the hatch will go down nonetheless. And now the Zerg attempts to converge again. Witnesses in the front line. No Ovoleth with this army, so that's going to be unopposed. The Bulwark also in play. Multiple Matrixes waiting to provide some support. Are we going to see many Protoss casualties in this fight? I don't know if the answer is yes. Finally, some Golems going down on the right-hand side, but really the front line endures so much. The Pariahs take forever to actually go down. One will pop at long last, but the Lakers are just getting mulched. Doesn't have hardly anything. Some Zets get pinched off to attack the Nexus. That's a pretty good run by. Might be enough to snipe the Nexus after all, but no, he wasn't right-clicking them, so the idols pull the aggro. And that's a wrap on that. The Matrix is a new... Oh, man, that's a new lease on that fourth base indeed. Keep in mind, it looks like the idol actually did stop that force going down for Hamster, and he's going to end up potentially losing some of his Lyra here. As the Protoss army consolidates its position. Zerg trying to go for run-bys, but they don't have the effective targeting. Not yet. Could still be in a different kind of game if that fourth was put down. Witness here still managing to help deal with those Lakers, and the count is too low to really be of much use. The Idol Charlatan combo able to have a lot more mileage than what Hamster really wants it to have. 11 Hydras in production. It looks like finally those Witnesses have gone down, and the front line goes with it. Not a lot of reinforcement here for this Protoss force. Perhaps a bit too far forward. still, those Zoryas should be rendered into mincemeat. We had one idol be sent across to the 4th base location, but it was not enough to stop it. Scribe's still trickling in. Only one Matrix and a Bulwark. That won't defend that base. Does he want to even go for the 4th? Hamster kind of jockeying for position here against the 3rd base. Nice out here and forward. The 2nd Ancestral Archives is warping in behind this, but we don't have any of those high-tier units actually hitting the field yet. It feels like Neblime missed a macrocycle or two, but an Archon has arrived, and that might be just enough to get rid of these Lakes when you think about how it works. Get it on top of those Lakes and let it rip. When it goes down, a Psy Storm is released, and it covers a lot of ground and takes a whole lot of time to finish going down. It looks like those Hydras were mistakenly morphed into Bactyls in the middle of that. The Lakes will be routed. And that was the linchpin of the defense. More units raining in, but look at the defenses. The Scribes even being linebackers for those Wardens that were never in any danger of going down to begin with. What a bloody fight. He waypointed a bunch of Zets up to the high ground at 3 o'clock. See if maybe Hamster can load up some drops, but you got to fly over hostile terrain in order to get there. Better to just run in all at once, it feels like. But maybe a drop on top with some Vorps could help. 10 Lake is in production, 2 Ultra Cores. It feels like Hamster's stuck in Sziky's position on Gilded Wall, and Neblime is ready to muscle him out. Got a Crucible empowering his Ancestrals. Pariah production is good. Here's the drop from those Ovoleths, but I feel like it's just a little bit too little too late. The Scribe's drawing the aggro as the army is here to defend, and Hamster's pulling out all these tricks, but still doesn't quite have the worker count of Neblime. 102 Scribes. Not really any saturation to speak of here at the 10 o'clock base for Hamster, so very much behind economically. Maybe not in base count any longer, but definitely in terms of effective mining. And a lot of Archons, a lot of tech here for Neblime in a way that really you don't see on the same side for Hamster. Synthetic Cyanide coming next. Neblime still side grading in Tier 4. No Monument of Sin yet, and I don't think we'll see it. Hamster, he's only living right now because Neblime allows it. The composition that he has here should be able to easily deal with every bit that the Zerg has. Those Archons, inimitable. The Patriarchs, interminable. It feels like the Pariahs are also going to be a nice little extra piece, but the Patriarchs just render, the Ultra Core so much less powerful, so much less potent as they splash, apply the attack speed slow, and those Ultra Cores get torn down. The Golem's kind of flanking the Patriarch to make sure that they defend their leader. Now, a couple storms might go live here, but no, the Archons just refuse to go down. The shield steal provided to them by the Patriarch. The Charlatans cloning the Patriarch attacks. Oh my god, it's an outrageous amount of power given over to this composition. A storm finally releases, and it will help break out another one. But we do have the idols just walking on into that 4th base, distracting any reinforcements from Hamster as his army is ground into a pulp. He's only got Zeths, a Khaz'trith coming online here at the 3rd base, but his 4th is still under attack. The idols not relenting. I think Hamster has been routed well and truly. 13 Lake is in production. Does it even matter versus this composition? The Zeth's running around after clearing the 4th. 12 o'clock will be taken out. Reinforcements coming on in. Hamster knows he's done. GG! We've got Protoss victory after all. Well, he said it in the interview. Gilded Wall he picked because he was empowered by his victory over Sziky. Neblime will be taking to that map in a tie series. Treat it like a best of 3 now. Except you've already used some strats, you've already used some of your playbook, you've already put some of your efforts into the equation. So is it going to be enough? Let's find out. Will our Protoss victory be short-lived, or will we see Neblime reach qualification point into the next Acropolis? the Aussie Protoss, the people's champion, Neblime, in the bottom right of Gilded Wall. His map pick is the Glacial Protoss. And Hamster in the bottom left is the Turquoise Zerg. Not going for a 6-pool. This is the 6-pool map, guys. This is the map that is the easiest to cross distance on. So not 6-pooling is kind of a mind game in and of itself. At least when you're Hamster. But it won't be that this time. People in the chat casting doubt and aspersions towards Hamster's level of play. Maybe. Maybe he's shooting himself in the foot with a 6-pool. Maybe he's the kind of guy that can just decide to beat Neblime if he does the right moves. Maybe Neblime is performing the dark arts. Remember, he opened the first game in our series as Blood. And then he was marooned, so he marooned him. Now he's glacial, so he's going to freeze him. We do have that pool follow-up to the Larvosk, so Hamster playing it. Very uncharacteristic for this map to go for something like that. So I'm sure the mind games are in effect. Since we are guaranteed a Game 4, I'll dredge up the veto. Frozen Sylphid is our next map after this. And if we go to all 5, our decider will be on Macroglia, which I feel like is very rarely a decider map. It's much more notable to have that be a more standard issue, you know, like first couple maps. Where we had Knife's Edge vetoed by Neblime, Monazite vetoed by Hamster, Quasar Quartet vetoed by Neblime, and then, of course, Battle Spectre vetoed by Hamster, which is funny because I feel like he likes that map, but maybe not as much as Neblime does. So double lattice into Rogue Gallery. We've got the idols coming out here with plenty of room for some adaptation if needed. One pair of Zeths, you got some Quads, but this is a very worker-heavy opener for the Zerg, keeping pace with the Protoss. This first number being workers, the second number being military. Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise, actually. Hamster really playing it more Sziky style in terms of his early game worker or larva expenditure, we could say, because you either have to turn your larva into workers or into combat units, right? You really have to pick one or the other because your workers ain't going to fight very well. So typically you're playing from a deficit compared to your opponent in the early stages of the game, and then you overtake them later because you have so much larva that can become many workers. But here we have them relatively even. For reference, typically you got way more military units at this stage for Hamster. He's going to go for that 6 Quads drop, it looks like. Pretty early on. This is kind of a gamble, right? Like the Zets flew across the map, or galloped across the map. They saw all the idols, and then they said, yeah, sure, I can still go like this. And proceeded to go for a drop. Which means there's nothing at home to defend. And all of the vassals are being saved here? No, it's a vassal Barghest. He's going to fly across. He's not on an attack move. No, he doubles back. Scribe sees the Zets coming across, but it's only one pair. He wants to wait for a little bit more, maybe. Second Barghest, perhaps. Honestly, he could just destroy the Ovaleth and then fly across with the vassal stack and do a lot of damage. But if they leave at the same time and the idols stick around, then maybe we will be seeing a different story. Let's see when Neblime chooses to fly across. He's got a second Barghest. Is he going to go now? He's actually going now. This could be the worst possible outcome for Hamster because the Quads are here. Oh, he is going to show the air army. So I was thinking the worst possible outcome would be if the idols cleared the Quads drop, he didn't get that much damage, and then the air stack flew across the map and just killed him while he wasn't aware. But at least now he has advanced warning. How soon do you put those spraits down, buddy? You got to get some anti-air defenses up, and you got to get a lot more Quads in production. Indeed, he does. Still, his Larvosks are very exposed. These could be the easy targets here. 2 armor. Well, each Barghest provides armor pen when decloaked, so you aren't going to worry about that as Protoss. The Vassals will be dealing full damage, and it will not take long at all for those Larvosks to go down. So, Hamster wisely is guarding them. The Idols are not pressuring across the map because they're back at home defending the Nexus point at the natural. Still, we've got 8 Vassals here with this comp. This is not a low amount of damage. We'll see how easy it is for Neblime to break into the position. Vornath Pond almost complete. This has forced Hamster to make some expenditures. sniping at a worker that comes out of the larva there. And he can almost one-shot claws with this amount of vassals. In fact, I think he technically can. He just needs to make sure the Barghests also fire. But he's starting to lose a few, and you know it's not very cost-efficient to trade. I guess it's exactly cost-efficient to trade a vassal for 2 quads, but harder for you to reinforce. So in that way, it is not very efficient. See him sharking around. Vassals are revealed. The burrow definitely makes this an unpalatable situation. Ovaleth and these back minerals. Are we going to see Neblime ever mine those? He's waypointed units across, so it feels like he wants to. Warden at the natural as he continues to make some idols, but still the count is pretty low. Ardent Authority, maybe an embassy. He might want to go for a drop here. Ridge cap on both the main and the natural for Hamster as he goes for his shroud in the natural away from the prying eyes of Neblime. The lake coming up here soon. So we're not really sure what Neblime wants to do. Besides, you know, heckle worker counts a little bit. Uh-oh. Pops a vassal. When it goes down, it increases the speed of things. The Ovaleth is going to come in for that scout. And the workers actually did evacuate, so that's lost mining time, even though it was empty. Maybe a missed opportunity there, as the Vassal Barghest could have chased down the Ovaleth to begin with, but he wanted to waste no time in moving across the map. Yeah, I think you guys can see how easy it was for Hamster to riposte that air attack when he had advance warning of it. Good burrow there, reflexive. High level from Hamster. It looks like he's much more dialed in now. If those Barghest Vassal attack lined up with the drop in the way that it looked like it was going to, and the idols just cleared the drop, it'd be a very different story. We got Calcs coming for Hamster, providing another new look into the set. Unlikely to be scouted by Neblime, thanks to the Spraits keeping everything safe. Oh, and the Lyras, well, they just pop those air units like they're nothing. Hey, brother, I have placed a pylon in your nexus. Or your hatch, as it were. That's a little annoying, but obviously the units are there too. He wanted to see if he could come in with the air units and heckle that. That would have been nice. He can definitely do some heckling over here, though. Barghest are cloak until they attack, so... Here come the Calcs. Big evacuation very quickly there. Excellent reaction time from Neblime to keep his workers alive. They deal splash damage, line trace damage, so Calculusks can be very, very deadly in that respect. But they can go back to mining for now as the idols are on the scene. Splash damage is going to be a little bit too much for the Calcs to take. We do have Positrons here, so that's the play. We've seen it now. It's Charlatan Positron with some manifolds for armor pen. They do erase Zerg, cutting through them like a knife through butter. So another look on the composition here. I actually really like that idea. Ultra cores can be a problem, but as long as you have a response to them separately or you hit before that kind of timing, you're good to go. And keep in mind, with the Calcure Lake and all of the units coming out of the lake, providing a lot of value in that context. Uh-oh, where'd those idols go? He's going to let his Crucible go down, it feels like. No, the idols are here. Positron also shooing those Calcs away. He'll pop one of the Calcs. Oh no! Why did Neblime do this? Bulwark to help repair the shields of the Crucible just a touch faster. And the idols will now stand vigil. Ascribe Gwent for the inner, I guess you could call that a 4 o'clock base. The Barghests are going to go down. That's a free armor pen, so that feels a little bad for Neblime to lose those. It's just making more charlatans right now. He doesn't really want to stop production on those units for more Barghests. Grand Libraries, Matrix, adding Atreus to the pack for that heavy hitting. I guess that's the answer to the Ultra Core. But as long as he hits... Again, there's like some things that he's got to watch out for, right? The Hydrath then coming up does pose a potential problem for this composition if it goes all the way to Bactals. Now trying to see if he can heckle this base that's being set up here. What does Neblime do in response as the ground army is trying to tighten the noose? I think you just let the Calcs attack the Nexus due to its armor. And you deal with the ground army first and foremost as it's your biggest threat. No detection here for our Protoss. Atreus having to double back after it comes out of the Grand Library. We got more units coming down the ramp as well. The Lakers stack is very brutal. Off to that side. So much splash damage. Needs to double back to the high ground and then make a stand. The Lakers are forcing the issue, but look at how easy it is for the army comp that Neblime has made to cut through the actual armored units. Problem is, he's still backed into a very awkward position with no detection, no embassy. He's only got the bulwark here for static D. And he's locked, all of his splash damage is kind of locked away. Oh no! All of those Lakers, that's the trap that Hamster set. If only there was a witness. GG! We are the witness, and it's time for a Hamster to move on to series point. Well, he's under the pump now. Frozen Sylphid will be our next map, could be our last. Neblime would be cast back to the Gauntlet stage, or Tribunal, depending on which he participates in, and whether he wins the Tribunal. We will be going into, again, our fourth and maybe final map. Neblime versus Hamster. It's delivering banger after banger, but this one could be over before we get to game 5, and Hamster may do just that. Neblime, the orange Protoss in the bottom left. Hamster, Deep Periwinkle Zerg in the bottom right. Frozen Sylphid is our battleground. And from this spawn configuration on the lower side of the map, it does leave a lot of expanding towards the north as a possibility, which I think works a little bit better in isometric games anyway. So it could be a nice macro game in that respect. Lattice coming out for Neblime. Hamster opting for a third game in a row to go Larvosk first. Full Larvosk before pool. It's not third consecutive, but it is third in the series. His only loss being a 6-pool open. Neblime going to be looking at 12 o'clock with a fairly early scout off of his first production structure. And we're not so sure yet if he's going to go double lattice. He certainly could. But it looks like instead it will be a rogue gallery follow-up again. There it is. And will it be a vassal as the first combat unit out of that lattice? He's actually not building a unit right now. I think he's adapting pretty well to the game plan of Hamster, if you think about it. Something you got to watch out for here. Elimination on the line. Neblime back against the wall. He loses this game or the next one, and he's out. He will not participate as a direct invitee to Acropolis 5. He'll have to get there the long way. And most importantly, based on his own pact, he'll have to play Protoss. Again. He needs to win the whole tournament in order to avoid that fate, in order to return to his sacred Terran geometry. The Scribe's going to come in here and see what's going on. Double Larvosk. See the timing of things, and he'll recognize this is a very greedy opener here from the Zerg player, not going for something more aggressive. So will it be a Kabbalist then? He's going for idols afterwards. Kabbalist is a little late from off the rip in the rogue gallery, and, well, it just feels like, this is going to be, once again, pre-scouted by Hamster. He's going to need to, like, send a couple of these idols up here and then maybe, like, wall partially or something to deny the Zet Scout. So maybe he just doesn't care if the scout is there. Maybe he doesn't mind too much if that's what's happening. He wants his opponent to know. Maybe he wants his opponent to doubt. Zet does go down, but of course scouts the gallery. Hatch coming out. Ovaleth immediate response, knowing that a Kabbalist is likely. This is it! Hold on. Neblime, he's going for an expansion. Never mind. I thought this was going to be the Kabbalist play that I spoke of on Patadia, where you go for a bunch of Kabbalists. Idle Kabbalist could go pretty hard. against what little the Zerg has right now. The Idols deal with all of the Quas, and the Cabbalists can run roughshod over everything else. They one-shot Zeths after all. And Quas for that matter, but you don't typically use them against that. Instead, he's going for the more conservative approach. The Nexus is scouted, another case where Hamster just gets that vision with the Zeth. This kind of thing needs to be stopped by the Protoss, it feels like, and just hasn't been historically. He's looking for a Zeth kill, or anything that he can do on the extremity, and then doubling back. And so far, he's been successful. Need to take the slow road there to restoring his shields. Oh, he burned a jump, but didn't actually get there. Still hasn't taken any hull damage yet. Oh no! Another flubbed jump there. Hamster going for what looks to be static defense. The idol reveals the burrowed Zeth, and now we get back to business with both players being in the dark about what each other are doing. Could this be a Kagran drop, actually? He's not morphing it yet, so I wonder what he's doing. Waiting for his timings here. A lot of idle larvae. He's not actually using them right now. There you go. He's waiting for the shroud so he can get a lake is at 1 HP on the Kabbalist, by the way. And the idols come down to apply some pressure. This is exactly what I was thinking might happen before. But of course, the Circuit is going to be a good bulwark against this attack. But the Golem is an interesting idea. Charlatan taking some initial fights. Here comes the Golem. Is there going to be some problems here? I mean, the lake is count as 6 in production, so I think, you know, just looking at that, you got to know, okay, I'm in no business here to be hanging around for now. But forcing them to burrow and then slowly take the angle is actually a good move if you can. It's similar to Protoss slowing the Terran siege crawl in PvT and Starcraft 1, so certainly something to think about. Looks like we have a couple other ideas in play as a prostration stage is halfway complete. The lake is count pretty high. The Kabbalist now going to be coming through and seeing this shroud tech. He could go after the lake, is honestly, but maybe he'll do some chunk damage to something else. Yeah, he's actually gonna. He might be able to pick that Zorius, funnily enough. It sounds like a joke, but he's already down below half health off of 2 swipes. Golem is going to be brought down, though. I feel like having like 2 Kabbalists in just hunting for reinforcements here and there is pretty good. But a lot of APM, of course. Avaleth almost down just to splash damage. 1 Lakis has gone down, but a lot more exists where that came from. 2 out of 3 Zoryus taken out, though, is definitely something worth writing home about, as he's trying to slow his opponent long enough to get his static defense up. That's the last Zoryus has to burrow, knowing, of course, Hamster knowing that his composition relying on some kind of front line here. The Lakers are going to keep pushing forward. 1 Golem going down, another Charlatan arriving just to get spined to death by the Lakers. This is a lot. This is a lot here, stacked up on top of itself. The Bulwark will provide that vision, but he needs to send the units on top of the Lakers in order to have their spines not just shred him. Maybe this is a little bit too much. Oh, the Zoryus was left alive on just a scant bit of life. Charlatan, idle, trying to break through all the Lakers, but the Matrix and the Bulwark are going to be mincemeat here, and he doesn't have any other units coming out. His first pariah almost gone. He's just trying his absolute best to finish what he started, but the Bulwark is his detection. We do have a small group of Zoryus coming. Maybe an evacuation can be had, but Hamster is tearing up behind this, and maybe the Protoss are tearing up in a different kind of way. GG, Hamster moves on, and that is a wrap for Neblime and the Protoss. Only Aeud remains as Protoss in Acropolis. We say goodbye to Neblime at the penultimate game. His scoreline the same as it was against Sziky, 3-1, and Hamster secures his invite, at the very least, his 4th place Though, of course, he feels destined for third. What a guy. Well, it looks like we will be indeed taking a listen into how Neblime is doing. So please join me for some talk of that, because Hamster is... I think it's better without interview this time, says Hamster. Well. I'll ask Neblime if he's ready to hop in here. Neblime, this is the end of the road for you in Acropolis number 4. Hamster gets the better of you in 4 games. It's felt like... oh, I'm actually talking to him, but he's still deafened, so never mind. I'll wait for him to... I'll tell him to undeafen anytime. He's just kind of hanging out. He's just hanging out with us on the stream. Oh, there he is.
You'd think I wasn't listening, but I was listening on the stream, because as you know,
yes,
I'm a huge stream cheater. You know this.
Yes, a huge stream cheater. You know, you just unmute it as soon as I leave the interview. Well, Neblime, Hamster gets the better of you in 4 games. The end of the road here in Acropolis 4 for you. Actually, you do advance in positioning from Acropolis 3 if you think about it. Now you're 5th to 6th.
Low bar.
Well, I mean, top 6.
If I encountered Dog before now, you wouldn't be saying that.
Okay, fair enough. He was your nemesis in the last Acropolis. He was the one who cast you down. If you think about the Protoss participation in that tournament too, Dog rolled through Shambler and you, who were both Protoss players, and then obviously almost rolled through Aud, but he wasn't a Protoss player yet, so Dog just couldn't beat him. That being said, we are coming down to the end of this series, wrapping it up, looking at Hamster charging forward. I did see that you told him that he better win this Acropolis. Do you think he actually will? Because that's a kind of a tall order from the lower bracket.
It's not a matter of what I think is going to happen. It's a matter of what he's obligated to do now that he's kicked me out. Who else is going to bring it home for us? I mean, HitEmUp might, I guess. Between him and Hit, but I'm giving Hamster the task. I don't want to put that pressure on Hit, you know?
Fair enough. By not putting the pressure on Hit, you secure his favorite status as the victor, right? You know.
See, I've got many angles for this, for the Ask victory. It's going to happen.
Right, yeah. And so, you know, it wasn't able to go through based on your own play, but I guess I have to revisit the idea here. You said you weren't going to be bringing in, you know, immense changes to the play, but at the same time, you know, we're talking about, you know, very different looks in every game that you ended up playing. You didn't end up going Stargate like you did last game on Gilded Wall, last series against Sziky. You brought something new each match. Some of it worked, obviously, and the 6-pool game that Hamster did maybe gave you a little bit of an economic breathing room there. But even in the Gilded Wall game, it felt like you were so close to assembling a monstrous comp, and then no witness or no detection in general, and besides the bulwark in your natural. Was it a mistake to overcommit on that third, or where do you think that game went wrong?
You could definitely say I could have stayed in my natural, but I mean, at the end of the day, you have to go take a third eventually, or you're not going to win, right? So I was really just banking on not making Lakers, because the game I won, I thought, oh, he was really late to make Lakers for some reason, and he was committing to all these Lyralisks and stuff, so I thought, okay, I'll see if that'll happen again. That was kind of my concept. And so, you know, I'm making these positrons instead of a Cantors and stuff, and I was thinking when I saw the Calculisks, I'm like, oh, great, he's committing to that as well. It's going to be all these, like, Quas units or Calculator units. But I guess that was not the case, and he made, like, more Lakers that game than the game I won. Look, this series really shows my weakness. I don't know how to deal with Lakizalisk. I've got lots of different strategies I can try, and all of them it's just like, okay, but what if he makes a Kizalisk? And then I'm like, shit. So, Hamster decided he wanted to win, you know, like we were talking about.
Right.
He wasn't trying meme strats today, I don't feel. Maybe that's why I got my one win, you know?
Right.
And then he thought, all right, better finish him off.
Well, behind is like it's almost demoralizing to look back at the winning moments in the games for the Zerg, because I think in game 4, I'm pretty sure it was that I just cast, uh, he, as he's collapsing into your natural, the only thing in his production tab is tier 2, and it's like, what are you doing, dude? So it's like,
Okay, maybe he's not taking it that seriously. Fair.
well, I'm not sure, because he definitely felt like maybe he wasn't so dialed in game 1. He was spending all of his efforts on the Lyralisk micro in your main base and not macroing behind it. So that delayed your
Well, at that
inevitable
point,
demise too.
at that point, the game is over. When the lyrics are hitting my main mineral line, the game is
Yeah,
over.
fair
So
enough,
he
yeah.
probably was just like sparing his energy.
Sure, a wise man trying to keep the energy under control. I did like that afterwards he said, "My condolences, Neblime. I hope to meet you again in better times."
Yeah.
Do you feel like he means well, but I feel like some players would interpret his kindness as BM in a competitive environment?
Hamster never.
Hamster is not
Never.
BM though.
Hamster-
He's a nice guy.
I know Hamster very well indeed. No, he means well. He will do well in Acropolis, so I'll be very disappointed in him.
Well, I do think that he's on track to, at the very least, challenge now for that third spot. He's always third place, Neblime, and so I know you're trying to tell him to get up there in the context of being able to play out the whole match, the grand final, defeat Sziky, ZVZ. It's where he's at, his bread is buttered. It's what his favorite matchup is. It's all those good things. But here we are looking at his approach to ZVP. That seems good. If Shopkeeper Dog beats HitEmUp, his ZVA has not been good so far. If he goes up against HitEmUp, can he beat him? Because historically that has actually been a problem for him. He was 3-1 in the upper final last time in HitEmUp's victorious run. So
I hope this isn't like leaking hit strats or anything, but hits it himself. He's just a random into the right races and he wins. Like, I think that's true.
Right. He says that in his own interviews, so I don't think so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a secret, right? I think if he just rolls random the right races at the right times, he will win for sure. Like, that's kind of all there is to it.
Right. Yeah, I feel like looking at the way that Hamster is going to be playing, he might have the luck of the draw mixed with the few remnants of his chaos style that used to really color his play in a different way. I think in order to get Hamster chaos style, you actually got to get into like deep mid-game or late-game times nowadays. He's actually pretty dialed in with a lot of his openers, at least so as far as it seems to me. So overall, Neblime, you're liberated from the playing duties. Does that mean you're going to be hanging out with me and casting? I mean, it's only midnight.
I was just thinking the same thing. I'm keen to cast that grand final. Like, we'll have to see what times they are, right? It's one thing to get up at like 3 a.m. to play. It's maybe another to get up and cast. But for the grand final, I'll say for sure. I'll make that happen.
Epic. Well, I do appreciate that. One of the things also that comes to mind too is you are a player who's made it very clear you're going to be Protoss even into the next Acropolis as well. Still sticking with that. Now, because of your invitation, we were changing up the format of the Tribunal stage going into Acropolis 5, and it will just be a tournament that is inviting the best players from Acropolis 4's Throneroom stage that didn't get their invite, right? And then a bunch of players who are higher ranked that were not, for whatever reason, participating. So we go down the list of invites after that. So you're talking, it could be players that also made it to the Throneroom stage, but you're talking Krankendow, obviously a missing name here. Maybe Kasuga could be another player that would join us because he's fairly high ranked and didn't participate. So a Hamana will definitely be there in that sense. Do you rate yourself in the context of, the loser of HitEmUp, Shopkeeper Dog, is going to get invited. The loser of our 7th to 8th placements here, Arbuz and Hanmano. You're talking maybe Kasuga, Krankendow for sure. These are the kinds of players that might join that. Is that something where in an 8-team bracket, 8-player bracket, you think you could place first to second? Because you only need to go in there as a, go all the way up to the second place finish. As long as you get there, you get in. Could you qualify through the Tribunal again, Neblime?
Well, it's going to be like these ones. You need some of the better players to qualify first, then I can sort of sneak in at the end, I think is the most likely case.
Okay, interesting. So it depends on who's actually going to be there for sure. Well, at least the best of the best won't be there in the context of them getting invited from the placements here. But we'll talk more about that later on. There's time for Acropolis 5, and it's not right now. Neblime, you have been bested by Hamster. I did say I'd ask you again at the end. I don't know if there's much of a change in your tenor, but are we waiting for some mystical Protoss that has a name that's an acronym of Bisu? Is that going to be how PvZ gets solved? Is it going to be through some strange innovation? Because there was promise and a few points of a number of what you and Aoud were doing today, but not enough to post too many victories, not enough to win the series. How are you feeling? Is it a map issue, a meta issue? Any thoughts on that at all?
Well, this is where I have to reveal, Aoud was literally in my DM saying, just make idols and charlatans, and I did in it one game too. And Alex in chat as well is just saying, don't make gateways. So I'm like, okay, I just won't make gateways the rest of the series. So, I don't know, I'm still just experimenting in the matches themselves, because I haven't played any other games, so who's to say it won't be me that just hits the winning combination? But you know what'll happen. It'll be something strong, and you just nerf it. So I don't really see that happening, no. If some Protoss is going to win Acropolis, they're going to have to be good at many different things. And they're going to have to play in such a way that their opponent knows what they're going to do, and can predict what they're going to do, and they can still win. That's the recipe for winning Acropolis. That was exactly what I was doing as Zerg. As Terran, it was kind of just a mess because we were all just all over the place. But if you want to win a championship, you have to practice in such a way that you will win, even if your opponent knows exactly what you're doing. And Protoss, Event Zerg at least, I don't really feel like has that right now. I guess the other races I can't really say, but what can I say anyway? I don't really play the game, man, I'm just here playing my matches. If I play 100 practice games, I might see something different.
Okay.
But as far as it goes, I don't know what to do as Protoss that, is predictable, can still win, standard play, if you like.
Sure, yeah, I understand that. Trying to play around the edges right
So whoever wins Acropolis as Protoss will be doing that, is what I'm saying.
Sure, yeah, makes sense. Well, it could be Aoud. He's still in the running in that lower final. You said that you're taking Hamster over HitEmUp in the context of if the right races are rolled, right for Hamster's pre-POV should be fine. But who do you think is going to take it all? You got Hamster, HitEmUp or Dog, Aoud, Sziky. Is this going to be Acropolis after all?
Well, I gotta say HitEmUp's the most likely, but I don't think I'm just saying HitEmUp's going to win and no one else is. I really don't know. Because it does just depend what races HitEmUp rolls. I think even if HitEmUp wins 2 games, if he rolls the same race 3 times, he's gonna get mad. Sorry, HitEmUp, I know you're watching this. If he rolls the same race 3 times, he's gonna get mad and lose or something. So anything can happen. Don't say about. He's in chat right now. I've jinxed him. I don't know, man. If Hamster wants to win, he probably can. Same old thing,
Okay.
This is true in Acropolis too. If he wanted to beat Aoud, he could have. He just needs to move into his base.
Right.
Oh, I made HitEmUp mad. I shouldn't have said that. I actually shouldn't have said that.
Dog 3 owe me now, he said.
But as far as I'm concerned, it's all equal chances, just with a little plus on hit.
Okay, interesting. So, and does that include Dog? Because Dog, you really don't rate Dog getting out of that, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can only speak for me personally, and as you know, Dog hard counters me, so I have to give him the respect, and I'm well, maybe he can beat everyone else, or otherwise I'm just saying I'm a bad player, So, I think Dog has a chance, but you're right, fair. Sorry, Dog. Also, if you're watching this,
no, he's asleep, dude. It's too early.
Dog minus. He'll watch back the VOD and be like, "Why are you trash talking 1v1 me, bro?" And then I'll lose. So HitEmUp plus, Dog minus, but other than that, it's an open field.
Well, you are Protoss and he's a Scozy, so I think if you wanted to 1v1 him, you'd just make Dracodons and kill him in 4 minutes. So that's it.
Yeah,
that's his mental block. That's his mental block.
People don't understand. You just got to make pure Rove and all in. That's all you got to do. It's so easy.
It's so easy. That's it. Especially when I make the function cheaper. Oh shit. Well, we'll save that for after the tournament. All right, Neblime.
Well, I heard a rumor from you, I think, that you're going to remove healing from the teleportation.
I'm pretty sure that we're going to have healing be a bit more dedicated to units instead of it being right now, Ascozi need armor pen, need healing, need movement speed, need all these things. And so they just get them from a bunch of incidental sources. And I'm going to be consolidating some thematics into the idea that the Mimic is going to be not doing 5 things. It's detecting, and it's corpse consuming for healing, and it's armor pen source, and it's cloning attacks. That's a lot of stuff that it's doing, as an example. And so, the impact dissipation is going to be, it will block an incoming attack completely, and then it'll recharge after 2 seconds of out of combat. I think Kabbalist, instead of teleporting, it just blocked the first attack. So better versus upfront damage like a Dracodon in that way. And it still gives you the speed boost when you're hit. but the block of the attack needs to recharge. So you can kind of like cycle backwards with a kite, or you can cycle like try to run past or whatever, and you get that early charge. And then of course you can still use things like objects or whatever to upset things. That's the current plan. We'll see if that ends up working out in the way that I certainly hope it will.
Well, you've got other matches to cast today, have you not?
I do. I have one more match, one more series, and that is not until 2 hours, almost. Hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, we didn't take too long, did we?
No. Well, each match has a 3-hour gap instead of the usual 2, so that's the way that this has been going, just because of the scheduling of everybody. We had to wake up pretty early. I mentioned it in the chat as well, like, hey, it's my turn to wake up at 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. for me, but yeah, that's we're probably just gonna do some blood
center. Not that bad, but it was peak time for Hamster, so you know.
Right, he did say let's fuck emoji in go, so I guess that means that he was ready for it.
Oh, I'm actually tired now. You see me wiping my eyes. I'm like, okay, it's time for bed for me.
That's right.
Thanks, everyone.
Hamster's put you to bed. GG's. Any closing thoughts, final words?
Good luck, Hamster.
Good luck, Hamster. That's it. All right. Thank you, Neblime. We will talk with you later on. GG.
See ya.
And with that out of the way, it's probably appropriate for us to consider a break. I got to use the bathroom anyway. I think just like before, we're going to put ourselves on a timer until we hit the next hour mark, and then we'll have an hour-ish of doing work on Blood Summon concepts or fielding questions from chat. We're sneaking in that dev. We're sneaking in that dev work. So I hope that you guys are excited about that. Neblime has fallen to Hamster. The Protoss menace continues to be defeated by the Zerg menace. In fact, the Protoss are not that much of a menace, it seems. But I'm sure they will be to any other race, as it has been proven time and time again. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the conclusion of Elimination 3A. We have, of course, one more series. Shopkeeper Dogs Ascosi, HitEmUp's random. We will not see PVZ again today, but I look forward to what we do see in a couple hours. I am Pronago, and that is an islet. And we are going back to Blood Summon work. So I hope you guys are excited about that. Let's go ahead and set our timer for 38 minutes from now. That will be when our next series begins. Hope you guys are having a glorious time with the level that we've got going on here. Obviously, it's been Zerg dominance, Zerg presence detected, Zerg here. And we even have Shopkeeper Dog reacting in chat to the results of today's matches. At least one of them. So, yeah. Going on, Herm. We also saw... actually, Herm should... Are you Skirmish Badge, or is that the same person? So many people with a bunch of different IDs that I forget who is who sometimes. But welcome, either way. Blood. Just kind of really quickly save the wireframe here that Junthriong sent me earlier today. Think of that out. Yeah, it's not really an add-on. That's just the tech. This is not like super flexible yet for what the logic is. So this is something that Veek is going to have to work on. Also, the fact that like the structures display the way that they do is not super good right now, but it'll be added later. It's okay. So, yeah, the Blood Summon are pretty cool, obviously. They're the 5th race for Cosmonarchy. And we've come up with a few things here that they've got. So, something that I ended up adding was the coagulation passive. This combatant's attacks heal allies equal to damage dealt. And so, the Aqui is capable of that, but I don't know how often that'll show up. It's just it's a cool worker trait, you know. Terran can repair with Masons, and they have beefier workers. Skozi can have 1 armor on their pilgrims, and they can scrap your enemies. You know, Droleths can burrow, and Scribes have shields, and don't need to actually commit themselves to production. So, that's how it works. That's how it works. But, yeah. The other unit that has that particular trait is the Thrombocyte, which does not deal splash damage. Though this does open up the idea later on for the Blood Summon to... Actually, I just realized... if we were to pop the Blood Summon YML file out, and we put it over here, right? Where'd we go? So, if we did it over here, this might be easier for me to remember where everything is. So, ideas. Summon. Let someone upgrade their production structures to within a tier. And I'm not sure about like what is required for them to do the tech up part. So I am keeping that in mind. Things we can probably close. Oh yeah, I have to set up the overlay as well. I'll do that real quick while I'm waiting. I'm gonna guess he gets 10. That's my HitEmUp guess. All right, so yeah, I think within the tier, having these upgrades, right, it's pretty good, I think. Basically, my thought process here is that for the skin shed makes the macrophage. There's another unit that we have not actually put together here just yet, so we can start that. Oh yeah, of course. We also have to do... I've never heard of that before, Lucy. Upgrade production structure or all production structure types to fully unlock tier 2. I'm not entirely sure yet what the approach is going to be for actually scaling the tech tiers. I'm partial to the idea of dedicated structures, but I'm not entirely sure that they are going to be the best way forward. So. Cozy 2.0. That sounds like it would actually be pretty good. So I'll put that as a question mark because I don't actually know if that is what I want. Tailgated. I actually just remembered I have to make a video for tomorrow. All this casting, and I might not be done after the stream. Yeah, you have to have your kills tracked by, like, the score screen at the end. I actually like the idea of basing something off of the damage a unit took, that increasing the score. That's pretty cool. Lots of ideas for sure. Well, it directly incorporates the thematic of, like, oh, you tried to cheat death through life steal, shield steal, healing. You're now more powerful to me. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Hold on, I gotta pull up a list of medical terms real quick. Protozoa could be a unit name, but I think I would probably want to specifically look for, like, the parasitic ones. And then put them in the pustulant branch. Good ideas, good ideas. Nematode. Sorry, I'm not making a race of frogs yet. We'll have a couple of ideas for stuff like that a little bit later. Go back to the macrophage. Macrophage spew doesn't exist yet, so that gave us an error. Tetragrammaton. Pretty good album. I said exsanguinate earlier to describe some Zerg killing Protoss, and I thought, yeah, that's going to be a blood summon ability or something. I think... That'll probably be fine. All early draft shit, of course. If we look at the interface again. I don't know if it really needs much of an ability. Probably like corpse circle or something, cadaver circle. Mystery meat wagon. Oh shit. Yeah, Flagellant is probably going to be a factional Protoss unit. Yeah, that's also true. They're not really into the whole flagellation thing. I think Sclera is a really good one, but it might just end up being like part of the pupil's design. Maybe Sclera instead of Pupil, but Pupil is kind of cool. I don't know. I always thought that Pupil was a neat unit name. Very iconic for the Blood Summon as well. It's gonna be hard, guys. It's gonna be really hard to decide what unit is going to be the icon of the Blood Summon. I'm almost tempted to make it the dredge, funnily enough, but I guess it's probably thrombosite is probably like the easiest one to look at. Yeah, that's a fair point too. They could be similar units or whatever. Cornea. You had a couple others there earlier, Alexander. I should go back and look at. Somebody mentioned scab earlier. That is something that could be a thing for sure. Definitely a low tier kind of sounding name, or maybe like a spawn. There's also that. We do already have a ski-backed scab.
Clocked.
Yeah, clogged is good. So the pupil is... Oh, it's causing issues. Oh, it's weapon doesn't it hasn't been defined yet. This is pupil laser. Okay, we don't seem to have the... Forgot to put the ability here. No. Definitely just the name. The graphic would not fit for Blood Summit. Alright, cool. Let me see the antigen... There's going to be more to the antigen than just this, but I think this is an appropriate initial setup. The antigen is going to deal splash damage and be ally unsafe in a sense, where obviously its allies are going to be hit by it and heal. But it's a flyer, so you can stack them and create a nice like heal train in that respect. So we'll see how like good that actually ends up being. I actually think it probably needs to have a higher cooldown, if I had to speculate. And BVB. Dude, you can't just say that to me. I'm not even remembering that this is going to create a whole new race in the game right now. I'm just working on a race, and then you're out here like, yeah, what happens when this happens? And I'm like, oh fuck, you're right. That's so epic. So. Okay, very cool. God, we knows. God, we knows we gotta invent our own. The antibody is going to have multi-attack, so... I just saw Arbu's right was hilarious. Thanks for games. What did I miss? Oh. Arbu's was trying to play Ascosi, I see. They apparently had some longer matches, too. It's kind of wild. Cool. I might have to check that out for Cast later. You never know, guys. Alright, I have a little under 10 minutes here before I gotta jump back, but we do have some pretty nice development, honestly. Managed to get most of the torrential tier 1 stuff written out. All we're missing is the final unit, which is the Desiccant, is what I'm calling it currently. And then Apparition, that's a good unit name. Apparition. I'm going to go ahead and swap this out a little bit. Cooking indeed. Cooking indeed. Well, I'm going to go ahead and put a timer on here again. We've got our work cut out for us. Oh, apparently our timer is over already? That doesn't really make sense to me. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and put it on for 6 minutes. And we'll go back to the waiting screen, and I'll be back then. Ladies and gentlemen, one series concludes and the other looms. We have one final elimination match to play today, and it is none other than Shopkeeper Dog versus HitEmUp. I'm very excited about this series, as you might be able to tell by the fact that I had to even pause my Blood Summon development early so that I could pop in here and talk to some homies. I'm looking forward to this match, and I think it's going to be a really, really good time. We've obviously got a lot to talk about as it pertains to this series. The first thing that I really want to know, though, is, of course, the format of our players, the form, rather, of our players, how they are doing. Shopkeeper Dog comes into this set potentially the favorite, certainly in terms of the fact that he falls to the lower bracket later than his opponent. But his opponent is the reigning champion of Acropolis. It is HitEmUp, and so that feels like a really tall order, a tough test for the approach that Shopkeeper Dog is likely to take and likely to require of himself going into the future matches. This feels to me like something that is going to be a pretty tall order for him. A mental block versus HitEmUp and a mental block versus Protoss and potentially even Terran, considering it's HitEmUp's Terran, his best race. Those are the potential pitfalls that arrive because HitEmUp is, of course, playing random. But Shopkeeper Dog has some style up his sleeve, and he even reflected upon his loss against Ayud and said that there were easy ways for him to, at the very least, extend play, continue on, and have a chance going into the next round. And so it tells me that he's approaching it with a better thought process, a better head on his shoulders, potentially. That when we look to his opposition, it might not be an easy task. HitEmUp is our random player still left in the tournament. He was felled by Sziky and then went on 2-3-0 series romps, a rampage. This would be his third series victory in the Throneroom Stage, having earned a playoffs berth, a bye into the quarterfinals, off the back of his performance in his group stage there, the Battlements Group C, as you can see on the screen. But his first opponent, Sziky, definitely threw him for a loop. Now that same opponent lies in the grand final, awaiting the potential return of the king. Thus far in Cosmonarchy history, Acropolis history, ever since Acropolis 2, the reigning champion has made it to the grand final and been deposed of and dethroned by an upstart newcomer. And that could be what we see in this very next match. So, I hope you will all join me in welcoming HitEmUp to the interview chamber as soon as Hit is actually ready. And yes, actually, there was even some confusion about who had the veto advantage in this set, but it is indeed not HitEmUp for the first time in a little bit here, as he's fighting against an opponent who comes from the upper bracket. Same as actually the series against Han Mono was, that series was, they were both in the first round eliminations, but Shopkeeper Dog actually comes down from the upper bracket. So let's get into talking to HitEmUp and see how he's doing. Hello, HitEmUp, reigning champion, facing off now against the latest addition to the game, the Ascozi. Of course, this is a match that I've been very much looking forward to, and the map veto is done and dusted. Do you have any exciting thoughts to share with us going into this exciting series?
We got the island map.
We did. Yeah, you got the island map, HitEmUp. That was your choice. It was a veto of Knife's Edge and Saberhand, and then Dog picks Macroglia. You pick Monazite. What's up with that?
I don't know, I wanted to meme.
Well, you were definitely in the meme chamber for a little bit there. I saw you were memeing against Ayud as well in a variety of practice games. But you've also maybe been memeing in just a few moments ago because Arbus said that the games were hilarious. What does that mean?
Arbuz did a lot of silly stuff and died. That's about it. He made tirades. A lot of tirades.
Did it work?
No, it did not.
Interesting.
Even in the mirror.
Not even in the mirror. SMH. Well, I will say that looking at the way that this series is going to go based on the maps, we get Gilded Wall as map 3. If we go longer than 3 maps, it's Quasar Quartet, and then Patadia as the decider, which I see Dog random. It was between that and Magnetron, as far as I can tell, so I guess he wasn't too interested in playing that map. Do you wish any other maps had been picked here?
No, like I don't really have much experience against this cozy, especially like a decent one. So I don't know what maps are good for them, what maps aren't. So I just picked random ones.
Okay, got it. Do you have any particular plan? I mean, you're coming in here saying you're looking at a meme. That's why you picked the island map. Obviously, that has a psychological effect of not worrying too much about what the outcome of the game is. It's an island map. Who knows? It's got a SCSI on it. It's probably just going to hash anyway. So thinking about it from the perspective of the matchup here, we're talking about the latest and greatest race to be added to the game. But Shopkeeper Dog comes in, and he's going to tell us in a moment, if he decides to give us a pregame interview, that actually he sucks and he's going to lose. But is that your opinion too? Does Dog suck? Is Dog going to lose?
I can't call this match at all. Like I see Dog just complaining about every matchup now for his
Yeah.
When he's trading games evenly with EUD. The only like hiccup that I see is that he's losing some games to Cannoli. But it's like, okay, everybody's lost to Cannoli at some point. Like you got to go through it.
Yeah, you got to deal with it, dude.
It's a rite of passage. It's like he complains a lot about matchups and all that, and then he ends up winning. So I don't know.
We'll have to see if that makes a big difference in this set. I'm not sure if he'll join us for the Johns, but either way, interesting set of maps that I am interested in. I am excited about. I do want to see. And of course, we know what's on in the cards here. What's at stake if you pass this threshold? If you defeat Dog in a 3-game or 3 wins, but a 5-game set here, best of 5. We're talking HitEmUp joins Acropolis 5 as a Terran main, as pure Terran. Of course, we do have selective random. If you wanted to also opt into another race, you could. But that's pretty cool. That's pretty legit. And maybe that's even, a part of you must be like, yeah, that's actually what I want to happen. But you got to make it past Dog. And, if Dog can deny you, the reigning champ, maybe he can deny Hamster 3rd place. Maybe he can deny Ayud a Sziky rematch. And maybe he can even deny Sziky a win overall, because Sziky's never played against a SCSI. One hell of a way to have to play against it in terms of, obviously, he played against your SCSI earlier in this tournament. But as like a series where he knows every opponent, every match is going to be a SCSI, a dedicated SCSI player, he's never played against that in the whole tournament. Maybe in all of Cosmo history, and he'd have to do it in the grand final. But that's all maybe in Fantasyland, because Dog has to beat you. And he does still have a mental block, I think. Do you think that's still true? He didn't even meet you in the round last time. We thought we were going to get that matchup, but then he lost to Kasuga and by building double treasury. So if you remember how that went in the Throneroom Stage last time around, he didn't even get a chance to fight you in your successful win. So maybe his mental block isn't all that there anymore.
I think he's trolling. I don't think he actually has a block against me.
Interesting.
He's making it up.
Let me see if he's even going to join us for an interview. Let's see if he even wants to participate, because he might not. He might not be interested. But I'm curious, man. I am curious. This is obviously a noon game now, not quite a early morning anymore. But I'm looking forward to seeing what you all have to say. For Dog, it's 9 a.m., so it's pretty early. Do you have any thoughts about the way that he wants to play, in that like weird way where he wants to go to the end game? He showed a little bit of flavor when it was against Zerg, because against Hamster, where he was now pivoting a lot heavier into tier 2 stuff. And then against Ayud, he kind of had a couple of different things up his sleeve. Some of it was still endgame tech, as a push with insurance, but he didn't really make it that far, it felt like. So how are you breaking down his style in that respect? Do you have a read on what he might do in this game?
I think he plays the matchups a little bit all in.
Okay.
Like, I've seen enough of his games at this point that I know, like, he's going to be 2 base most of the time. Mm-hmm. He's not going to go over 36 workers, and he's just going to tech rush. So it's a matter of, like, can I counter that? And I don't know what actually counters it, so I'll probably learn in the match.
Okay.
We'll see.
Well, fair points, and definitely something to think about over time. In that case, HitEmUp, do you have any final words before we talk to your opponent?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me a question about the PVZ stuff, but okay.
No. If you want to talk PVZ, you got to talk about the future matches, because you'll be maybe rolling Zerg against some P or some P against some Z if you make it past Shopkeeper Dog.
Oh, I just wanted to put like a little asterisk next to what you were saying, like with the whole like BC revolution, revolutionizing things and whatnot. As somebody who like lived through that, like I played through that time, ZVP was a little bit in favor of Zerg, but it wasn't as bad as a lot of people think it was.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought
like
too, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't really around.
And there was another player called, there was Nal Ra, and there was also Daezang. It was like Daezang. They came up with the build that BC did.
Oh, okay.
So they were like the progenitors to that. It just BC did it better. I'll say what Unity won't say, and what Neblime definitely won't say. I think Zerg could be like ZVP is like 80 to 85% in favor of Zerg, if they're even like equal level.
Interesting. I wonder if how the matchups actually bear that out. And also, to your point, I mean, you're talking about like obviously the unspoken thought is that the Protoss could innovate and they could find a way to make it through, but the Zerg could innovate and win even harder. And I feel like that's actually kind of what Sziky did in his games against Aoud. He innovated a way to basically cut military spending, larva spending on military for a really long time, still getting a lot of larva, and then because Protoss were so conditioned to expect earlier aggression at like minute 2 or minute 3, the aggression at minute 5 was like insanely good because they were never pressured. So I wonder about that. I feel like Zerg could just innovate more. It would be even worse.
I think if you actually were like a fly in the wall for a lot of my games against you playing Zerg, you'd see that, like, number one, like, Sziky didn't even greed as hard as he could. Like,
he didn't go to 8 Larvosk or whatever you did.
Yeah. And, like, there is really no punish to it. Like, not at all. It feels bad as the Protoss. And I think that, like, Sziky showed weaknesses in ZVP, so I think there's stuff that, like, can be abused there. But, I tried so hard to like tell Neblime how to play the matchup, and I tried to help EUG as much as I could, but I failed. So it's time for me to lose now.
Oh, I see. Carrying your failure with you into this next series. Well, an interesting note to end this interview on, but we will talk with you after the match, and I look forward to seeing the results of all of your hard work in another matchup that you will not play today. GLHF.
I might never play.
You're right. I'll see you soon.
See ya.
And let's see if we can take a look at Dog. We'll bring him in here and see if he's confirmed to actually be there. I'll confirm he's ready before I just bring him in. That would be kind of rude. All right, it's time to talk to a dog. And they say I can't talk to people in other languages. Shopkeeper Dog is joining us as our resident lizard man, and he is a Scozy. So how are you feeling against HitEmUp, reigning champ, who just said he's going to lose now? No, never mind. I can't talk to people in other languages.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I have the wrong output device.
Oh, that happens. That's okay. All good. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Nice early morning.
Tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to wake up at. I had to wake up at 2 a.m. your time. How does that make you feel?
I would have just not fallen asleep. I feel like too early.
Fair enough. Well, that being said, you're up against HitEmUp, reigning champ, and he said he's going to lose to you. What do you say to that?
I don't think I'm gonna win.
I
feel like
yeah. Go ahead.
HitEmUp's like just a different class of player than I am.
If you win, is it because of Scozy is OP?
No. I mean, like, I think there's stuff that's too strong, but like, I don't think it feels good for either side.
Still working on it. Still working on it. Oh, I feel like I asked you this question a long time ago, but I feel like it bears repeating now. Considering that you were an early adopter here and you play Ascozi and you're like, hell yeah, I'm playing the new race and you're pretty deep in the tournament, is there a chance that when Acropolis 6 rocks up, you would be playing Blood Summon? You'd be playing the 5th race? Or is that just down to like whether it feels good? Or basically, to put it another way, as the question is, did you pick Ascozi because you liked Ascozi, or did you pick them because they were new and you wanted to show what the game had?
It's a little bit of both. I think I said it earlier. Like I was playing HitEmUp and I kind of saw an angle that I thought I had better chances with, so I kind of went with it.
Well, and here we are.
I mean, if Blood Summon was like, if I saw a similar angle, I'd do the same thing.
Okay.
Unless it wasn't fun to play.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah. Has to be fun, baseline. Well, I will say I learned a lot making the Ascozi and having to get them up to shape, up to par for 1v1 level, tournament stuff pretty quickly. I think I'll definitely have a quicker turnaround on a more elegant solution to that for the Blood Summon. But we're all waiting to see what the changes are. I don't know if you caught, I modified some of the graphics to make them hopefully a little bit more legible. I don't know if that's a buff or a nerf. It's probably a buff when you're looking at your army and a nerf when your enemy's looking at your army. But all of those little bro, big bro moments should be a little bit different now. Overall, though, there's a lot more that needs to be tweaked and adjusted. But the Ascozi are getting you this far, and you were one game away from making it to the upper final. I would have really liked to see how you approached the fight against Sziky, because he can't even practice against like Ascozi AI or anything, so there's no hope for him to really get a heads up on what the opponent was going to be. It would be, him and Wheat, I guess, would be the dynamic duo there. But here we are. It's you against the reigning champ. I did mention it earlier. I don't know if you caught it before I even did any interviewing. But historically, ever since Acropolis 2, where Neblime, who was the reigning champ of 1, made it to the grand final, we've had the grand finalist, or the finisher, the champion, make it to the grand final of the next event and then be defeated. Is this your chance to break history?
I don't think so. Like I said, I HitEmUp is like just like a different class of player than I am. Like even if he wouldn't admit it, like he's like hands down like a magnitude of order better than I am. So like even winning one game, I feel like is an accomplishment for me. Like I feel like it kind of sucks because if I did win Game 5 against Aod, I think I'm in the finals. But yeah, what can you do?
Yeah, what can you do? You need those proselytes, need those grandstands. Well, with that said, you're talking about a HitEmUp who comes in as random, full random, all 4 races on offer. What race matchups are you looking for? Anything in particular? Anything to avoid?
As long as it's not the mirror, I'm cool.
Oh, interesting. This does fuel me with a little bit of interest in the match, because I was thinking, you reflected a little bit in chat and a few other places, I think on the Discord server I saw you writing about it, that there's ways that you could have navigated the match against Aud Game 5, that kind of opener, and maybe held on a little bit longer, done a little bit better. So maybe versus Protoss isn't so doomed in the same way as it felt in the moment. And then, of course, I was worried that, it's HitEmUp's Terran. Who's going to defeat his Terran, even with the Ascozi as the new race that he's not as familiar with. But you're saying, no, as long as it's not another Ascozi, you're good. Why is that? Tell me what's up.
I don't expect to win, and I just don't like the mirror. And I think, the mirror for Ascozi versus Ascozi is especially bad because I think I mentioned before, it's just 2 blobs of units just mashing into each other. There's not a lot of tactical play. There's not a lot of room to do other stuff because there's 3 or 4 units that are good. So it's kind of just it's mushy. I don't know. I just don't like playing it.
So it's more of just a visceral feel of the game as opposed to worried about a strategy he's gonna do or something.
Oh yeah, no. I just don't want to play the matchup. I don't care win or lose, but I just don't want to play that matchup.
You could win in 15 minutes and it won't be a banger. It'll be oh man, go next.
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. So we're looking at that matchup as ahead. You're saying it doesn't matter AVA. As long as it's not AVA, you're good. AVT, AVP, you're not worried about either of those?
I think I lose automatically in AVT, but it's fine. And then AVP, I don't know if I've played I played him a couple times, but I don't know if I've played him like since I changed some of the stuff up.
Hmm.
I think HitEmUp Protoss is probably harder in the early and mid game than A's Protoss was, but I think late game he might not have, or actually no, because late game he wouldn't be making like stupid units. So yeah, it'll probably be harder.
Yes, but you are a changed dog now, so maybe it'll be easier. That being said, AVZ is a matchup I would think you would feel somewhat confident in. HitEmUp said he's most favored Zerg. I don't know if that's a mind game or what. That feels like wrong to me, but how do you react?
Actually, I agree. Like I've been playing like HitEmUp, or not HitEmUp. I played like Cannoli. I played a lot of like the lower end Zergs, and there's so many angles for them to actually like win the game, and this makes seems so easy for them. Like I don't understand how Zergs don't feel good in this matchup. It's the same thing as like every other Zerg matchup. You just build a ton of pool units. I can't scout, so I can't know what you're doing, and I can't move out. And then all you gotta do is make an army behind that, and then you just win.
Easy clap, in theory. We'll see how it is in practice. Dog, do you have any final words before we move on to our epic third match of the day?
I think it's pretty impressive that HitEmUp's like initial prediction is like almost 100% spot on. Like he has everything up to like just my match against Aud and Hamster, or just my match against Hamster.
That was it.
So it can still come true. It's
Well,
gonna be a Zerg versus Zerg finals.
He did say Zerg wins this Acropolis. This is Zergcropolis, so is that what you feel is going to happen?
I mean, Aud got 3-0'd, right? So like, is there really I don't know. I feel like if he went back to the second finals, I don't know, could get 3-0'd again, and like HitEmUp like beats me and then loses to Hamster, and then I think it's viable.
It's possible. All right. Well, some interesting words for sure as predictions. Let's see who beats who in this game of nobody wanting to back themselves. Shopkeeper Dog, thank you for your interview. We'll talk with you after the match.
Yeah, GG's.
GG's indeed. I didn't mention it, but the winner of this series is, of course, going to get that invite back into the next Acropolis. If HitEmUp gets it, he will play as Terran in the next tournament. And if he does not, he says he will not play at all. Can you believe that? I can't. But we are going to be getting into our match here momentarily. Just waiting on our players to say ready. HitEmUp says he's been on the losing streak on League of Legends since midnight, waiting on Dog. Time to keep the streak alive. I think that's not going to happen. Lose on League, win in SC, says Shopkeeper Dog. But this ain't SC, this is CM. Say when ready, I say. I should have a button that just says that like in a funny voice. Just say when ready to the players. It just plays that and just fucking jump scares them. All right, our players are ready, and so are we. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Shopkeeper Dog versus HitEmUp, the reigning champion against the Ascozy upstart. Let's see who makes it in, starting with Game 1. It is Protoss as our first matchup here, as HitEmUp rolls it in the top right. I do believe he is Tyrion purple, but we'll confirm in a moment after we talk about Shopkeeper Dog being teal. And there it is. Color guess is correct. Which you guys can see now, because I actually don't have the camera thing on, because neither of these two players want to appear on camera. Bad form. Honestly, if it was like Neblime Aud PvP finals, then we would at least still have our cameras on, you know what I mean? So we are going to get the Pilgrim Scout. We are also going to get the Scribe Scout right off the rip from that gateway. HitEmUp commenting earlier that he feels like he doesn't really know what Dog is going to do in any of the matchups or on any of the maps, but that he's going to be going for his Tech Rush stuff. We'll see if he makes it past the early game. That was a problem for Aoud. Against Aoud, rather. And of course, the 2-gate start implies HitEmUp will be going for Dracodons. He's already got some Vespene banked up for just that purpose. The Radix completes, and immediately out comes a Missionary. We're going to see some Proselytes in this game as well, and I'm looking forward to that. Aoud in the chat saying Dog should feel comfortable AVP, and I kind of agree. I think he's probably going to be just fine here. See if we can get the Pilgrim home, or maybe to another land. Behold, new land. And the Missionary has indeed arrived. Just kind of navigating around, seeing what he can find for the inevitable time that he's going to have to run up against a worker, or perhaps just a straight Dracodon. Oh, hello, I have found you. Would you like to punch me in the face? Yes, actually, the scribe would like to do that, but it doesn't have hands. Shopkeeper Dog claims to not have hands. Does he want to get there? Both going to have an armistice and get the gas? Oh, he's going to get minerals. That's what he needs. I think that's fine. The Dracodon's looking around for him, though. He's like, Didn't see the gas mining. It was the minerals that kept him alive. Look at that. Missionaries are available here. He's got 3 of them. No proselytes, though. Is this a little greedy compared to the presence of the Dracodon, I wonder? He's going to dive forward with that one missionary. A lot of damage has been put onto him. Trying to cancel out that shield gaining. 2 proselytes get queued up. Missionary trying to body block here. Good little stutter step there to try to break those shields down. 2 more Dracodons joining the fray. No grandstand. No joy. No cardinals either. So feels like maybe this is going to be a bit of a problem. Now he switches over to Vespene. I wonder what that's going to be for, though. I guess it could be for cardinals, thinking about it. He's starting to get gas from his geyser as well. The first sighting is here. The proselyte allows for a mass amount of those missionaries to dive forward. And he's got a lot of proselytes here. He needs to get another one of those speed boosts if he wants to go ahead and kill the Dracodon. Nice jump there to escape the projectile. Missionaries on the front line. The proselyte count getting pretty high as they dart forward like that. Oh man, there's more Dracodons where that came from though. Hold on. He's diving after the one that's wounded. The next one to be focused down. Another Dracodon could go down to the Escozi, but oh man. Can Shopkeeper Dog actually be the Scrap Lord here? He's making more and more proselyte, more and more missionary. This is putting him further in a hole economically, but he's got way more units behind this. I don't actually know if HitEmUp is aware of what's coming for him here. There's a lot of those infantry units. What's better is Shopkeeper Dog's color is actually pretty good for blending in a little bit of camouflage. Oh, unfortunately, a proselyte's been offered up to the gods. That's not what you wanted. They've got a cool guy pose with like one pistol held up to their head, the side of their head when they're idle now. Nice way to tell the difference between them when they're just kind of hanging out. One other Dracodon going down. This looks like a lot better here for Shopkeeper Dog. Triple landlock, double Radix production on just the military units. Is HitEmUp in some trouble? He's going a Cantor Envoy with a Nexus in theory coming up. His Zealots are far away, and he's only got the 3 Dracodons, one of which is super bruised. There's a window here for Shopkeeper Dog to push across for an actual attack, potentially a deadly one, but instead he's going up to Tier 2. At the very least, getting access to it. The Gauntlet halfway complete. And the Envoy has scooped up the Iquaretor. It's not just an Acantor, it's an Iquaretor. Shout out Iquare one time. So this is the play. This is how Dog wants to do it. Catch back up in workers after the fact, and he almost has with that extra landlock, considering the Nexus timing again. What is HitEmUp going to do from here? The Witness halfway complete, and that'll reveal some of what the shenanigans are going to be, but the army staying home means that this drop shouldn't get too much done. In fact, oh dear, he's going to try to take pot shots across the hall. That's brutal. The Envoy's sighting it. I mean, what do you even do in this situation? I guess you just walk out and try to challenge, but gotta watch out there. Getting bruised. Yeah, he just needs to send a squad out to the other side and see if he can't force this Envoy to go somewhere else. HitEmUp's APM going to need to be concerned here. A Cosmoscope's a long way away right now, but he could go straight into Astrolabe as soon as he puts down Proscenium, I guess. Maybe not straight into it. No dyads, interestingly enough. He's got Vickers instead. Yeah, his whole army is like dealing with this one drop. But there's not really that much behind this for HitEmUp, right? Dyads now being produced. Equator still looking around for something. We have Easter egg names. 1 in 256 chance for a unit to have a funny name. Not every unit has them. In fact, most units don't, but there are options available. The first proscenium is put down. Dog has a lot of money in the bank. He's going to start up a second proscenium after that, and the dyads will take over on production. And then I think the pilgrims will... yeah, they're going to go ahead and defenestrate. Go back to the mining. I guess he's not even going for this ridge right now, so he's going to go ahead and saturate that. First Vicar arrives. First couple of them. You can see they themselves have an adjustment to their model. And some healing is still happening over here for some of those infantry units. Multiple Ardent Authorities. More gateways as well. I guess a Cantor Man is going to be the way of, at the very least, how HitEmUp is going for this. The islets are going to be remotely bombed. By the way, the witness can't just be shot here, so... Oh, no, they can't because there's no more islets. And he can't put any more down with that little squad either. But, yeah, the islets are detectors, hence the name. He's thinking about moving over here. Obviously, the Vicars are here to try to catch stuff like this, so... Couple shots from the Vicar could definitely do some damage there. Now the Gateway Army with the Acantor follow-up is pushing in. Servitors are going to be the choice here. I don't think that's going to work very well versus Aphorists. Aphorists are a good splash option here for the Ascozi. And now we have the arches being made. A Chantry by the Natural. Bestiary and Conduit. This is a 2-base tech rush here from Shopkeeper Dog, and HitEmUp is trying to set up for an attack, but I feel like there's outplay potential with the infantry. Witness almost going down, courtesy of flying into the islet. One Pilgrim navigating to the top left might wrap around to see what he can find in terms of enemy base count. Yeah, honestly, HitEmUp playing a pretty passive game right now. Dog focuses his efforts onto the Conduit and the Bestiary, using that power building, and now he's going to focus on those Panoplies as well, putting down so many of them. He's got 6 Dyads. Now the engagement comes out, the Envoy unloading. There's plenty of infantry here. The Vicar count also respectable enough. With those islets being cleared out, which you don't need detection for, the Proselyte will announce itself here at the 3rd base. And the Chantry completes. He's trying to get all of his units in the cloak field, but obviously not all of them are available for that. There is a witness here, though. The Grandstand is put down, but that's going to get bombed out by the Acantor shortly. Trying to spread out the infantry. Can't quite get vision on that Acantor until it attacks, and only then will it be revealed for a short time. Plenty more Acantors to try to mulch through, and a lot of Proselytes and Missionaries have already gone down. The Vicars, oh man, they're getting blown up as well. Has HitEmUp actually assembled the right kind of pressure composition? The Panoplies are finishing behind this. Remember, the Servitors are likely to get mulched. The Envoy cleared as well, and so there won't be really much there. The Grandstand ends up finishing. And the Acantors are actually all that's left all of a sudden. This is what I was worried about when those frontliners went gone, and HitEmUp hasn't actually even looked back at the army here. He's got 1 Acantor left on the front line, and a couple of witnesses to spot. And with that being said, what more does he even have? A bunch of Zealots. He clears the Proselyte that was attacking him earlier. Put a little bit of damage down onto the Warden. And the Panoplies are done with Insurance coming up. We've got Obelisks assembling. I don't know. This is looking kind of spooky. The Insurance have arrived. Brought a little tot, and we'll see what they can do. As the Zealots are going to wide walk over to the 3rd base and cancel it, they will be met with the Insurance, and that will tell HitEmUp that he's already on the clock. At least I would imagine. Actually, it's a run-by. Well, canceled out the landlock. No detection? Nothing at all. So no easy way to get a jump on these Insurance. It looks like they might be intending to path across to confirm nothing at 3 o'clock. Now we've got detection coming up, but it's static detection at the Natural. A lot more gateways coming. He just wants to make a lot of zealots to shield against the front line, and, well, the insurance are arriving. Does HitEmUp notice? Oh, the first insurance actually reveals itself. That's kind of a problem here for Dog. He does clear a single Acantor, but that could have killed a lot of workers. That could have tried to maybe set up a problem here, and now we've got HitEmUp realizing, okay, you're trying to do something like that. I'm going to need some other moves here. As Witness comes out, another set of cloaked insurance moving across, but they're only cloaked as long as they don't attack, and top left, actually, the Pilgrim ended up building a landlock up here all by itself. That's kind of a cute spot because that base is pretty hard to ever look at. You know what I mean? Might be the first time I'm actually seeing somebody expand there, to put it in another way here on Macroglia. This is all in game 1, entering 12-minute mark. Going after those workers. Oh man, there's so many workers here, and there might not be so many workers for very long. There was like 30 workers on that mineral line, and he's down to only about 8. Well, that did the job. Endbores have begun construction. A third obelisk. I think he might already have some Endbores somewhere, but no. Yes, he does. He has 2 already. This could cause a lot of psychic damage here for HitEmUp. If he can't clean this house out of Viscosi in the early game. I mean, what is he doesn't even have really great anti-air, right? He just has the Dracodons. Some Positron is not too bad. Servitor is not too bad, but nothing with a good amount of mobility. He'll finally clear out that Harvester in the middle of the map. Looks like he may have attacked his own Dracodon. Not sure what happened there. And the Witness is spotted. A mimic was made. Well, the insurance are going to continue navigating forward. The Bulwark warped in too slow to save the third base. The Natural, though, well, it has a Bulwark at the very least, but HitEmUp, do you have anything here that can help? Clarions are going to come out to detect. Ah, dear. He knows he needs the Bulwarks, but he doesn't put them in the right spots. His Crucible is powering just about nothing right now, and it's likely to get focused down as well. This will trigger HitEmUp to attack, and that's only going to result in the Endbore menace reigning supreme, so it feels. 4 Endbores, 2 more idle. We've got 2 more in production, and the landlock goes down for another time, but the insurance have depowered everything in the main base except for the few units that are here. Oh man, what a raid! Desperately trying to repower things. He puts down another Crucible, but only 1 Acantor is available, and the Endbores are at a count of 6. The Acantors are going to help crush through the ground army, but HitEmUp doesn't even wait for the battle. Who needs a battle when you've already lost the war? It is a game for the Dog and the Viscosi. Cleaning house in game 1. Well, now we get to go to Monazite, so that's pretty fun. Shopkeeper Dog. The Madman has done it. Held against the Protoss aggression with the new tech. And as you might imagine, HitEmUp is already tilted. Those are his words, actually. Already tilted, he said. HitEmUp trying to put the pieces together. And so we begin. Game 2 coming up, and it's on the island map of Monazite. I cannot wait, and I don't have to. Here we are on Monazite, where HitEmUp has rolled Protoss one more time. And we have him in the bottom right as the Coral. Ah, tomato Protoss. In the top left, Shopkeeper Dog is Cosmic Cobalt. There it is, Cosmic Cobalt Discozy. Going for a Radix Open. Probably just going to go straight into Cosmoscope here, if I had to guess. Embassy first from HitEmUp. Honestly, why not? It does unlock your tier 2. And we don't really get to see Protoss on Monocyte very often. I feel like that's just not something I get to see too often, so I hope we get to see a lot of cool stuff in this map. It's actually a double Radix, so Shopkeeper Dog is sort of indicating that he wants something a little bit more on the aggressive side. And he did say that this is the podcast map. He said, don't worry, HitEmUp, you have the podcast map to recenter. And now he's going for something that kind of tells me he's going to go for an earlier attack. I don't know, guys. That kind of that's a fun little mind game for me to consider, and for HitEmUp to consider as he goes for his lattice behind the embassy. He's navigating around, looking around for the bases. He knows there's a base behind him. It'll be an artisan. Okay, not an envoy, but an artisan. Cosmoscope coming up. Helions can rule the skies and they have the scrap passive that the Insurant and the Pilgrim have, as well as the Scepter. So Helions are the basic anti-air unit. They don't shoot ground for the Discozy. Definitely a unit you could see Shopkeeper Dog using and sending across to clear things like vassals or artisans. We'll see what he actually does, though. I'm guessing he'll go Emissary first. That's a more common pull. Sedent on the way for HitEmUp on the one base. His first artisan already getting Vespine gas. So clearly he wants something more Skyborn, I think. We'll see if that ends up being true in the sense of the truest sense of the word there. The Cosmoscope is halfway complete. And we've got missionaries and we have our proselyte as well. I do think that they look better than they did before, and a little bit more discernible. Vassal scouting around. Doesn't actually get to see the Cosmoscope. Vassal range is pretty poor, vision range. But he stays alive, so he can go in for another scout a little bit later. Second Vassal coming up through the middle. Simulacrum, Idol. So he's got some ground units here for anti-drop. And what does he want for his first production structure? A Stargate. Well, his second production structure, but his first tier 2 structure of the day. Of this particular match. It will be an Emissary first with Cardinals in tow. That's pretty nifty, pretty interesting. You can see the Bio army here, the Biotic army for the Discozy, moving over to the cliff edge. Where I'm pretty sure if you did the jump right, you could probably get down there, honestly. Without even needing anything else. I mean, good luck getting up without vision, but it's possible to get down. He pulled some of the army, and then he's going to have the Islet pull more. Is that it? Is that the play? Including a Pilgrim here. Just suck him up, dude. Just transport. What are you doing? Just right... Yeah, there you go. Okay, you figured it out. 3 Cardinals in tow. People don't know they only cost 1 transport space. That took a little bit of APM here. And the landlock will come down on the low ground. That's pretty nifty. Artisans mining all of the geysers. We've got... Oh! Is it going to be Aurora spam? Tell me. Please tell me we get to see HitEmUp meme with Auroras. Recenter his way forward with Auroras. The one Pilgrim could end up creating something kind of nifty over here. Emissary... I think it sees the Cardinal. I'm pretty... Or rather the Artisan there. It certainly sees that one. So now he's going to pull the units up. What's the response? First Aurora has been sighted. Okay, it was just one Aurora into Gladius, it looks like, and here we go. Perhaps uniquely suited to the island-hopping gameplay. He pulls the rest of his army forward, focus down the transport, finally unloads a Cardinal. Workers could get involved here to try to clear those frontliners. They're healing a lot, courtesy of their melee attack, so it takes a while for them to be broken through. Still, at this point, only one of them has been. I can't believe this emissary's been allowed to live for so damn long. Finally, he'll try to shoot it down, but look at that! He makes the pull happen! Oh, the Aurora goes down and will increase the attack speed of all the Protoss units. The Gladius has popped out in the meanwhile, and this will be a wipe. Remember, Shopkeeper Dog's macro behind this, his worker count is actually really poor. And so for a moment, that looked like it would be a disaster, but the Sims kept splitting. The damage wasn't focused from Shopkeeper Dog, as much as we were very, very particular about looking at things like the emissary and what HitEmUp was or was not focusing on, you know, this is a little bit of a different story. We are talking about a different navigation here, a different engine behind HitEmUp. Helion is coming out. He's already got 2 of them. Knows that there's Stargate in play. 2 of them, in fact. Sim count pretty high off the back of that fight. 2 Gladiuses will arrive, and they'll actually see this landlock out in front. Helions are here. You got to respect the Helions. Look at the little moving shot they can do. And then the pull there to desync the projectile. Very nice. Jump out of it. Break out of that projectile lock. Oh, dear. Oh, scrapped. And he's feeding him money. Oh, no. Oh, HitEmUp. You've come head-to-head, face-to-face. And 1 missionary even clears artisans. Helions are good units, and nobody ever builds them. Missionary will finally be destroyed as that geyser has been removed from HitEmUp's repertoire. He does have a lot of artisans still mining, so keep that in mind. Limeers now, people are talking about Limeers in chat. Helions coming forward to scrap the artisans. That's a nice little injection of money for Shopkeeper Dog. I know he's making land effects. I really don't know if that's a good choice here. I mean, they don't deal splash damage, so the scrap ray isn't going to be that good versus a stack of Aurora. He could probably just stick with that. But he wants his own splash, and fair enough. His Gladius move didn't quite work. He's got an envoy for transporting. Maybe he goes for a sim drop here. Proscenium's coming up inside the main base here for Shopkeeper Doug. Does he have one coming down here? He does. And, of course, a third base. Artisan's getting hunted down. Oh, he picks the transport there as well. And finally, these Helions will go down, but only 2 of them, and they've done a lot of value here. Added a lot of value for Shopkeeper Doug. The army isn't spectacular here just yet for the Ascosi, and the Limeers are getting vested. The Dyad even getting blown up before it could finish the Proscenium on the low ground is actually kind of a problem right now. Here comes the Emissary to try to pull the rest of the units forward. We'll see all he can do, but the Emissary is almost destroyed immediately. The Vickers are going to be the only source of splash damage. The Aurora is struggling to target individuals, and it looks like the Sims and the Idol? Well, no, they actually do turn and fight the ground units. I was going to have some questions to ask about the potential of them focusing on the Helions when they only attack air. Dude, what a wild game Island Maps turned Cosmonarchy into. He could finish that Proscenium off, but instead it'll have the opportunity to be canceled. If only he picked the transport. Looks like it was finally canceled. Like back to 1 base for him while the artisans continue to garrison things. I guess not too much, right? Only a few minerals. It's definitely a 1 base game for all sides. Gladiuses are pretty slow. Oh, he came very close to killing the Emissary there. That would have been a nice pick. But the Bestiary is done, dude. We're going to see the Panoplies, surely. Oh, the Conduit's not quite finished. So, no Panoplies yet. No Tier 3 Biotic production yet. He can come up here and shut down this 12 o'clock. There's not really anything that Shopkeeper Dog can do about it. The Gladiuses are coming. It looks like the Helions are turning to face against the Artisans, but if that happens, the air attack from HitEmUp could be pretty deadly. I mean, there's nothing here that really does a good number of damage, a good bit of damage against air units. So, as that Artisan does go down, it doesn't really feel like there's much of a hope for Shopkeeper Dog to win a head-on army fight. The Aphorists have definitely done a lot of damage to these Sims, you can tell that, but it looks like HitEmUp's more than willing to concede the Artisans to just go for that pressure. Dornan are here. Maybe that can turn the table. Finally, the Emissary will be destroyed. But those Doranin are going to be brought down, and the land effects here to try to disable the rest of the units. Nothing shoots up, and Aphorists just came out of production. The Helions are far afield. Will HitEmUp just navigate into the base? No, he refuses to go in. Why? What is he worried about? He's adding an expansion here. 3 more Gladius is arriving. His ground army, he wants to scoop up and maybe drop in, but he does need to consider an attack here because the tech rush is happening. The tech rush is occurring slowly, much slower than it would otherwise. With only 1 panoply, you do unlock the obelisk, and that is almost complete. Misplaced landlock likely to get canceled anyway, so almost surplus to requirements or concern. The scribes get pulled up. The Nexus is only a partially warped in here. And it looks like HitEmUp is considering where he wants his army to navigate. Maybe he'll wrap around and go around the back. His vassal confirming nothing in the back base, so for whatever reason, Shopkeeper Dog just has not, I don't think he knows about the vassal. He would just send the Helions to kill it. But for whatever reason, he doesn't want to take that back base. And I don't know why, but it's giving HitEmUp a lot of info. Oh, Gateway is coming out here on the low ground. Well, here's the problem. Another emissary has been made. Insurant. Okay, it's only one of them, so it's not that big of a deal. But HitEmUp's sitting on his hands, not doing much of anything, as the obelisk is slowly going to be achieved. And with the potential for Helions to scrap units, the Insurant, if it gets up to a higher count to scrap units, it feels like it could be a little bit too easy for the Scozy player to scale up. He attempts a disruption field. Not quite going to work out in his favor there, but now the Gladius stack is achieved. That Insurant disabled. Finally, it ends up going down. Did it scrap enough? It is unclear right now. Helions will go down as well, and this is a canceled out panoply. The landlock once again destroyed. Only 1 obelisk and only 1 Insurant, even in production. Finally, Thomologs are being made. Now, the one saving grace here is that HitEmUp is busy attacking the landlock instead of doing anything else. He's making his zealots, but what can he really do with them right now? His Stargates are idle. His 3rd Nexus is being taken. It's a Limir! Holy moly, it's a Limir! Unbelievable. Again, I think sitting around and not doing much right now is not going to give HitEmUp any favors. If he even knows what a Limir is, he'll know that the obelisk has been achieved. And obviously he saw the Insurant, I hope. The panoply is available for his opponent, and he's expanding again. I guess the Zealots can try to, like, distract from that. Now, Limirs only attack air, but they've got monstrous 10 range, so they will establish air superiority for the Scozy. Being a tier 3 anti-air unit does that to a man. Or to a lizard. I guess their quantity might not be significant enough just yet. And they're pretty, I mean, they have less HP than the Helion, right? So that's also a factor. But they deal that same Vicar splash damage that you gotta watch out for there. Well, the Zealots can't do much but look on from the skies. And hard to catch the Helion-Limir combo. This game should be in HitEmUp's hands, but it's not. He's just not taking it. He's refusing the meal. More land effects being made to try to scrape back some air superiority. He's got enough gas for a Monument of Sin, but not nearly enough minerals. The land effects trying to get on top of that ground stack. It's actually working very nicely. The Zealots absorbing a ton of that pressure. And, of course, the stacked up air units are going to struggle against the Limirs, but he's busy dealing with the ground targets. The Zealots laying into the landlock, which still has just not been allowed to do much of anything. And maybe the Limirs will actually go down here? How do you deal with the fact that they're constantly heckling you? HitEmUp's answer is to just not look at his army, and that feels like a really risky maneuver. He needs to turn his ground army to fight the Limirs. There you go. Only one left. Another one in production. He's actually making a second obelisk, and he's not making endbores, dude. This is the first time somebody's made the obelisk and not made endbores with it. I mean, I'd like to think the sound design of the unit is scary, so you're like, all right, I gotta watch out for that guy. He's making loud noises. Frustration stages. But why? What is happening? Can somebody explain to me why HitEmUp is playing this like a ground map? Exemplars have arrived, only anti-ground, but pretty good range. Will definitely help deal with things like insurance. Another emissary arrives to once again put a pilgrim down here to once again build a landlock, but the minerals are going to deplete pretty soon. In fact, most of them have already for Shopkeeper Dog. They've all depleted inside the main here for HitEmUp, but he does have a few extra bases compared to his opponent. At this point, I'm not even really convinced he's going to lose the game, but I am really confused about the way that he's approaching it. I don't think he's going to look at this game favorably afterwards. The Zealot's trying to dive forward, the Limeers laying into the air. They are all dead. All the air units are gone. The land effect chasing the emissary, I don't think it's going to be particularly effective. The Exemplars helping to clear the insurance. Well, this is giving Shopkeeper Dog some much-needed money at the very least. And the Limir Helion combo will scrap the land effect. Pariah, another prostration stage, a Crucible. Dude, what is going on? Is he ever going to actually put units inside the enemy base, though? Finally, we get some Enbors out. Yeah, this is a lot of lasers. That's a lot of lasers, guys. Yeah, and the Limir also has the ability to slow individual air units, so, like, versus a swarm, it's not particularly good, as you can tell, but it's meant to actually counter higher value targets, like be able to help the Ascosi isolate and pick apart, like, a bunch of hyenas after an elephant. That's not the same. Whatever. You guys know what I mean. They don't always occupy the same biomes, but whatever. It's okay. I'm more of an expert about Cosmonarchy than I am about Earth, and I hope that's acceptable to fellow autists here. We do have another prostration stage finishing. A lot of pariahs are being made. I don't see the value in doing that, and I don't know what HitEmUp is doing. He's going to empower his Stargates with a Crucible. The emissary will finally reveal the vassal in the corner. He's got a landlock down here in the low ground. He's building another one. He's not actually got anybody mining down here, though, so... I mean, kind of surplus to requirements. A random scribe rally to across. Bottom left being taken by HitEmUp as he seeks to continue scaling his production up, but... I mean, this is all well and good, but your opponent does have air units on the island map. Oh no, that's splash damage, and that's 9 land effects. Oh, that's such a juicy stack. Oh, he'll disable them. But look, the air fleet on the other side. Turn the landies around, son. Oh, jeez, they all died. Well, at least the insurance are dead, but there's no way to chase these Enbors now. You know, get a little bit of damage dealt, and then the Enbors can just lay into him. Yeah, that was a bait. I mean, surely you can see that coming a mile away. HitEmUp has to fall back. I like the Hierophant to help slow some of these units down. Obviously, the Limir's helping out quite a bit against the Lannies. Well, if he flies too close to the sun... Well, down goes an Enbor finally. Oh, he's going to lose multiple. Land effects can pursue. The land effects could have pressed the issue there, I think. The Limirs are really low, and the Enbors themselves, most of them are already gone, right? Very, very low on HP, so... Could have popped multiple. Draconid's being made to reset the army. Pariahs, a synthetic synod. I suppose as soon as the insurance are gone, there's not really any way for Shopkeeper Dog to start profiting from this position. His landlock count's pretty low. He's only making 3 workers, or and having to manually migrate some of them down. In theory, the Protoss should be growing way faster, right? And the insurance are going to give some money back. Oh, Potentates are actually not bad here. Analog to try to return the fire. Oh, I don't hate it, I guess. Down goes the Limirs, or maybe those were the Helions. I think that's just what those were Helions. The Limirs are still with the army, but not a great number of them right now. He's adding more. This should be a slaughter, but HitEmUp is deliberately building a composition that feels the most obtuse way to win an island map as possible. Now here he comes with the engage. The land effects trying their best to disable some of those units on the ground. The Zealots and the Pariahs eating up the aggression from the insurance, and I mean, again, this is such a demented way to play an island map. Endboars have arrived, and the land effects are going to try to lay into them, but the Dragonins are ignoring them in favor of that landlock down below. And now we do have somehow insurance managed to get in here. Was that a drop? Yes, it was. But the Auroras scramble in time to defend, and the Emissary off to the side is easy to pick. And that was also depleted base. That was like the least valuable target there from Shopkeeper Dog. So showing HitEmUp, he's not alone in the game of throws. Comparatively pretty minor, though, I think. Now trying to wrap around to see if we can shut down the back base. At least that's what I would speculate here. As HitEmUp continues to rally workers around. I don't know if he thinks he's making a point. I'm going to be honest. I'm not trying to like be poisoning the well or anything. I really don't know if even HitEmUp understands what he's doing. Like, is he trying to say, like, look, I have 100 more workers than my opponent, and I might lose. Like, yeah, you might, but look at your composition. Aurora land effect trying to duke it out against tier 3 air, and again, they're still pretty bruised, so it might work. He clears the workers. That's what little there were. Oh, dear. Down to only one end board. The Chantry finishes to try to heal up these wounded units. The Escozi don't normally have much respect for the dead or dying, but they need them now. Another high ground base going to be taken by HitEmUp. Is he ever going to make more units than this? I guess he's really low on gas somehow. I don't know what he queued up. A Demiurge, I suppose. Well, that landlock is toast. Shopkeeper Dog not even canceling it. And the Pilgrim is left alive as well. So that's very funny. There is no detection with Shopkeeper Dog's opponent here. HitEmUp does not have any witness or anything like that. He has the tech for it, of course. He did open embassy, but doesn't seem to be particularly concerned by that just yet. Trying to get his emissary cloaked again, apparently. Well, loading or unloading will decloak it. Auroras could definitely wrap around and see if they can go for a kill on anything, but yeah, Shopkeeper Dog is really poor, and I think he's only staying in this game to try to tilt HitEmUp, to be honest. That sounds about right. But yeah, we are lacking splash damage versus air. There is not really an easy way for Shopkeeper Dog to get out of this as the Aurora stack continues to grow. And an Empress has arrived as well. Endboar immediately snapped on it. Looks like some insurance are present, so maybe the Auroras could go up and smoke all at once, but it feels unlikely. Amusing. Empress stole the landlock for a moment, and then it was, of course, destroyed. Oh, yeah, I think he canceled it. He got a little bit... Ha! HitEmUp got some money from the Escozi this time instead of the other way around. Mineral-only bases, by the way. Another mineral-only base. Why is he taking these mineral-onlys? Look, there's gases right here. Artisan them or something. Oh my god, HitEmUp, what are you doing? Well, the army is moving across the map, and HitEmUp is ill-equipped to defend himself from it, I think. As he has no detection in between them and the opponent. He is making more Gladius. Actually, those could help out in a funny way. But the Endboars are pretty sizable. I don't know. I mean, HitEmUp might just get within an inch of killing Shopkeeper Dog and then, like, just leave. I really don't know what he's going to do, honestly. Like, he's taking his third. He's like, not fighting fights he could win, and Endboars have arrived in his main base. Dude, what the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, HitEmUp. HitEmUp, you've lost your main. HitEmUp, you need to build more structures that build air units. HitEmUp, you need to build a transport. HitEmUp, your Auroras are in the enemy base. HitEmUp, you're on an island map. No. No, HitEmUp. Don't let it happen. Oh. Oh, well. Finally. Oh my god, dude. Dude, what is happening? Can anybody explain Why HitEmUp won't build air units or transports? I mean, he's building air units. He's just not building very many of them, you know? Hello. Would you like some pariah? Gotta stutter step them a little bit. Long range versus the insurance. Make that an ill-equipped fight. Ah, jeez. Ah, God. Well, the Demiurges actually have pretty good range as a combat unit. They're not bad to deal with this. Potentates don't suck either. Crucible to repower everything here. More Empress needed, clearly. Limeers are not annihilating them enough, apparently. Yeah, we've got 3 Enbors, and only 1 more in production. Dog actually has some minerals, but he's not making anything with them. This is the longest we've played on Monocyte with a SCSI involved without a hash. I just want to point that out to everybody. 3 Stargates being made somewhere as he gets another gas base. Inside the mineral only on the high ground, it looks like. Dog, what? This actually is straight up like HitEmUp is like, hey, Dog, would you like to tilt me? And then Dog is like, well, I guess I'll stay in the game until you actually defeat me. Since we're on an island map, you're going to make air units and transports, right? And HitEmUp says, no, I'm going to make on the ground units. So, yeah, this really is the podcast map. Say GG, Dog. God damn it, dude. Well, I'll let HitEmUp finish us off. I got Ob. Well... I'm not forcing a remake off of this one, so we'll see the final fight, and then we'll see where it goes. The Empress is trying to be focused down, but it doesn't work out so well for the SCSI. The Demiurges take command of some of the SCSI army. Come on, HitEmUp. Mess him up. HitEmUp, mess him up. Come on, HitEmUp. Come on, HitEmUp. Get your Demiurges to the front line, HitEmUp. HitEmUp, I'm telling you right now, you gotta get your Demiurges to the front line. Oh, okay, well, only 1 Enbor left. Is this mod real? Yes, this mod is real, and I promise the rest of the games are going to look very different than this, but the players have decided to make a mockery of themselves for the most part, and we're here for it. Double Argosy around the Crucible. Bounty being made to try to replenish the resources in the main base, which isn't a bad idea and probably should have been done a long time ago, but I think Dog may have forgotten. And so, well, after about 30 minutes, I am going to have to adjudicate this as a loss for Shopkeeper Dog, and I don't think that's a controversial decision by any means. As HitEmUp has decided to meme his way into a victory. No, he can't decollide the Zealots. You'd hit the unit limit before you get enough to decollide because the map is big enough. By the way, he's also not building any detection, which is really funny to me. He's got the insurance on follow on the Limeers so they don't attack anything. Well, the Empresses have arrived. What are you going to do now, dude? Finally, the obelisks will go down. Shopkeeper Dog must concede now. Yeah, there it is! He finally did it! I'm so proud of HitEmUp! And I'm sure he has a face like this. Well, that was a disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to Gildenwall, a port of Goldenwall LE from Starcraft 2, done by Jujic. And we are tied up 1-1. Surely there's not going to be Protoss a third time, right, guys? And surely if there is, that won't be how it plays out. Yeah, I agree, you'd say GG. Doesn't Toss still have the recall ability? Yes. Well, he did finally go Argosy, but... I can't even type to these people. HitEmUp joins the lobby and says, "Why you do that to me?" Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. It is time for Game 3, and it's time, actually, this is the best of 3. We never played any matches. Game 1 coming up. It's Gilded Wall, guys. The matchup neither player wanted to play. It's a Scozy versus a Scozy action, gentlemen. HitEmUp in the bottom right, Shopkeeper Dog in the bottom left. Let's see who's going to meme who on Gilded Wall. Shopkeeper Dog is the snow Scozy. Oh, it's glacial, actually. Pretty cool. And HitEmUp in the bottom right is the orange Scozy. He's going function. I think this is how he beat the... I can't actually remember how he beat Wheat, if he went Radix into function, and Wheat was the one who had function, or if Shopkeeper Dog is going up against a different build than what I recall HitEmUp doing. It's a double Radix for Dog, but it's a function Radix for HitEmUp, so he's going to have a combined arms approach. I hope you guys like Cosmonarchy, because we've got Cosmonarchy for you. Winner of this match, by the way, will make it into the top 4 of Acropolis 4. That means they get a direct invite into Acropolis 5 later this year. The premier 1v1 tournament continues on. Triple Radix for Dog. He wants to do Missionary Cardinal, it looks like, just judging by that. Maybe a couple proselytes sprinkled in there. But he's going to scout Function Radix, and I wonder if that changes his angle at all. I'm guessing both players are going to try to end a game like this early, just to see if they can skip some of the parts of the matchup that are a bit more on the frustrating side. For, I would argue, like, this isn't like a slight against the players. I would argue that technically everybody who plays Scozy is low skill Scozy because they just don't know the race yet. It's very new. It only came out very recently. It's going to be Function Radix into Gauntlet, interestingly enough. The Rove will go ahead and find the Pilgrim in the corner. Proselyte comes out for HitEmUp. That's a little bit of information given over to Shopkeeper Dog. He knows that there's one extra combat unit. But he's still waypointing his missionaries across with his own Proselyte. Oh, you know what this reminds me of, actually? This is a different game that Godwheat played against HitEmUp, where he wasn't a 6 Radix from Shopkeeper, so it's not quite the same thing, but... I don't know how you guys feel, but it is kind of funky. Oh, Cosmoscope. It is kind of funky that we have a game. We now have a game where we can have a matchup where it's the same race. Of course, it's a mirror, but there's no Terran, Protoss, or Zerg. That's just kind of funky. And pretty soon, we can have a non-mirror matchup with races that are not Terran, Protoss, and Zerg. And I think that's pretty cool. Pretty snazzy, dude. All right, speed boost is in. Shopkeeper Dog going to see if he can storm the gate. Couple of roves out here, and we do have an object finishing at probably the worst possible time. And here it comes. Big Daddy Object refusing to die, and I think this is going to take the teeth out of Shopkeeper Dog's approach. The object absorbing all the incoming damage for units near it. So instead, call an audible. Shopkeeper Dog needs to focus on enemy workers, or at the very least get a scout off. Sees Cosmoscope in production, the Gauntlet completing. And a missionary got rallied in afterwards as well. Further units are going to have to retreat. They weren't able to ground the object either, so that would have been at least a way for the object to be forced into a defensive posture instead of anything else. And so that feels like it would be a good move. Landlock coming out on both the natural and inside the main base to power on workers. And HitEmUp is building intendants. This is a unit that we never get to see really in Scozy matches unless HitEmUp is playing. We don't get to see a lot of function play in general. And it isn't going to be it's going to be a tirade. I guess thinking about it, right, he's kind of forcing Cardinal for some kind of sustained comp. And then the tirade will fly across the map and pressure the worker line. There's not a lot of anti-air. In fact, there is no tech here for Shopkeeper Dog. So, well, we got like a Vicar sauntering across with this army. Oh, this could pack a punch. The Cardinals themselves might not be so good anyway. Vicar slows the first Cardinal. Goes for a jump. He's got a Cardinal of his own. Now the object is grounded, but that makes it so much harder to actually break through. It finally will be broken, but at the cost of all the front line that Shopkeeper Dog had. Nothing else in production right now. Shopkeeper Dog has to win or lose based on this army that he's got right here, right now. And the Vicar, the missionaries, they are doing the work for HitEmUp. He clears the front line, and the tirade arrives. GG! HitEmUp is now one game away from Terran supremacy. And I say that because he will be playing Terran in the future Acropolis matches. If not from this tournament, but in future tournaments, he will be Terran main. If he defeats Dog, deposes of the upstart Ascozi. What an interesting set of games, honestly. From the island map of 30 minutes to that. Surely not the Ascozi mirror again, right, guys? Waiting on our players to ready up, and we will go to Quasar Quartet. It is elimination point for Shopkeeper. HitEmUp is one game away from moving on. Let's see how it goes. Hey, that's not the right scene transition. Let's see how it goes. HitEmUp is the main man, the one you gotta watch out for, the reigning champ, and now he's one game away from making it into the next round. Now we have the final task. What he was said to be an auto loss for Shopkeeper Dog, a layup for HitEmUp. Maybe Terran Supremacy came a tournament early, as HitEmUp is the Tyrian Purple Terran. Oh, it's Cordovan actually. In the top right of Quasar Quartet. The green Ascozi in the bottom right is Shopkeeper Dog. And that's pretty cool. Well, a function, no, a fulcrum. And Radix for Dog, he doesn't believe in function. He doesn't believe in intendant supremacy. He will scout his opponent first, however, so that is something to write home about. I guess the same is true for HitEmUp, however, moving across now as we speak. Yeah, get him. Absolutely poke him. Mess him up. Hit him up, mess him up. I found a new victim. Dude, if you get stepped out of your Mason suit right now, you could box this guy. Don't let him beat you around with a mining saber. Second fulcrum coming down. A vulture begins production. I don't know. I mean, Shopkeeper Dog has a 100% win rate versus Terra in this tournament, but his only 2 games were Kutyam. He won them both pretty quickly, too. Anchor coming down. It's a 1 Vulture into a lot of Cyclops, it looks like, and that is how HitEmUp advises people play against Ascozi as Terran. Shopkeeper Dog, does he have a cool strat to defend that? We're about to find out. The sounds of Cosmonarchy are pretty nice, in my opinion. I gotta add production noises ambiently for Ascozi structures still, so I'll work on that. Couple Cyclops in the anchor. High ground plus garrison is like 3 cliff advantage right there, 3 range advantage. So the missionaries are going to get shellacked from a pretty far distance, as you see. Kinda already tells you a thing or two. Gauntlet and Cypher being made at the same time. So I was just about to speculate here that Dog might go for a tier 2 rush versus Terran. The Gauntlet is great. It's all fine. It's all fine and dandy, but it only gives you Vicars from the Radix. Scepters, or rather Intendants from the Function, are something that HitEmUp believes in, but Shopkeeper Dog doesn't, so no surprises there. And HitEmUp is going to go for a fairly safe early game here. This is pretty unlike him, actually, in terms of, you know, he's normally more practiced in when he can go for the expand. The Watchdog Scout comes out, the Missionaries will chase it down, and he'll see the tech coming, and so he should know exactly what to expect here. The Gauntlet is done, the Cypher is on the way. And that means that we will see tier 2. Vicars are going to come out just to be able to duel with some of those early units, but with a fast Palladium and a third Fulcrum, we see HitEmUp's game plan. Cyclops Phalanx, we saw this on a cast recently hit the channel. It was HitEmUp practicing a Scozy versus Krankendow's Terran. And Shopkeeper Dog, I think he knows at this point. He needs a little bit of a different story here. Going to go ahead and finish the building up with the Dyad, and then see about what he wants to make next. Honestly, this is a case where I think you might consider taking a page out of Godwheat's book, which, don't let him know I said that, because he's never going to live it down. But getting a couple Prosceniums for Aphorist is fine. Then going Astrolabe for Iconoclast, I think, makes a lot of sense for helping to deal with ground comps, mech comps in particular. And they're flexible enough you can also use them as raiders. Instead, it looks like it's a ninja base for Shopkeeper Dog, moving to the bottom left. Only one Proscenium kind of points towards the idea that maybe he is considering a further tech rush, whether it's into tier 2 or it's further out. Ministry will land here for HitEmUp. Everything he's been doing is on one base. Landlock stake claimed here at the lower left natural. More Dyads coming as well for additional production. There will be more Prosceniums after all, so that kind of makes sense. It never really made sense that he wasn't doing something to that effect, in my opinion. Maybe I'll even think about a more natural third base location to take. A Cosmoscope at this time? Did he mean to go for an Astrolabe? Because this is not going to give him the structure he actually wants, if that's the case. But maybe he's going Emissary here for a Chantry drop. That is a possibility. Cloak drops are pretty good. Missionary shimmies on in to see what's going on. The Anseal arrives to detect it, but a little bit too late as it slinks away. More Fulcrums being added off the back of the natural. A Trojan on the way. The Starpad will provide detection and transport. I'm glad that we rolled Terran for HitEmUp because it means we get to see all 4 races today. Protoss, Ascozi, Zerg, Terran. Very cool. Bestiary coming. This could just be for Dorinan for the main attack as Aphorists begin construction anew. Yeah, the Cosmoscope is not the Astrolabe. We'll see which one he actually wants to go for. Still a little bit concerned for Shopkeeper Dog. Aphorist will try to help the Vultures out. The drop of just 2 Cyclops is mostly there to heckle a little bit. Not a lot of workers at this natural, admittedly. Shopkeeper Dog may have missed a few cycles. What's that Cosmoscope going to give you, buddy? Conduit immediately for the tech. Adding Dyads to the production. He's just adding a ton of the Aphorists right now. I'm sure he'll go for some Dorinan once the Bestiary is complete. It's Phalanx, Goliath, Cyclops. So he's cognizant of a potential Endboard switch, or air unit switch in general. Oh, an Inkblot. Well, that's kind of cute. I wonder if that's just to clear mines, or if he has another idea. Somebody in, I think it was Fenris in on our non-meta discussion chat, or maybe it was somewhere else, but it was talking about the potential for Inkblots to attach themselves to Cyclops and then deal all this friendly fire against the Cyclops, right? And the same is true of Phalanx. If they're in deployed mode and then you hijack a Phalanx, then all the other Phalanxes are going to shoot it if they can. So that's kind of interesting as a choice. I wonder what the Inkblot's going to be doing here in the combat. Phalanx on the high ground. Well, if they... I suppose if the Inkblots could swoop in and try to steal some of this stuff. That would be pretty nifty, actually, right now. I mean, Dog doesn't know it, but he's got a prime opportunity here to try to do that. Terran poking into the natural choke point. Bit of squeaky bum time here. Cyclops are going to do a lot of damage to the splash, but one of these Goliaths is actually going to go down. The engagement off to the rip on the left-hand side, starting to favor the Escozi to some degree, but their units are so very brittle. Oh, and the Doranin rock up and annihilate those front lines. HitEmUp, his forces were spread out quite a bit. Looked like he wanted to try to set up a defensive perimeter around his opponent, similar to the island map in that way. But I don't think it quite worked out in the same way. Cyclops drop, though, could help out. He's going to try to go after the landlock, the Chantry. Didn't have any Anseal escort with this drop, so he doesn't get a lot of worker kills out of the deal. And the Panoplies are a flyover. He sees exactly what's coming. Insurance will be moving in his direction shortly. HitEmUp did say he would never build clerics. He doesn't, you know, sort of rate them, doesn't think they're very good, but it might have helped him out versus the Aphorists. I think more to the point, though, his army was so spread, it didn't really have a good option. He also doesn't know about the ninja base, but Shopkeeper Dog doesn't have a ton of workers, period, so might not matter too much. But it could be giving him a little bit of false confidence in that way. He can cancel out or frustrate the construction of the in-base third, you know, the sphere of influence there. Panoplies are coming. Doranin trying to swoop that Trojan away. It's just going to confirm the Panoplies. Cyclops gets cleaned. A lot of production here for HitEmUp. 8 Fulcrums is no joke. A lot of Matadors coming. Acestus has been made, not just for detection, but for the armor buff too. I guess if HitEmUp just rocks on with his general production, this could be a game of sorts, but we do have those obelisks coming, and so Endboars will be a factor. Terran can fight them with Goliath. Especially if they go tier 2, they can fight them with Cataphract. Grandstand to defend the inevitable further drops, should they show up. Trojan is still at large at 6 o'clock. Just confirming no other bases have been taken on the left-hand side of the map, but the Escozi army is very far out of the picture here. Very far away and out of position. I can't believe Dog is doing this. This feels like such a problem, such a mistake in general. For him to be so far afield with so much of his army. His obelisks are not complete yet. Mason scouts the army positioning. I think if you're in HitEmUp's shoes, well, he wants to play a little bit defensively. Gonna rally the Cestus and Anchor up. And then he's going to see about maybe pushing away. Shopkeeper Dog has confirmed no extra bases exist. He could have done that with a couple of units sent across without sending his whole army out of position, and now we worry that maybe he doesn't have much left. The Silver Soul is sort of a mobile chantry, but you have to be out of combat in order to benefit from the cloaking. Anseals exist for that detection as well. Phalanx count pretty high. Matador count, well, as long as he gets into a good position. Maybe Shopkeeper Dog can collapse upon this formation. The Goliath count is high enough that Endboar shouldn't be his immediate end. But he is going to need to worry about more of them. 8 Blackjacks a pop are coming down. Reinforcements may be cut off by that force. Shopkeeper Dog is third base under attack. Phalanx is deployed in a good number here, and the Doranin, well, they're not even being targeted. It's those Aphorists in the back that seem to be the biggest problem. So now he feeds in to the southern flank. Matadors were left over here. HitEmUp much better on the attack this time around, and the first Endboars have arrived. Not yet gotten into the battle, though. Now they're going to do so. I don't think they have what it takes to break everything from the Terran arsenal. HitEmUp still rallying units across. Only a few Goliaths remain after that engagement, but the Endboars are bruised. The Enbors could be beaten back. The Phalanxes are not in production. They're not close enough to help deal with that ground stack, and everything other than the anti-air has been destroyed. We've got Doranin coming after the fact as well. This could be a huge issue, a huge set of casualties for HitEmUp to incur. Trying to set up maybe an extra base behind this. He's queued up so many units in these fulcrums. You can tell the nerves are hitting him. You can definitely tell the nerves are hitting. Oh, the mine hits. Insult to injury. Dornan take a while for Blackjacks, of all things, to clear. And the shelled phalanx shot even taking care of a couple more. The Enbors were not managed, even though they're very bruised. 2 more are here. Well, actually, he's got way more than that. So this is a big problem now. Actually, it could be that we were hashed here. I got HitEmUp, but I don't know about the players. Whenever I see the turrets being selected, I know something's wrong, so... They're kind of walking past each other, so that's kind of why I'm saying that for the most part. I mean, obviously, I'm synced with Dog, so it looks more favorable for him. But you see the Goliath count. HitEmUp would be able to fight this if he was actually synced up. In fact, he might still be able to fight this. Maybe not, though. Because I don't think this is... I mean, HitEmUp's not even looking at this fight, so it's not happening for him in the same way. So Dog will have some fun at the end. And we're going to have to call that one for now. And try it one more time. I saw a QQ or a semicolon face from HitEmUp. He's not happy about the having to play Terran again. I don't know why. Terran is his best race, obviously. Yeah, I think the fight at the choke could have actually gone HitEmUp's way despite everything that led up to that, where HitEmUp was definitely playing in a surprising way. I feel like there was some nerves there with his phalanx positioning. I think it was very uncharacteristic of him to play it through the way that he did. But nonetheless, we go again. Maybe it's an opportunity for him to show what he's got a little bit better. Quasar Quartet, Game 4. Different spawns this time around. We don't control those, of course. It's Shopkeeper Dog in the top right as the Delft Blue, Yemen Blue, Scozy. HitEmUp in the bottom left is the Vivid Orange. Terran player. Radix for Dog, of course, and we will be seeing Function again. It's funny how so many people look at the Enbor, but I think in most circumstances it's actually not that useful compared to like Insurant, and even earlier in the tech tree Proscenium, you think about the Aphorist coming out for that splash damage. Shopkeeper Dog has shown a proclivity towards rushing it, particularly in this matchup. But that's a victory condition HitEmUp is well aware of, and in fact everybody seems well aware of. And the rest of the army is a lot easier to push through, or so you would imagine. Yet HitEmUp does have a bungled push in his back pocket there. They're not playing close spawns anymore, cross spawns instead, so that is going to factor into travel distance and army navigation. Pilgrim will confirm nothing in the bottom left, or bottom right rather. Bottom left is where he's going next. And the Mason will scout top left and move over afterwards. HitEmUp up against the Radix opener yet again. I think we saw... Was it 2 Radix into Landlock? Because that seems to be what Doug is doing now. I feel like this is how he wants to play it overall, but I am surprised to never see a function out of the man. I guess I'm not really, because when he's comfortable with an opening and it uses only one branch or one set of units, he really sticks to it a lot.
But
the problem is that on paper, you look at the way that the matchup actually went, even that last attempt at the game, and HitEmUp was like looked like he should win the fights, even accounting for what is strong about Sziky units. Looked like he should have won the fights, but instead of that happening, he misplaced his phalanx or he was away from the units. His army positioning in the big fight at the very end was much better, right before the Enbors arrived. But by that point, it felt like it was a little bit too late, considering the pressure that he opted for. You know, if you're optimizing your timing attack to hit at the time that HitEmUp actually attacked, then his army would be bigger and he would have had a bit of a different victory condition. But if you're optimizing it instead for other things entirely, like, you know, an attack much earlier and it doesn't succeed, I mean, I don't even think he killed that many workers with a drop or anything, and that was a bunch of money that was spent, sort of good money after bad, you can call it. So just some food for thought. If you're trying to fight against a Sziky yourself, and you're wondering, how the hell do I beat these guys? Well, in the early game, Vultures and Cyclops can definitely do the trick. You're going to want to watch out for your army positioning, and now he's away from any lobotomy mines while not focusing down some of those units. So the Cyclops will actually get feasted upon, it seems like. No, he actually does save him, although the splash damage almost killed the Cyclops. Little posthumous victory there was almost had by that missionary. Really threw himself at it, which is appropriate, thematically appropriate for the Sziky. Cypher behind it, Gauntlet already a quarter of the way complete. And Shopkeeper Dog going up to tier 2 tech shortly, it would seem. It is definitely a rush, right? Like he sent his units across. He doesn't have a lot behind this. He's got 6 missionaries total. He's made 2 more. And, you know, if this was like a vulture committal from the likes of like a Han Mono, he could actually just roll across the map and clean him up. I think it's like 6 vultures one-shots a missionary, considering their armor. It might be 5, but I think it's 6. You need to almost deal 80 damage, right? So, and vulture sends 2 grenades out, so it's 18 damage. Yeah, 18 times 5, I think, is over 75. So I'm not good at napkin math, but it's 50, and then it's 40. Yeah, that should be fine. That's acceptable. That's enough. So he's actually got enough to one-shot missionaries, but of course, that's not his focus right now. He's just trying to come in and do some damage. No focus targeting. It's kind of what we were talking about there. The Cyclops for the attempt. None of these units can scrap, so it's totally fine to trade into them and actually kill the workers instead, but obviously HitEmUp struggling a little bit with that push. Cyclops coming forward, Legacy on the line. This is supposed to be the race he's best at, most comfortable at. Instead, there was an element of stakes, there's an element of potential choke that came through in that last attempt, and now as well, just trying to rush in without proper scouting ahead of time to see where those other missionaries might have been, right? Because, you know, the race is new. You don't know if they're greeting or not. HitEmUp now going to be up against multiple prosceniums. Another ninja base for Shopkeeper Dog in the top left. Vicars have been made. Help catch those vulture run-bys if that's what's going to happen. A more defensive posture in the barracks. Well, stockade, actually. Replacement coming out of these stockades. That's going to be Eidolon, I think. I'm pretty sure HitEmUp is going to be going for the magic sticks from afar. I feel like the Chantry coming out halfway complete. I don't know. There's a lot of potential here with 4 prosceniums. Dog really laying into that tier 2, and the Covenant is coming down. I guess if it's not Eidolon, it's probably Blackjack, Harak, and Eidolon, but if it's not that, with the scrapyard already done, you could go Savant here, and you might be in a pretty good position. More stockades being added, a Bestiary coming up. Bestiary actually isn't that scary, unless you're busy shooting something else when the Doranin rock up. So, besides that, I think the Eidolon Huracan Blackjack combo will be okay. My big concern is how he plans to combat the Aphorist. As a reminder, HitEmUp is up by 1 map. It's 2-1, so winner of this completes the best of 5 if HitEmUp wins it here. Otherwise, we go to game 5. And mentally, you know, considering a lot of factors, this could be a win for Shopkeeper Dog through and through if you're not careful. Patadia will be our decider if we need it. Otherwise, we'll end things here with a HitEmUp victory. Watchdog Scout plans on lifting off. Lobotomy Mine decloaks the missionary. HitEmUp doesn't mind right now. He's too busy. He's making Eidolons. The friendly splash denied. Blackjacks will clean this missionary up. Easy clap. Scouting this many prosceniums should be a little bit spooky here for Hit. He doesn't get deep enough to scout too much else, but I think he sees the Bestiary and the Conduit. Another Cosmoscope for Inkblot. I wonder if Shopkeeper Dog made that because he was expecting the Eidolon switch. That might be what the Inkblot is for. And then you pass it through a Chantry and it will be a permanently cloaked unit, so... Until it activates its ability, of course. Matador's coming. Eidolon Huracan. Obviously, it's an army with a pretty clear win condition. Put enough meat in front of the magic sticks of the Eidolons, and then you're good to go. But he doesn't have the biggest Eidolon count right now. He did end up bridge capping, so he knows about his gas requirements here. Ministry for the third base. Top left being taken as well. Cestus on the front line is pretty neat. He's going to go ahead and put the Watchdog down. He scouts the Panoplies. That's kind of funny. You know, he really is saying, like, yeah, I know what's up. And if the Cestus can go down, he can actually get an advantaged fight against the Escozi army. But he might just reveal them by, you know, they're not on follow order, right? Oh, some of them are, actually. So maybe that's a pretty smart move there from Shopkeeper Dog. Cestus lifts up immediately. Well, he doesn't have the units to fight this. Oh, he attacks his own Cestus. That's a bit of a problem. A Watchdog coming on behind it. Huracan's clear. Another Escozi fighter in the front line. Cestus providing that vision range and detection so that the Eidolons can lay into him. Chantry will be going down unless Shopkeeper Dog can do something about it. You can see them both trying to struggle against each other's cloaked presences. Well, now he's gone and done it, hasn't he? Triggered the attack protocol. Eidolons are here, but they're all bunched up, and the armor from the Cestus will help out a little bit, but he can't get the rest of his units up. Inkblot almost going down. That's the detection for Shopkeeper Dog. Our Eidolon count is at 7. It's not terrible, but it's not stupendous either. The Aphorist count is enormous. I don't think this push is going to work for Hit. He's got to double back with the expensive Eidolons there, the Ghost equivalent. Ah, the Cestus gets cracked open. And here comes the Inkblot renewed from the Chantry heel. Behind this, he has a modest army, but the army count from Shopkeeper Dog, much better. The Aphorist count, way out of step. And even though the Panoplies are coming, one obelisk being power built, I think this looks like an Escozi dub. I don't think HitEmUp's going to get out of this one. Extra bases for Shopkeeper Dog if this game goes longer. 6 o'clock being taken by the Ministry of HitEmUp on location. He's also waypointing Masons down in that direction. This will be spotted. Shopkeeper Dog can use it as an excuse to attack forward. Another Cestus from that natural. Oh, he's going to try to steal the Mason. No! The sauce! Operation Steel Mason is a success. Some of these Aphorists getting cleaned off after the attack, though. Shopkeeper Dog really being wasteful here. This could backfire. Eidolons are actually pretty good against Enbor, as you might imagine. So that's a heavy amount of the army that Dog had gone. In the meantime, he has made another ink blot, which is pretty important. If you can't see the Eidolons, the bounce attacks can't reach them. Not too bad against Insurance either, if you can focus them down. Instead, 9 o'clock will be taken, a misplaced Ministry. Probably not the end of the world there. No Chantry in sight, and most of the army decloaked. This is looking like a potential engagement that HitEmUp might not mind too much. The Obelisk is done, but I don't see any Enbor in production. Blackjack soaking up that early engagement. Can't quite get the Matadors through the front line, though. A cancellation has to come at the third base. That's not really his third, but you get the idea. Man, he's actually losing Insurance. Really got to watch out for that. Here comes the first Enbor. Immediately taking care of the ink blot, decloaking all of the Eidolons, but again, what do you even shoot them with? I guess the Aphorists. And that does do a number on the sniper count. But that's a huge committal with Blackjacks coming up from the south. Wait, has HitEmUp snatched victory from the jaws of defeat? Did we just need to trust the process a little bit more? What can you spend all that money on? Matador deploys, the Dornan are arriving. They're going to try to drive back the Eidolon menace. More reinforcements coming in. Is it enough to stop the Scozy from bringing us to a 5th game? Down to his last 2 combatants. The Inkblot threatening forward. The Chantry is gone. Some proselytes and a Thamalog off to the side. Not really what you want. And again, the Harakan Matador combo is going to be enough, it feels like, to break this back. Here comes the Doranin, and the Eidolons are fodder for this Endbor. So the attack may falter here. Indeed, it shall stop here. Canceled the third, hasn't yet found these other bases, which have built up certainly a considerable worker count. This is an effective extra base for Shopkeeper Dog. So call them even on bases, except, of course, there's more workers for HitEmUp. Taking a 5th, HitEmUp going for his 6 o'clock. And a Mason will think about it. Yeah, it's going to come up here and see this, exposing the play from Dog this whole time. Paradigm shifting. 8 Doranins. I talked about it earlier. If you're not shooting at something else, the Eidolons can manage the Doranin, and they're going to need to. HitEmUp has been set back a little bit. His Mason is biting the Pilgrim. What is happening? Shopkeeper Dog, if you can believe it, is building a Fulcrum. We'll try to track down exactly where that is as soon as we see the resolution of this fight, because it might not matter. Doranin going right for the middle of the fight. Look at the Eidolons, though. They're all spread out. This is a time where that makes a lot of sense, making it so that the Doranin don't really get an advantaged situation here. The Insurance going down on the back rip, and now HitEmUp. He's torn between 2 locations. The Ministry, the Fulcrum. Oh dear, Shopkeeper Dog is multi-racing on elimination point. Is he going to regret that? Was he too wasteful? Because I feel like the answer is yes. His landlocks will be torn down. But he chooses to move across the map with his movement. And again, there's Eidolons here available to try to shoot down those Enbors. Ministry at 6 o'clock can be lifted. Leaves 1 Matador to deal with this landlock, which is a pretty smart move. Pilgrims won't be able to deal with that. So the Ministry goes down, but now HitEmUp's army is in prime position to either finish the job on Dog or push away from that. I mean, the Silver Soul will be cloaked, and so there is that at the very least. But, well, he turns to fight, and is that a mistake? It eliminates one of the Matadors immediately. Eidolons are all grouped up in the middle here. This could be a real big problem for HitEmUp's army. He's not focusing down the right targets, or is he now? With those Insurance dealing splash damage. I can't target any of these. Well, he probably could, but I'm not sure about that one. We might have actually seen the routing at the last second. HitEmUp's macro. 11 Eidolons a pop. Needs to get some more units on the rip. He's got a lot in production. If he can just remember it. I wonder if there was a cloaked unit in front of it or something. On top of the production, The Enbors will bring us to a close. And I don't think HitEmUp is going to type GG off of this one. As we do have the Palladium for Shopkeeper Dog as he returns to his Terran roots. And we go to a 5th game after all, ladies and gentlemen. It was so close to a victory. It was so close to a clutch. But Shopkeeper Dog has forced HitEmUp to make some real questionable moves with the army. And now we go to Patadia. Randomly decided of the available other maps. I can tell you right now, Magnetron was one of them. I hate everything about this match, says Arthur. No. Well, I was checking the status, Jack. There was no cloak left on the Enbor, so that doesn't really sound correct to me. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, looking at our 5th and final match. One player will be crowned victor today, and the other will be going home without a top 4 invite into the next Acropolis. Could this be where HitEmUp's story ends? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's only fitting. It's only fitting that HitEmUp's Terran fate, as it was not allowed to be decided by his Terran performance, must now be decreed by his Ascosi match. Ascosi versus Ascosi. Woo! Shopkeeper Dog in the top left is our dark green, forest green Ascosi. And in the bottom right, it's HitEmUp Palatinate Blue. Oh my goodness. HitEmUp did win the last Ascosi mirror match, and now he's going for Radix Landlock, which is a different build than he did last time. It was function into Radix before. Maybe he was too busy typing to Harvest Vespine, it's hard to say. But the Radixes are coming up here for Shopkeeper Dog. I really don't know what we're going to see out of this. Fast Proselyte. Oh, okay, so that's what he's doing. It's going to be mostly Proselyte Missionary here. HitEmUp going for a cheese to finish it off. Well, can Shopkeeper Dog deal with this is the question. He's going for an expansion? Double Radix Expand. There's going to be a period of time where there's more Shopkeeper Dog production up than there is for HitEmUp, right? He's got a second Radix. But really the only question is, do you rate the Proselyte versus the Missionary better than just straight Missionary? And I kind of feel like you shouldn't, but maybe with some micro you can make it happen. A function follow-up, okay. Missionary count high enough that I think HitEmUp won't move across the map immediately. Only makes the, yeah, he only made 2 proselytes. Okay, so it's not actually that big of a deal. He just made it for the islet. I thought maybe he was going for an all-in, because that does seem to happen to him. Every game counts, boys. Except for the ones that hash, and even then, sometimes they count, like on Monocyte. Okay, we're gonna be going for tech here. After the money is in the right spot, it's a Cipher. Scepter. Okay, Mimic Scepter probably. More Proselytes rock up. Making a lot of them. Cardinal. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely make a lot happen with this attack, but what is the tech behind it, right? We got Vicar tech available once this gauntlet finishes, but it just started. No power building on the Cipher, though. I say that, he's actually going to go ahead and fix that up right now. Wants the tech a little bit faster. A lot of proselytes being made. I like the cardinal inclusion. One object for the push as well is very, very good. Missionary trying to dip dodge away. Isla gets put down, posturing for that expansion. All right, the object is here. Cipher completes. It'll be Scepter time, surely. Yeah. Scepter Mimic. So forward detection, right, without the reliance on Islet. Grandstands are being assembled here, but I think objects are going to help with dealing with that, in theory. Worker count is worse for HitEmUp for sure, but he's coming back into it now. Just a little bit as Shopkeeper Dog starts to prepare more proselytes for the defense. And there will be an expansion behind this. One Scepter, one Mimic, that's going to be the way to go. If the Scepter gets focused down into its rended state, it provides Armor Pen. So when it's rooted, it does that. Chantry in the main base. We'll cloak those units coming off the radixes. No tier 2 access yet for Shopkeeper Dog. 8 proselytes, 9 missionaries. Not really the most fortuitous defense, it feels like. A couple cardinals come out, that'll definitely help. The Mimic will magnify some of the damage here. The grandstand count being high enough, this feels like it should help deflect things. Object is going to get put down. What's the focus here from HitEmUp? Is he going to try to tear down the grandstands, or is he going to be pushed back for now? Looks like he wants to double back. The Mimic's getting sniped away by the grandstand, though. The Scepter will give that armor pen, but honestly, it's not too bad, right? You can kind of play around this position. If you put down any islets, you can even pull the Scepter closer to you. Oh man, you don't really want to be facing this if you absolutely do not have to, but it looks like the Vicars are going to be in position. Finally, the Scepter will go down. And Shopkeeper Dog has the same worker, or a military count, almost the same worker count as his opponent. So it's not a disaster for HitEmUp, but remember that Dog had his landlock up a little bit faster as far as that expansion goes. And Tier 2 tech has been achieved, right? The Cipher came up behind it. Gauntlet only now coming down. The one Scepter timing, even with the Mimic, didn't quite play out the way HitEmUp wanted it to. And he's going to add more Radix. Kind of an interesting choice. I wonder if he wants to go for like some kind of Vicar timing. Maybe figuring that they can maybe try to fight the Aphorists due to their inherent 2 armor. It's a possibility. His landlock done, trying to catch back up in not workers, but proselytes. Trying to shoot up the military count here. This doesn't look good for HitEmUp hopers. HitEmUp enjoyers may soon be in shambles. This may be the way that we all hated the idea of it ending Game 5, and it's down to the Escosi mirror. Which, honestly, I don't quite yet see what they're talking about the blobs, but I'm sure that'll take shape over time. This diary for Shopkeeper Dog. He wants the Dorinan. The Aphorists for the weapon range, for the splash damage. It is for Vicar. It's definitely a focus on the Vicar, even to the detriment of the worker count for now. No Chantry, so no shenanigans on that front. A Proscenium does come down. HitEmUp doesn't like the Dyad. He doesn't like the Dyad tech. Honestly, in a competition of who's the best Escosi player, Shopkeeper Dog really should win. He's got way more practice, way more time spent. More prosceniums coming down here. Feels like right about now, with the conduit already in play for Shopkeeper Dog, he's not actually going to stick it out at tier 2 for very long, right? The Aphorists are cheap. You can make a decent number of them. He's really power building that conduit, though. So, he wants his tier 3. Dog looking around for any ninja bases. That's not really hit him up style, though. A 4th proscenium inside the main base. Cardinals coming in for a front line. Certainly could draw the fire. I always believed, guys. I always believed HitEmUp would just find a solution to the problem. Finish the job. I mean, he's Terran. Of course he's going to do it. But no. Now he has to be a Scozy. Shit. Our reigning champion may not get to the top 4 after all. At the final hurdle, he may fall with the likes of Neblime. This move out will certainly dictate the trajectory of the game. And the Aphorist count, pretty high at 19. On the converse side, we have mostly Vickers. The Scout does get bopped. A 3rd base was attempted. Some Cardinals maybe pinched off to deal with that Missionary, but I think HitEmUp recognizes, actually, he really needs to go for some pace here. Landlock will absorb some damage. The Aphorists are going to ball out all along HitEmUp's army. The Vicar count is way higher, though. And that will deal some more splash damage. Here come the Cardinals, try to soak up some of that pressure. Vicar count starting to falter. HitEmUp needs to focus down that right-hand flank if he can. Those Cardinals helping out quite a bit. It's a good thing he didn't pivot away. Only problem is, again, his unit's getting hooked on that landlock. Not really what he wanted, not really what he needed. Scepter's giving back some money, but how much is it really worth? As they go up in smoke at the end. Better worker count, better military count right now for Shopkeeper Dog. And the insurance are coming in to put a fine point on this Escozy mirror match. Maybe if the Cardinals had been with the fight to begin with, maybe if they had engaged from a different angle, there was a way that he could have overwhelmed the Aphorist count before it got up to a higher degree, but I mean, he's basically rebuilt all the Aphorists he had, so he definitely didn't lose enough for it to make a huge dent. Missionary still patrolling the bottom left for Shopkeeper Dog. More panoplies coming. He's not even bothering with the obelisk. Not now, not at this point. And the Aphorist count is high enough for both sides, but the Chantry here is going to give Shopkeeper Dog a jump on it. I don't think he knows. They're both on attack move at least, so there's an instantaneous turn to the fight, but this is going to wipe a lot of HitEmUp's forces. He is down to a 1/3 of Shopkeeper Dog's army, and he's mostly got Cardinals and Aphorists. Nothing in the approaching tier 3 tech. Reserved to missionaries with no gas income. Never went for any ridge caps, never went for any geyser caps. HitEmUp is almost hit him out. All the insurance are actually kind of faltering to the Aphorists, and maybe a little bit of last-minute nerves from the Shopkeeper Dog himself. Somehow, some way, the Aphorist count ends up being more on the side of HitEmUp. He'll lose the access to the 3rd base for a temporary moment, but I mean, landlocks have 3 armor, and the Aphorist sucks against armored stuff. Gonna take a while before that really changes, and especially with the composition that he's got right now. The Insurant will go down, and that will be a moment, a breath. Thaumalog's being deployed right now. Maybe try to focus down individual targets. Doesn't really feel like they have the range to contend with what we really see here. HitEmUp's army off to the right-hand side. He'll scout out some of these Aphorists, and he'll try to go for a collapse. But remember, you need to try to split versus the Aphorist. And Shopkeeper Dog, he's trying to do the same exact thing. And the Dorian arrives at the front line to carry the banner of Shopkeeper Dog forward. HitEmUp has been defeated. It is only the dog, the Escozi reigning supreme, even in an Escozi mirror match. It is not how we thought it would go, gentlemen and ladies. It is not how we thought it would go. But Shopkeeper Dog has clutched up in Game 5. The Escozi mirror has convinced HitEmUp once and for all that it's maybe not the greatest path to go full random. It feels difficult to imagine a tournament without HitEmUp in the top 4. But here he is. Not handed a free invite. Not handed an easy path. If he wants back in, it'll be after much reflection, much review, and I'm sure even still a Terran pick as opposed to random. Somehow Shopkeeper Dog has prevailed. Somehow Shopkeeper Dog has made it in to the top 4. A well-deserved invite, or an Escozi invite, depending on your point of view. And definitely a player who I don't think many people had in mind as a victor in this set. But I always maintained there was a chance. After how the first 2 games went, I have to commemorate, in a way, I have to commend HitEmUp for his endurance, because Dog really did everything that he possibly could to make it as taxing as possible in Game 2. And I think we have a few words to share as he moves on to face Hamster for the 3rd time, a best of 15 between these players. And it actually just occurred to me, with Shopkeeper Dog moving on and Hamster typing no in chat, he might have been bemoaning HitEmUp's fate. He might have also been saying, I gotta fight Escozi again. And we might actually see Shopkeeper Dog rematch Ayud after Hamster. It would be a rematch of Hamster and Ayud if he makes it through. And if he makes it through all that, well, Sziky, better start studying up some replays, my man. See if Shopkeeper Dog wants to interview after his successful campaign against none other than the HitEmUp himself. And of course he does. Shopkeeper Dog, you have prevailed over HitEmUp. The unthinkable has happened. The tilt has occurred. And honestly, I mean, you beat him in an Escozi mirror match. How do you feel after how everything went? I mean, Game 2, ridiculous 30 minutes, and you finally tap out. Game 1, obviously going your way from the rip, versus Protoss, no less, and that was pretty surprising. But now, at the end, 5 games, a little bit of sweat, you're in the top 4. You get your invite into Acropolis number 5.
I feel a little bad because of Game 4, like the hash. I feel like I bet HitEmUp thought he was ahead the first one, even though I had those 2 hidden bases, and then the Silver Soul bug and the remake. That feels bad.
Well, it's funny that
I don't think he does that push on Game 5 unless he's like mega tilted.
Fair enough. There might have been a potential there. I thought he was going to go for an all-in, because that's what he does when he's tilted, but he actually went for something a little bit in between an all-in and a timing attack. About Game 4, since that was a talking point, I kept checking the status bar to see if the Enbors were cloaked but not visually, and they weren't. They didn't have any status that indicated that. And no, it always does say cloaked on the status, even if they're decloaked visually, and that's the bug that I know people talk about. But that didn't seem to be the case.
Maybe it was just the AI, maybe.
It could have been.
They do bug out when the goes for the bounces at like 12 range.
Right.
I don't know. I would feel so bad, like as HitEmUp, to like feel you won that game and then fucking just kill everything.
So
yeah, HitEmUp says that he saw him. As
yeah,
well.
if you can see him and they don't get targeted, it looks like the same bug. But I'm just saying, I was trying to check that same thing and I didn't see anything like that. So we'd have to. I don't know if it would show in the replay, but either way, it's that's pretty raw, right? Not bringing detection and then having that happen where you think they're true, but they ain't true. That's the kind of razor edge situation that you can get into. How do you feel about that composition he was fielding in Game 4? Do you feel like if he had targeted down a couple Embors in that fight, it would have made a difference?
I thought I was ahead until like 2 or 3 fights in, and he kept like having so much stuff, and I was like, what the fuck? I don't know. That game was I feel like that game was pretty close. I've seen him do this comp before, and I feel like I kind of have a handle on it. Like if he doesn't attack me, I can get tier 3, and if he does try to attack, I feel like Proselytes kind of like beat him back a little bit. At the first fight, I kind of beat him back a little bit when he's at my base. It's a neat composition. It's just like it's the same as like versus Protoss, where like if you don't get something done quick and don't get an advantage, then it's like hard.
It's interesting to see how the actual composition played into you, because sometimes there would be moments where you'd be like, oh, after the Cestus push that failed before even like too many Eidolons were on the field. I think he had like 7 or 8 in that push. I thought maybe he was going to lose his momentum. You had your hidden base up in the top left. That eventually led into an extra one. By the way, ninja bases were a factor in this series in general. You definitely were doing that, not just versus Terran, of course, but in general. So I'm interested to pick your brain about that idea. But I do wonder about the validity of the Eidolon, Matador play. It definitely has moments where it looks very strong, and if the Eidolons are all strung out along like the whole stretch, it's more mobile than a Phalanx comp, but still has a similar setup where you kind of don't want everything in one place, particularly versus like Dorinan or Aphorist. So you said you were surprised with the quantity of things, but you say also that you've seen this composition before, so him going for it didn't quite surprise you?
Yeah, like he played it first with me once in practice games a long time ago, and I think in his like practice games against Wheat, I saw him play a similar build, this like scrap Eidolon thing. Like I knew it's in his mind, and that's why I was scouting the first game and the second game too. Like I'm trying to kind of see if he has Phalanx up or not, because the way to play versus Phalanx is way different than the Eidolon, because like just Aphorist can kind of fight back the Phalanx pushes a little bit, like you saw in the first before the remake. But like pure Aphorist is gonna get like butchered against like this like Matador Firebats running at you, so you waste all your shots and then don't even target the backline.
So you have this sort of different style of play against the Phalanx count, against the Eidolon sort of based composition, but both of them have this common denominator of trying to beat the Ascosi at the range game. Do you think that's something that the other races also need to be pivoting into? Because versus Protoss in Game 1, it didn't really seem like it was going HitEmUp's way with the Acantor. Obviously a very different unit than either of the Terran units that we were mentioning. But talk me through Game 1 and how you found success there. Was that a surprise to you, or did you expect that kind of outcome with the early trade into the Acantor play?
I think Game 1 he messed up. He will have like 4 or 5 Ardent and like a ton of gateways. Like that, I don't think that composition scales enough into the late game, because I can just go, what's them called? I go Endbor, and like all the Ardents are basically just nullified. Same thing with the gateways. It's really hard to play into that. And then he played that fight at my natural so fast. Like he shouldn't have. Like he can play that slower, just walking with the Acantors, and I think he wins right there.
With the first couple of fights there, instead of trying to force the issue at that point. I mean, after that,
yeah,
it did feel like you had a lot of momentum in the game.
Yeah, he just tried to push in so hard. I think maybe he thought my tier 3 was going to be up a lot quicker and scarier, so maybe that's why he did it at that timing. But yeah, like if he plays it so fast like that, it lets me like kind of back up, and then his units move forward and like get a little bit more value.
We're looking ahead now after the HitEmUp loss here. You're going forward into Hamster and eventually into Aoud if you best Hamster for another best of 5. You mentioned earlier the best of 15. It's happening now. Any thoughts about versus Zerg? And also, I guess as a secondary point, it does feel like the timing of the tier 3 versus the committal on tier 2 for longer makes a very big difference in how you want to approach fighting the Ascosi. Do you think players are going to start getting a little bit more savvy that they need to scout the base and see what you're actually doing? Or do you think for now you're kind of safe in that respect, or maybe that won't even make much of a difference?
There's not enough games versus Scosi to like really know, like to map that kind of gameplay out. So like the main reason, I mean I shouldn't say it, but like the main reason I go heavier on tier 2 now against Zerg is that like there's so much stuff that they can do if you don't like touch them. Like I played the games against Cannoli like on the island map where he'll just go like super fast tier 3 and there's like nothing you can do. So yeah, like there's responses that you can map out if you scout better, and then also if you play the early game better, because like I feel like Missionary is one of those units that a lot of Zergs are kind of like scared of, but it's like such a trash unit for how much it costs, for how long it takes to build. Like you could just make Quasilisk and it just kills it, and then all you gotta do is make units and just overwhelms it. And even if I get Vicar, like then you just overwhelm me anyway. I don't know. I feel like my games against Cannoli and the lower class Zergs, I feel super weak. But it's like the other Zergs aren't playing the same way. I don't know why.
Interesting. Maybe, funnily enough, they might need to go a little bit deeper into the replay Kraken doldrums, the basement, to see if they can find recipes for success against you. Well, it's Hamster, and unless you make it all the way to the grand final, it won't be Sziky, but I'm sure I did even sort of postulate at the end there that if you make it all the way to the grand final, Sziky would be a mouthwatering move for you, considering you even gave yourself favor versus him in the upper final, hypothetically, if you made it past Aoud, right? Can you tell me about that and the matchup against Sziky there?
I think against Sziky, he wouldn't know exactly what to do. Like by now, there's like a ton of replays. I feel like if it was in the upper final, there's a lot less replays against the higher players, so I can kind of do kind of whatever. But now there's plenty of replays. But like there's a lot of things. I feel like if you play it a little off, like I can slip into like a state where I have an advantage. It's like I said, like in my first interview, like I can see certain angles with the Scozy that make it really hard for the other races to play, and that's kind of what I go for.
With that said, Shopkeeper Dog, you're saying that you could be favored versus Sziky, but maybe not anymore due to the extra footage. Is that going to continue to be the case as you progress through the matchup here? Is it going to continue to be the case because you have to face Hamster in the first place? Is that going to basically give Sziky more of an advantage there? Or do you actually think that the two players play so differently that it won't really matter?
I think the next series, I think Hamster either wins or is a lot closer than the first one, and that gives Sziky more ideas. And then it'll make it harder in the grand finals. Either way, I don't think I make it past Aoud. Like,
really,
the matchup is so hard.
But I have to ask you about that because obviously you mentioned HitEmUp being harder as an opponent, and he did beat you in the island map game, but that was a outlier for many reasons. Looking at game one, maybe Aoud doesn't do that same kind of composition or like is more restrained on the attack timing. But you've seemingly found a way to navigate out of the early game, if that one game is any sort of look at it. Do you think that Aoud just is going to have a more exacting approach to the Dracodon push? Or what do you think could be a problem for you in that hypothetical matchup?
Out of all the Protosses, I think Aoud's played against the Scozy the most. I think he knows... Like, he should have all the tools to, like, win early. Like, you saw game one, I did the same exact build against Aoud game one, where I do the triple landlock, and, like, Aoud just, like, kind of walked over me. Like, the builds that I do is calibrated, like, I think specifically by the player. Like, I feel more comfortable triple landlock against HitEmUp because I think when I scout 2 gates, I know he's gonna go 2 gate Drac, and then if I see the same kind of stuff from Aoud, then he's gonna do some weird like Grand Library Herald bunch of units crashing into my natural and just walks up. Like, I don't think that build holds in the same way as it did against HitEmUp.
Interesting. Okay, so there's a very big difference between the specific early strategies that the players might end up employing. Well, it might all be academic. It depends on how next week goes. But 1 week from today, you'll be duking it out against Hamster. Winner of that match has to play immediately after that to face Aoud. So it's the same day. We've got 2 best-of-5s for one lucky contestant that wins the next series. But either way, you get your invite. You've denied HitEmUp a chance to go back to the grand final and keep making Cosmonarchy, what would you say, Cosmonarchy competitive narrative history alive in that way, where that has been a constant, a constant until the advent of you as a Scozy. So do you have any final words for the people, any closing thoughts that you want to share us with before we speak to HitEmUp and then sign off the stream?
Yeah, I think HitEmUp should keep playing tournaments. I mean, if he feels anxious and like panics about it, like maybe not. But like honestly, like HitEmUp is like the best player to play this game. and like he's really smart and intuits the game really well. And like a lot of the stuff that I do is inspired and like almost lifted completely from stuff that HitEmUp has done, and just like abandons or doesn't think is good. So like, I mean, I owe HitEmUp probably like 75% of who I am as a player comes from him, like practicing against him, like seeing how he approaches the game. So like, yeah, I feel bad the way that Game 4 played out, just because like he could have probably won that game and then wins the whole thing. But yeah, like HitEmUp is like my goat. Like I hope he keeps playing a lot.
I certainly hope so too. He is obviously a very accomplished player and a very good one. You know, sometimes that video that from when he was still under the ID Leviathan against Aoud still gets like lots of views coming through because it's just a ridiculous like tier 3 match.
Nuts.
So yeah, that's the game that keeps getting recommended to people. So even the first way that people discover Cosmonarchy is sometimes HitEmUp just vibing out as Zerg against Aoud's Karen at the time. So cool stuff. We will be seeing you again in a week, and hopefully we get to see more HitEmUp as well. But we'll find out an answer to that, or a prospective answer to that, very shortly. Dog, thank you for your interview. Congratulations on your win, and we'll see you soon for more Cosmonarchy.
Yeah, GG's.
We'll see if HitEmUp is ready and prepared for the interview. And if so, we will bring him on in for a look-see one final time. Well, maybe not one final time. He might join me for casting or something. Let's see what he has to say for himself here. Hello, HitEmUp. It is the end of the road for you here in Acropolis 4. Felled by Shopkeeper Dog in 5 games, or I guess 4.5, or whatever you want to call that. Monocyte was absolutely disastrous in terms of him just toying with you on the mental game, but it didn't seem like it mattered too much. He reset immediately with an Escozy Mirror win, and that was after the Protoss loss in the opener. Obviously, I saw you had a lot to say in general, but do you have anything you want to lead us with here? Your first couple thoughts off the rip coming into this interview.
I don't really have much to say about that. I was tilted from game 1, and then the Monocyte game tilted me even more. It was bad.
Was game 3 also a tilt then, considering it was the A mirror? Was that like what you most wanted to avoid? Or, I mean, Shopkeeper Dog said he didn't want it, so maybe that counters the tilt somehow. I don't really know how it works.
When I got that matchup, I was doing a really dumb build, and I thought he would just kill me. But then he did an even dumber thing, so I somehow won.
Yeah, fair enough. That does happen sometimes. The aura, the HitEmUp aura. With that said, since your run does end here, you did make that pact and denounce it on one of your interviews that if you don't make it to top 4, you will be retiring. And I see you've already put retired in your name, so I'm imagining that's the method for now. What do you say about casual games or show matches or anything like that? Is it tournaments or bust? This was your chance, and now you're done? Is that the way it's going to be?
That's basically it. I only play to compete. If I can't actually compete or do anything, there's no point. There's really no point.
That's the purpose. That's the reason. I don't know if you were listening to the end of the Dog interview, but he said that he gives you credit for like 75% of who he is as a player. That was the quote. And thinking about how he's practiced a lot just with you and looking at your replays and seeing how you play both in replay and in tournament gives him a lot of ideas. So I guess it's in his best interest that you do persist with us, but seemingly not going to be the case in the cards as of right now, and fair enough. Did you have any words for your opponent then? Any Shopkeeper Dog response to what he said?
I mean, what he said was very nice. Just, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Fair enough. I understand that. Coming into this, you were obviously the underdog in seeding in terms of map veto, but everybody's favorite to get it through. It was a very close match, a very close set of games, including in a remake that we had to do. And this is where it ends for now. But as you said, this is your reason to play. You play to compete. And if you can't make it to what you promised yourself, what you made your pact with yourself and to publicly as well, then that's the wrap. Does that include show matches? Just checking my own notes here. Is that something you would be interested in coming back for?
I'd have the same feeling in show matches. Anything casted.
Okay.
I can't do it, man.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry.
All that. No, it's all good. These are questions that I'm sure I know I had, but I'm sure the people were also thinking. With that said, did you want to leave us with any thoughts or predictions about the rest of the tournament? Is it still going to be Acropolis? Is that actually going to happen since we've got Hamster and Sziky in the running for that?
It'll probably be a Zerg that wins. Like, I don't. Maybe Dog can upset them, but it'll probably be a Zerg.
Yeah, if it was the Scones Acropolis, it would feel a bit weird in and of itself, considering the advent and how soon that they have just shown up, and certainly do not make sense to a lot of people, so fair enough there. But the Zergs are also looking pretty strong, and we got Aoud kicking around in there. Maybe you'll be interested in every now and then seeing what's going on for casting or something, but if this is the last time we see you on a tournament broadcast, for any particular reason, I do appreciate everything you've given to the game and everything that you've given in your play. It's been wonderful to see. You've definitely pushed a lot of metas forward. And so, I mean, Dog is telling you that he owes 75% of who he is as a player to you. There's probably a whole roster of players who would say something similar. And I certainly, I still remember the one game that I used Mavericks and somehow beat your Artisans. So, HitEmUp, it's all memories and it's all good ones for me. But I know it's not always the same. I know it's not always how it goes. I just wanted to say I appreciate you, man. And I hope to see you around in the community, whether you are playing or not. Maybe you just every now and then tell people to make more units so they win more game. Either way, GG. And if you have any final words, if you have any closing thoughts, feel free to share them now. Floor is yours.
I don't have anything, man. It was nice playing with you guys, but it's over. It's all over now.
It's all over now, says HitEmUp, the reigning champ displaced. We will see you whenever we see you, HitEmUp. If we do, GG GLHF, and thank you for your interview.
Thanks.
And that is a wrap on today's broadcast. Today's time in the sun is, well, it's not over because it's summer, but it is over because it is 2:30 in the afternoon, and I started this at 6 a.m. So we're going to be hanging out for a little bit longer just to recap the day and, of course, to show you guys my epic hype video that I made and introed the broadcast with. It seems like we're going to be saying goodbye to HitEmUp, not just for the tournament, but for the foreseeable future. So we must set our sights on what is in the future. Hamster versus Shopkeeper Dog, and Sziky waits for the winner of that match versus Aoud. That is an exciting Final Four. Those players will receive an invitation to the next Acropolis. And unless they decline, as has happened before, we will be seeing all four of them in Acropolis number 5. And I look forward to it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me for today's matches, and we will be back with more Cosmonarchy in a week, and sooner than that, videos every day, and occasional streams where I start working on that 5th race, the Blood Summon. Peace. Everything else is going to go up in smoke so very quickly, it feels like. The Acantors can't chew through all the Zoryus, not in time, not with the Khazis influencing those Lyra. They are busy trying to shoot up, but now they're going to focus down the rest of the ground army, and one Solarian is just not enough. Targeting down the Acantor, GG is called, and Hamster has done it again. Enough, he's holding on bitterly, a Matrix warping in. I don't think that's going to help when the Zoryus rock up, and what's the expression on your face now? Neblime, I think he's settled with it for some time, but at this point, what do you even do? GG. And it just doesn't seem doable. Vulture's trying their best to get into a defensive posture preemptively, but can he possibly deal with all of the units that have been fielded here? I think HitEmUp is going to go for that elimination. I think HitEmUp has survived. Our South Koreans are in scare. And that's a wrap. No GG as Hanmano is eliminated. He cycles out the wounded Drakenins. Cancellation. Get a little bit of more money, but Dog is starting to hemorrhage. He really needs those proselytes, man. Is this the mental block HitEmUp spoke of? The grandstand's a good idea, but he only made one. GG is called. It's a wrap. AU-64 had it under control the whole damn time. It gets right in their face. Ecclesias gets focused down. This is a committal from the Protoss. The Zealots are tearing it up. We're even going to see that concession early on. AU has made the rush happen because at this point it's a question of whether or not he waited too long. The insurance, they're diving forward, but the Doran we're out of position. The initial salvo of those Cantors is gone. They're getting so much damage dealt with the Charlatans, cloning the attacks from the Cantors. It is beautiful to see, but the lake is pushed forward. The Ultra Corps continuing to find value, and down goes the artillery. There is no more crowd control. Muta's flying over to catch the Cantors. This could be a deciding moment. GG, Neblime concedes. We will be going back to bat for Sziky.